Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Marvel starts with Spider-Man, but with a dark side system. Part 1. Queens, Corona. Entrance of the Union Exhibition Center. Ray Lawson pulled up his hoodie, his hands tucked into his jacket pockets. With every step he took, his ribs, which had been smashed by a steel pipe by the Magia last night, throbbed with pain. During the day at Midtown High School, he was an inconspicuous outsider. At night, he was the man in black, a vigilante who kept the entire New York underworld awake at night. He looked down at the Daily Bugle he had just taken from Peter. The bold headline took up the entire page. Mysterious man in black appears in New York. Underworld godfather Silvermane issues a bounty of astronomical value. Mercenaries and killers all over the city were now scouring the streets for him. Ray Lawson crumpled the newspaper into a ball and tossed it into a trash can by the roadside. If it weren't for accompanying Peter Parker, he should be lying at home recovering from his injuries right now. Move aside, Parker. You weakling, you're blocking the way. Flash Thompson, wearing his football team jacket, deliberately slammed into Peter. Peter stumbled from the impact and nearly fell. Flash's lackeys laughed out loud nearby. Peter steadied himself and reached up to adjust his glasses. Amina gritted her teeth. One day, I'm going to knock his teeth out. Ray Lawson sneered. That's a good idea, but I'm calling dibs on his nose. Peter caught up and smiled awkwardly. It's fine, don't take it to heart. The three of them walked through the crowd together. The hall's glass windows were large, revealing various devices displayed inside, with many students gathered around, pointing and talking. Amina sighed and deliberately slowed her pace, letting Peter and Ray Lawson walk in front. Those two boys had a lot in common and were very close. But she always felt that Ray Lawson was different from others. This guy always hid his thoughts and wouldn't let anyone get close. She wanted to understand him better, but found she had no chance at all. Amina, hurry up. Go see that radio device. Ray Lawson called out. But when he turned back, he noticed Amina lagging behind with a strange expression. It's radiation, not radio. Peter corrected from the side. Amina forced a smile. All right, you guys go ahead, I have something to take care of. Her tone sounded a bit distracted. Ray Lawson didn't ask for details. All right then, see you later. Peter leaned in and whispered, what's wrong with her? I don't know. Ray Lawson glanced at Amina's back. Girls always have a few days when they're unhappy. The two didn't dwell on the topic and walked forward. The two walked into the hall side by side. In the center of the circular hall stood a huge cylindrical metal instrument. Thick cables were spread out on the floor. Technicians stood at the console, loudly introducing how to control radioactive rays in the laboratory. The hall was dusty, and there were even quite a few old spider webs on the rafters. Peter's attention was entirely captured by the exhibit, his eyes fixed on it. No one noticed that in the shadows of the dome above, two small black spiders were slowly descending along a spider web. The experiment began to proceed. The two metal spheres in the center of the hall lit up, their color changing from silver to dark gold. Intense energy flickered between the two spheres, and the surrounding air was full of static electricity. Many people were forced to close their eyes, but Peter watched intently. This energy was truly astonishing. But this astonishing scene brought disaster to the spiders hanging in the air. As the two spiders slid down the spider web, the green light emitted by the machine swallowed them whole. Their small bodies couldn't withstand it at all. Intense radiation made them struggle in pain. One of the spiders, in a panic, released the silk thread and fell from the air. It happened to land on a hand. Peter's hand felt heavy. He looked down and found the spider crawling on it, its body still glowing with green light. What is this? He was about to shake his hand. In its death throes, the spider bit down. The fangs sank directly into Peter's skin. Ouch! Peter cried out and shook his hand vigorously. The spider fell to the ground, its glow dissipated, and it was soon completely dead. He stared at the wound on the back of his hand. I was bitten by a spider. The wound burned with pain, and a surge of heat spread up his arm. Peter's vision began to darken, and he couldn't see clearly. Why is it so hot? Peter panicked slightly. His legs felt weak, and he nearly lost his balance. A sharp pain spread through his entire body. The demonstration on stage continued, but Peter could no longer hear anything. Peter clutched his arm, feeling a bit unnerved. Something was definitely wrong. His face was pale, and he let out a groan as he swayed, feeling as if a needle was pricking his brain. The teacher leading the group noticed his odd behavior and teased loudly, "It seems our classmate Parker is dizzy from science." Several students nearby laughed along. Peter couldn't hear a word. The lights in the hall were so piercing he couldn't open his eyes, and the shadows around him seemed to be moving chaotically. "I'm so dizzy." He pinched his thigh, barely able to stand. "Something feels wrong." He didn't even have the strength to speak. "I need to go out for some air." Peter pushed past the people beside him and squeezed his way out. Was he poisoned? This thought flashed through his mind. His vision was blurred with double images, and his breathing was becoming increasingly difficult. What's happening to me?" He gasped for air. Peter looked at his hands, feeling his fingers go numb, as a strange power rampaged through his body. Walking out of the hall, the sunlight outside made him dizzy. Peter staggered toward the road. A voice came from the crowd. "Peter." Amina was sitting on a stone bench at the entrance. She didn't look well, having stayed outside earlier because she found it stuffy inside. Seeing Peter like this, she quickly stood up. "Peter!" Amina shouted and hurried to catch up. Something must be wrong. But where did Ray Lawson go? Amina looked around. She didn't need to worry about Ray Lawson because he was skilled, but Peter was clearly not holding up. Inside the hall, Ray Lawson was still standing by the wall. He was lost in thought when a sudden stinging pain like a needle prick came from his palm. He cursed under his breath. He shook his hand, his palm burning. Opening his palm, he saw the culprit, a small black spider, curled into a ball and completely dead. Ray Lawson stared at the dead spider for a moment. The numbness in his palm hadn't faded yet. But he didn't take it too seriously, it was just a spider. He flicked his finger, brushed the spider's corpse to the ground, and kicked it into a corner. This was originally just an insignificant little episode. But at this moment, something had quietly changed. Neither Ray Lawson nor Peter had realized what had happened yet. The gears of destiny had already begun to turn. Ray Lawson didn't remember how he got home that afternoon. His mind was filled with only fragmented images, the concerned gazes of passers-by, distorted reflections in shop windows, and the dull roar of cars and buses rushing past. Every step home felt as heavy as lead, his senses both numb and hyper-acute. When the front door was finally before him, he instinctively turned the lock, slipped inside, and completely shut out the outside world. He staggered up the narrow stairs, his legs moving entirely on instinct. By the time he collapsed onto his bed, the outside world no longer mattered to him. The urban clamor was completely blocked out by his exhaustion. School wasn't out yet, but he didn't care. The moment his head hit the pillow, he lost consciousness entirely. However, even in sleep, he found no peace. Nightmares entangled his subconscious, dragging him into the abyss. Strange limbs reached out to grab him, and massive fangs made rhythmic snapping sounds. Blood-red and pale shadows spread before his eyes, twisting into the outlines of enormous monsters. Suddenly, a piercing pain erupted in his mind, sweeping through his entire body. His muscles seized up, leaving him unable to move. A surge of heat radiated from his palm, compelling him to look down. His palm had split open, flesh and bone separating to sprout jointed, bony limbs, with a throbbing, heart-like growth in the center. Two massive, serrated fangs extended from the top of the growth, dripping with fresh blood. He couldn't scream, nor could he move, he could only watch helplessly as the blood pooled together to form a distinct monster, a wolf spider, composed entirely of his own blood, staring right at him. Ray Lawson bolted upright with a start, gasping for air, his heart beating so fast it felt like it would burst through his chest. Cold sweat soaked his collar, and his hair clung damply to his forehead. He breathed heavily, glancing around in panic. It took a long while for him to regain his senses. This was his own room. It was still that dim, familiar room, cluttered desk, faded posters on the walls, the faint hum of appliances. Everything remained unchanged, except for him. He looked down and realized he was still wearing yesterday's clothes, his shirt wrinkled, jeans twisted, not even having taken off his shoes. The quilt lay in a heap on the floor, untouched. Ray Lawson rubbed his eyes, struggling to recall what had happened. Was he really that sleep deprived? Or was there something else wrong with his body? He saw the digital alarm clock on the nightstand and reached for it. The moment his fingers touched the casing, a sharp snap echoed, jarringly loud in the quiet room. He jumped, quickly retracting his hand, staring in disbelief at the alarm clock now broken in two, with one half still in his palm. What's going on? He muttered in a hoarse voice. He turned his hand over, staring at the metal and plastic fragments. Did he really do this? With just a few fingers. His heart accelerated. His mind was full of questions, but he couldn't make sense of any of it. He tossed the broken alarm clock aside and stepped out of bed, but his legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the floor. His knees slammed heavily against the floor, but he felt no pain at all. The images his eyes perceived were all wrong. The walls, the floor, even the faint light filtering through the window were terrifyingly sharp, so sharp that looking at them for too long made his eyes ache. The surface of every object was exceptionally distinct, yet at the same time, double images appeared before him, with blurry afterimages at the edges of his vision. The overhead light stung so much he couldn't keep his eyes open, he could only shield them with his arm. What on earth is happening to me? He whispered, trembling all over. His mind was a chaotic mess, with various thoughts crawling around like countless spiders. Did he eat something wrong? Or was he drugged at the exhibition hall? His stomach suddenly let out a low growl, clearly audible in the quiet room. The sensation was overwhelming. He was so hungry it made him grit his teeth. It felt like something was clawing at his stomach, desperate to be filled, as if he hadn't eaten in weeks. Ray Lawson rushed out of the room like a beast, ran down the stairs, and dove into the kitchen. His stomach was empty as a bottomless pit, it had to be filled. He ripped open the refrigerator door and began to scavenge. He spared nothing, his hands darting rapidly through the crisper drawer. Packaged leftovers, raw vegetables, frozen pizza, anything he could bite into was shoved into his mouth and devoured ravenously. This appetite was by no means ordinary hunger, it was entirely the instinct of a beast. He decimated the food like a whirlwind, his teeth crunching loudly. A whole loaf of bread was swallowed in a few bites, crumbs falling everywhere. He couldn't taste anything specific, only the occasional fleeting, stimulating sensation of sweetness, saltiness, or spoilage, but none of that mattered. These were just fuel, he couldn't stop. It wasn't until he finally slumped onto the cold floor tiles that this frenzy ceased. He gasped heavily, yet his stomach felt neither nauseous nor full. It didn't feel like he had eaten his fill at all. On the contrary, his mind was still occupied with what to eat for his next meal. Even though his body was exhausted, the urge to eat remained impossible to shake. The sound of morning birdsong drifted into the house. What was usually a pleasant sound now drilled straight into his skull like a power drill. He covered his ears, but the noise showed no signs of diminishing, every chirp became sharper. It wasn't just the birds, the faint sound of traffic outside now sounded as loud as a jet engine. Various sounds layered on top of one another, noisy enough to make him collapse onto the kitchen floor, shivering. The stimulation made his eyes water and burn, and his vision blurred. All his senses were heightened to the extreme. The light streaming in from the window burned his retinas, forcing him to keep his eyes closed and shield his face with his arm. The texture of the floor tiles beneath him was exceptionally clear. Every crack and flaw was as distinct as mountain ranges on a map. Even his own breathing was deafening. Heavy gasps echoed in his ears, so noisy he couldn't think. Ray Lawson curled into a ball, gritting his teeth, holding on through sheer willpower. He withstood the overwhelming sensory onslaught. Time ticked by second as he struggled to endure, his hands clenched tightly. Then, the noise suddenly subsided. The world didn't return to normal, but at least it dropped to a level he could tolerate. The light was still blinding, and the sounds were still clamorous, but at least he could get used to them. Ray Lawson tentatively lowered his arm, adapting to this brand new state. He slowly sat up and looked at his open palm. It was indeed his hand, the lines and calluses were identical. But the sensation just wasn't right. He rubbed his fingertips with his thumb and discovered that the skin had become thick and tough. It was no longer the soft, fleshy feeling from before, instead, it was tough and dense. His fingers detected many tiny bumps he had never noticed before, these details were now unreasonably clear. A tiny depression at the base of his wrist caught his attention. That spot was still pulsing, like a living thing. He pressed it with his thumb, puzzled. It didn't hurt, but a faint sensation of electricity surged up his arm. He recoiled, staring at his hand, feeling both shocked and terrified. Immediately after, a sharp pain shot through his palm, making him flinch. Huh, he muttered, bringing his hand closer to inspect it. A drop of blood welled up and fell onto his pants. The wound was shallow, but where did it come from? He moved under the harsh light of the kitchen, carefully examining his hand. At this sight, he was so startled he nearly stopped breathing. A row of tiny, jagged bone spurs had grown out from under his nail beds, their edges shimmering with a faint light. These things were sharp and pointed. He tentatively touched one, and his fingertip was immediately sliced open, causing him to pull back in pain. Fresh blood smeared across his skin, but his focus was entirely on these strange bone spurs. Maybe I'm still dreaming, he whispered hoarsely to himself. This was nothing but self-deception. He didn't even believe it the moment the words left his lips. This was definitely not a dream. The pain and every sensation were far too real. Those bone spurs didn't retract, remaining exposed. He tried waving his hand, watching them sway. After a while, these things smoothly retracted back into his flesh. He exhaled a long breath and covered his face with his hands. I'm going crazy, the voice came from behind his palms. The phone on the kitchen table began to vibrate, startling him. The sudden sound was piercing and gave him a headache, but he still struggled to stand up. He steadied himself against the table, his legs feeling weak. A small mirror hung above the table. He hadn't paid it any mind at first, but then, he caught a glimpse of something unusual in the reflection and his heart skipped a beat in alarm. It was still his face in the mirror, but the changes in detail were immediately obvious. His mouth was slightly open, his breathing steady, and as he looked into the mirror, he noticed his teeth. His once ordinary canines had become sharp and pointed. While not terrifying, they were clearly different from before. Ray Lawson reached out to touch the tips, and with just a light contact, his finger was pricked, bringing forth a bead of blood. He winced in pain and pulled his hand back. A chill washed over him. Subconsciously, he touched his neck, expecting to find bite marks like those left by a vampire in the movies. No wounds, no swelling, his skin was smooth. The more clues he lacked, the more unsettled he felt. He stared at his reflection, desperately trying to find a rational explanation. Suddenly, a memory surfaced with clarity. It was that spider from the exhibition hall. It wasn't big, it had crawled on his hand for a moment before he shook it off. At the time, he only felt a sting and didn't think much of it. It was just a spider bite, right? An ordinary spider would at most cause a rash or some swelling. A venomous one would only cause nausea and vomiting. But what was this? This was definitely not a normal physiological reaction. The piercing sound of his phone alarm pulled him back to reality. The vibrating device rattled on the table, interrupting his thoughts. He gingerly picked up the phone, afraid he might crush it just as he had done to the alarm clock earlier. The screen displayed Tuesday, 6 a.m. Less than 2 hours until school. The thought of going to school made him want to laugh. His body had turned into a monster, so how could he sit obediently in a classroom? Still, a routine life could at least give him some sense of security. He walked to the sink and splashed his face with cold water. The droplets hitting his face stung like needles. He gulped down 2 large glasses of water, trying to calm himself. But his stomach began to rumble again, and the hunger struck once more. He had already emptied the refrigerator. Now there was only one choice: go to the supermarket. The thought of the noisy sounds and blinding light outside gave him goosebumps. But he couldn't hide at home forever. He had to adapt, to face it. He put on a coat, pulled his baseball cap down low, and took a deep breath. Outside the door felt like another world. He hesitated for a moment, but still pushed the door open and stepped out. He pushed open the door and stepped into the morning sunlight. The various stimuli outside slammed into him all at once. The sunlight pierced through the brim of his cap, stinging his eyes so he couldn't open them, forcing him to keep his head down. All sounds were amplified: the buzzing of a neighbor's lawnmower, the rustling of leaves, the sound of his own footsteps. A passing car sounded as loud as an explosion, and its headlights made him dizzy. His stomach churned, but he gritted his teeth and moved forward, fighting against his heightened senses with every step. He walked toward the supermarket with his hands in his pockets. The fabric of his clothes rubbing against his sensitive skin was uncomfortable, but it was better than exposing his strange hands. As he passed a few strangers, he could clearly hear their conversation, a man and a woman chatting, and he couldn't miss a single word even from a distance. Yeah, exactly, I think so too, but regarding that. These sounds echoed in his mind, so close they were maddening. He fished out his old earphones from his pocket, untangled the wires, and stuffed them into his ears. Although it couldn't block out all the noise, it at least gave him some breathing room. After walking for quite a while, he finally arrived at the intersection. The traffic light ahead was flashing chaotically, green, yellow, and red mixed together, dazzling his eyes. There was no other way, so he just followed his gut and crossed the street directly. Across the street was a convenience store. The storefront was small, which was just enough for his needs. Ray Lawson didn't overthink it and walked straight inside. He wove through the narrow aisles, grabbing whatever caught his eye without even looking at the prices. Meat, dairy products, bread, candy, chocolate, he piled up a huge amount. The money left by Lei K was enough for his basic expenses, and he usually lived frugally. But today he had found an excuse to spend. Since his body was in such a bad state, maybe eating more would help him pull through. The shelf next to the checkout counter caught his eye. Among a pile of small snacks sat a pair of sunglasses. He stopped, picked them up, and put them on to try them out. His sensitive eyes felt much better immediately. The harsh light in the hall dimmed. Although wearing sunglasses in the middle of the day was a bit strange, he couldn't care less. He carried 4 large bags of food out of the store, adjusting his sunglasses. The world before his eyes was incredibly clear. He could clearly see to the end of the street, the cracks in the road, the peeling paint on the distant walls, and he could even see a single falling leaf with perfect clarity. Was this really caused by a spider bite? He pondered, his grip tightening unconsciously. It was too absurd, but the facts were right in front of him. Immediately after, a low, grinding sound reached his ears. A truck was speeding toward the intersection. Although he couldn't see the truck yet, the vibration of the ground had already made him aware of the danger. Radiation. The word popped into his mind. It was the only rational explanation. That spider must have been exposed to some kind of experimental energy, causing its venom to mutate and, in turn, mutating him as well. Was he dying? At the thought, he felt a chill run down his spine. Radiation poisoning was lethal. Should he go see a doctor? But his intuition told him that going would be useless. However, amidst his worry, he had other ideas. Things didn't seem so bad. In fact, one could say this feeling was fantastic. His senses, strength, and reaction speed all surpassed the limits of humanity. He looked at his hands. His fingers were powerful, and sharp claws were hidden beneath the flesh, ready to extend at any moment. His teeth were sharp and keen. Biting through bone would be no problem. Although he hadn't tried using his full strength yet, the fact that he could carry so many things as if they weighed nothing was proof enough. Even his physique had become more robust, with more defined lines. This change brought him boundless strength. But what was the cost? The roar of a truck grew louder, interrupting his thoughts. He looked toward the sound and happened to hear the noise of a ball bouncing against the ground. He immediately turned his head, locking onto the source of the sound. A little girl, not yet 6 years old, was chasing the ball as it ran toward the road. The middle-aged woman behind her was looking down at her phone, completely unaware of the danger. The ball rolled to the center of the road and stopped, and the little girl followed it straight out. "My ball!" she shouted, running over with her short little legs. She's really risking her life, Ray Lawson thought, his heart tightening. He turned his head to look at the intersection. A large truck rushed out, its steel front appearing incredibly heavy under the sun. The driver looked exhausted, one hand on the steering wheel while the other rubbed his eyes. By the time he saw the little girl, it was already too late. He slammed on the brakes and the horn blared wildly, but the distance was too short. The little girl was frozen in fear, unable to move in front of the headlights, her face full of terror. The mother finally looked up, her phone clattering to the ground. She screamed in terror, her legs unable to move as if they were filled with lead. Time slowed down, and every second seemed to stretch infinitely. Her eyes were wide, and her screams merged with the truck's horn. The harsh noise made Ray Lawson's eardrums ache. Although it was deafeningly loud, in this moment of crisis, his body reacted instinctively. Even he didn't understand why, but he had already rushed out. For a split second, he felt he wouldn't make it. The truck was too close, the little girl too far away. His brain was screaming at him to stop, but his legs, as if equipped with springs, carried him forward at full speed. The road beneath his feet became a blur, and every step erupted with astonishing power. The little girl squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for the impact. But the impact she imagined did not land on her. A deafening crash echoed, shaking the ground. The little girl opened her eyes, trembling, and was stunned by what she saw before her. A big brother was bent over, shielding her with his body. He wore a hoodie, a baseball cap, and a pair of cheap sunglasses, making it impossible to see his face. One of his hands rested on top of her head, while his other arm was extended forward with all his might, fingers splayed, pressing against the severely deformed front of the truck. The hard steel buckled under his hand as if it were made of paper. The wrecked engine emitted billows of thick smoke. The truck's windshield shattered into a spiderweb pattern, and the driver slumped in his seat with a swollen temple, but fortunately, there were no fatalities. "Are you okay?" Ray Lawson asked in a deep voice. He looked at the little girl. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she looked at a loss, only timidly sniffing. "Watch where you're going next time," he said in a serious tone. His words were few, yet carried an unquestionable authority. Before the little girl could speak, her mother rushed over and hugged her child. The crowd of onlookers erupted in exclamations. Many people took out their phones to take pictures and videos. "Is that a mutant?" someone whispered in the crowd. Ray Lawson did not linger. Being stared at by so many people made him uncomfortable, and staying any longer would only invite trouble. After confirming the little girl was safe, he took off running and disappeared at the end of the road in the blink of an eye. He didn't stop until he had run several blocks and slipped into a hidden alley, turning back to confirm no one had followed him. He panted heavily, wiping the sweat from his forehead. His palms were smooth, not even a patch of skin scraped, as if he hadn't just crashed into a truck at all. But the front of that large truck was completely totaled. What exactly was he now? This question lingered in his mind, unable to be shaken off. An ordinary person could never force a truck to stop with one hand. How could a body of flesh and blood withstand such an impact force? Was he still human? Or had he evolved? This premonition made his heart feel heavy. He absolutely could not tell anyone about this, not even his most trusted friends. This world could not tolerate outsiders. This superpower was definitely not a gift, but rather would become a threat in the eyes of others. But he was worried about more than just that. This power was too uncontrollable and easily induced panic. Even if the starting point was good, overly powerful strength could turn friends into enemies. He had seen it many times on TV. No matter how many good deeds outsiders did, the world's gaze toward them was always filled with wariness. But, thinking back to that moment, a trace of a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Even if the future was uncertain. Even if he was still a little spooked. Even if he had just stopped a large truck with his bare hands. At this moment, a long-lost fighting spirit ignited in his heart. Before he had superpower, no matter how difficult the situation, he still acted as a vigilante on the streets. Now that he had such a lethal weapon, this was definitely not a curse. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He could accomplish great things he never dared to even imagine before. He pulled his coat hood down, adjusted his sunglasses, and straightened his back. His heartbeat gradually returned to normal, and his gaze became incredibly determined. No matter what he had become, since he had this power, he would use it for the right path. After all, how could a superhero be without superpower? Manhattan, New York City. In a hidden office, the room was filled with the thick smell of cigars. Montana, long time no see. How's business? Bard, the young master of the Maggia family, leaned back in his chair and exhaled a puff of smoke. It's all right. The tall man who pushed the door open replied. He wore a wide-brimmed hat, and two signature old-fashioned revolvers hung at his waist, exuding a scent of blood. Mercenary work has been quite plentiful lately. There are always big bosses willing to pay a high price to have us handle dirty work. Bard smiled. That's true. After all, you are one of the top experts in the business. It's not strange, it's just market forces. Montana, turf is changing every day, your line of work will always be profitable. For this job, I turned down all other work on hand, Montana said in a flat tone, though his words held deeper meaning. Who is the target? Bard tossed over a blurry photo. On the photo was a black silhouette hidden in the shadow. In the business, they call him the man in black. The old man has spoken. Dead or alive, as long as it sends a message. Can you handle it? He deliberately emphasized the last few words, his tone filled with sarcasm. Montana's expression didn't change. He tipped his hat brim down and dropped this line. Wait to collect the body. Within a week, I'll bring the person in. New York City Police Department, Lower Manhattan. Misty, Rafe. Stacy wants to see you in his office. Kurtz's raspy voice cut through the surrounding noise of ringing phones and hurried footsteps. He didn't stop, walking right past them, his wrinkled trench coat swaying with his movement. A cigarette hung from his lips, the ember nearly extinguished. If regulations allowed smoking indoors, Kurtz would have turned the entire police department into a smoke bomb long ago. Got it, Kurtz. Rafe replied, his voice steady, though his shoulders tensed slightly. Detective Raphael Scarfe was young and sharp, sporting a thick beard that made him look older than his years. His brown hair was neatly combed, with only a single stray lock hanging over his forehead. His trench coat was spotless, his tie knotted tightly. At the very least, he looked like a model detective. He crumpled his empty cup and tossed it into the trash can. Let's go, Misty. Stacy doesn't have the patience to wait. Misty Knight, standing beside him, was dressed in plain clothes but still radiated authority. Her deep red jacket stood out under the flickering fluorescent lights, and her gold hoop earrings swayed as she turned her head. Rafe looked rigid, while Misty wore an expression of pure confidence. She tugged at her cuffs and nodded, saying, "Let's move." The office bullpen was chaotic. Officers wove between desks, clutching thick stacks of files. Phones rang incessantly, the noise blending into a cacophony, and in the chaos, someone's coffee cup shattered on the floor. It was like this every day. Criminals in New York never rested, and neither did those who caught them. Cases often dragged on, leads would dry up, and sometimes investigating felt as futile as trying to stop a tsunami with a small bucket of water. Misty and Rafe both knew the score. Work with whatever resources you have, even if there are often no leads at all. The two walked to the door of Director Stacy's office, a glass partitioned space that offered a clear view of the chaotic bullpen below. The blinds were half drawn, casting slanted golden sunset light across the floor. Rafe paused and gestured toward the door. "After you." He forced a resigned smile. Misty smiled, her eyes full of teasing. "Coward." She muttered under her breath, then stepped forward and knocked on the old wooden door. "Come in." A low, crisp voice came from inside. Misty pushed the door open, and the two detectives walked in. The room smelled of stale coffee and leather, with piles of file folders stacked everywhere, threatening to topple over. Director George Stacy sat behind a large mahogany desk, his white shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, his tie loosened. His blonde hair was beginning to turn white, and his forehead was lined with wrinkles. He sat with a commanding presence, his blue eyes sharp. "Sit." He gestured to the two chairs opposite him. Misty and Rafe sat in the worn leather chairs, posture upright. The atmosphere in the office was stifling. The ringing phones and noise from the bullpen outside drifted in, but time inside the room seemed to move at a glacial pace. "How is Gwen lately, George?" Rafe asked casually, trying to break the awkwardness. Stacy shook his head, leaning back in his creaking leather chair. "Gwen is fine, just doesn't like talking to her old man much these days. She spends all her time with her school friends." He smiled for a rare moment, but the smile quickly faded. "Enough of that. How is the investigation in Harlem going?" Misty Knight straightened up, her tone turning serious. "Progress is slow. We keep hitting walls. Something isn't right. It feels like someone is intentionally suppressing information." Rafe shifted in his chair, the leather creaking sharply. "We questioned a kid earlier. The little girl was sharp, smarter than most adults I've met. She said she saw the same group, the same routine. Those thugs hang around the neighborhood, luring kids with food and shelter, bragging about providing security and a way out. But every kid who agrees just vanishes into thin air." Stacy's expression darkened. "What about that base of operations?" Misty continued. "We traced a burner phone number to an old gang hideout in the Upper East Side. By the time we arrived, it had already been cleared out, clean as if it had been scrubbed with disinfectant water. However, forensics found fresh footprints with deep tread patterns in several different sizes. Whatever they were doing there, it wasn't for long, and someone was in a hurry to clean up." Stacy crossed his fingers and stared at Misty. "Do you think there's a big fish behind this?" Misty hesitated for a moment, then nodded in admission. "I can't explain it otherwise, Director. Every time we get a lead, it breaks. It's like they have our operational plans in their hands, they're anticipating our every move." Rafe glanced at her. They had exchanged looks like this before in secluded hallways and empty parking lots. Both suspected a mole in the department, but saying it to the director's face was a completely different matter. Stacy noticed their exchange. "That's a serious accusation, Detective Knight. Do you have any evidence? Even a shred of something that holds up?" Misty took a deep breath, meeting his gaze. "I don't have hard proof, officer, but I've been in this line of work long enough. I can smell when a case isn't right. As for this, there's something fishy going on." Stacy sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "If your gut tells you something is wrong, Knight, I believe you. But without hard evidence, I can't launch an internal investigation. Morale in the department is already low, If word gets out that we're hunting ghosts within our own house, the last bit of trust the guys have will collapse completely. It wasn't the answer Misty wanted, but it was the best possible outcome. Understood, officer. She replied in a low voice. Rafe stood up, his face calm, his jaw tight. We'll keep watching, Director. As soon as there's any movement, I'll report to you immediately. Stacy nodded. Good. I don't want to hear any gossip around the water cooler. This matter stays between us. Understand? Understood, officer. Misty and Rafe said in unison. Stacy stared at them for another moment, then changed the subject. Now, what have you heard about that man in black? The two detectives exchanged glances again. This time, although less guarded, they were still very cautious. Queens, Forest Hills. In an inconspicuous neighborhood on the outskirts of Queens, an empty house stood quietly. Its beige exterior paint was faded and cracked, and the curtains were drawn tight, blocking any prying eyes. The front yard was overgrown with weeds, and the mailbox hung askew on rusty hinges. Passing cars never slowed down, joggers tugged at their headphones and quickened their pace, and children walking home from school would cross to the other side of the street when they reached this spot. The house wasn't haunted, but something about it felt wrong, completely devoid of life. A couple and a boy used to live here. But tragedy has a way of completely ruining a place. There were rumors in the neighborhood. Some said the master of the house had disappeared from overwhelming grief, some said he ran away, and others rumored that he had committed suicide. No one knew the truth, and no one cared. In the end, only the boy was left, leaving early and returning late for school, slipping in and out of the house like a ghost. But tonight, this dead silence was broken. A sudden, loud bang echoed from the desolate house, shaking the walls, the sound carrying down the street. Several more bangs followed in quick succession. Each strike packed with immense power, like a sledgehammer smashing against stone. Yet, passers-by didn't even turn their heads. No one drew their curtains to take a look. This place was already disliked under normal circumstances, so no one paid any attention no matter how loud the noise was. Inside the underground room, the air was cold and damp, filled with dust and the smell of mold. A swaying light bulb hung from the low ceiling, casting chaotic shadows on the cracked concrete walls. Cobwebs hung in the corners, and an old wooden workbench sat in the middle of the room, its surface covered in knife marks and years of accumulated stains. Ray Lawson stood barefoot on the cool concrete floor. He was very young, wearing only loose short sleeves and shorts. Although the room was pitch black, a pair of cheap sunglasses rested on the bridge of his nose. His black coat and old mask hung neatly on a nearby chair. A layer of gray dust coated his fingers, and a pile of shattered hollow bricks lay scattered on the floor. Another brick was placed on the battered workbench. He stared at the brick for a moment, completely focused. Immediately after, he threw a punch, and the brick exploded on the spot, sending fragments showering all over the floor. Dust dispersed into the air. His fist remained extended, the skin completely intact, without even a red mark left behind. He slowly lowered his hand, turning his palm over to examine it in the dim light. No swelling, no bruising, not even a single scratch. He felt absolutely nothing. No soreness, no fatigue, the muscle aches that should have come from repeated exertion were completely gone. For the past hour, he had been testing his body. Testing this mutation that had completely transformed him. Just last week, he had stopped a moving truck with one hand, its tires screeching against the asphalt. Under normal circumstances in the past, he would have been crushed flat. But he had actually survived. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, his chest rising and falling. A broken piece of mirror leaned against the corner, showing his reflection. For a moment, he almost didn't recognize himself. His build was lean and solid, his muscle definition much more pronounced than a few weeks ago. His skin was hard, as if it had just been forged in a fire. This wasn't a state a normal person should be in, ordinary people simply couldn't achieve this. But wasn't this exactly what he had dreamed of? Having enough capital to make a move. Being able to protect others instead of just standing by, hoping some hero would deliver justice. He glanced back at the coat and mask draped over the chair. His current gear was too rudimentary, completely cobbled together from rummaging through closets. A loose trench coat that billowed in the wind, paired with a ski mask to cover his face, while functional, it was truly shabby. He needed a proper suit. At first, he thought the idea was rather chunibyo, a privilege reserved only for the protagonists of comic books and blockbusters. But upon careful consideration, it was indeed necessary. A professional suit wasn't just for looking cool, more importantly, it was practical. It could hold various gadgets, accommodate bulletproof plates, and use lightweight fabric so as not to hinder his movements. Most importantly, it would give him a title, a symbol. There was a lot of art to a symbol. It allowed people to recognize who you were at a single glance. Whether you were friend or foe, an untouchable king of hell or a merciful bodhisattva. But what should his symbol be? He picked up the coat and felt the rough fabric. Black was indeed quite suitable. Low profile, able to blend into the shadows, and carrying a sense of deterrence, though it was a bit edgy, like the protagonist of an old detective movie. Hesitantly, he took off his sunglasses, his eyes immediately squinting as even the air felt piercingly bright. His surroundings turned into a chaotic mess, with all kinds of colors, shapes, and distorted images crashing down upon him. He could see everything with crystal clarity, but he couldn't focus his attention at all. Shadows and light blended together, the edges of objects tinged with strange, variegated colors, and even the drifting of a single speck of dust was magnified countless times. He sighed in frustration and quickly put the sunglasses back on, using the tinted lenses to block out the overwhelming sensory overload. His vision finally returned to normal, though it was still somewhat uncomfortable. This abnormal vision was definitely the most extreme change in his body. Compared to his strength, speed, or durability, the impact brought by his eyes was the greatest. Not only could he see clearly, but he could also see through appearances, as if lifting a lid to see the essence of the world. In the pitch-black underground room, he could see the residual infrared thermal signatures on the walls, the body heat left behind from where his body had just brushed against them, slowly dissipating. Without even touching them, he could distinguish the temperature difference between the cold concrete floor and the slightly warm, old wooden workbench. Not only was it night vision and thermal imaging, but his perception of motion had also changed. He could stare at a tiny speck of floating dust in a beam of light and watch it descend sluggishly, as if in slow motion. Peter had once mentioned an academic term, the flicker fusion threshold, which refers to when a light flashes so rapidly that the human eye can no longer perceive the flickering, seeing only a steady glow instead. While an ordinary person's eyes would see high-speed moving objects as a blur, he wouldn't. High-speed flying objects that others couldn't see at all had nowhere to hide in his eyes. But this ability felt like a curse right now. His brain was constantly running on overload. Even when his surroundings were quiet, it felt deafeningly noisy. Seeing things this way wasn't pleasant at all. Instead, it was pure suffering. Worse still, his eyes weren't the only things experiencing issues. He had grown a bit taller. Though it wasn't obvious, his old clothes no longer fit. The shoulders of his shirt were tight, and the sleeves hung short above his wrists. His two canine teeth had turned into fangs, pressing against the inside of his lips when he spoke. He now had a slight lisp, and anyone listening closely would notice something off. He had brainstormed a few excuses, like dental deformities or wearing temporary braces, but these lies could only fool people for a while, not forever. And then there were his nails. His fingernails and toenails had all turned into retractable, incredibly sharp claws. And though they weren't very long, shredding clothes, wood, or flesh was child's play to them. Just a moment ago, he had zoned out slightly and already ruined 2 pairs of shoes. Keeping these claws tightly retracted within his flesh was as exhausting as walking a tightrope over an abyss. He had to keep his nerves constantly taut, as any slight oversight would spell disaster for nearby objects or innocent bystanders. Fortunately, it didn't hurt when the claws extended. Which was incredibly bizarre. Each time they slid out silently, feeling as natural as if they had always belonged there. But whenever he saw them catching the cold light under the lamp, bloody images would flash through his mind. His reflection in the cracked mirror didn't ease his mind either. Even through his sunglasses, his pupils faintly glowed with a red light. Not a vibrant red, but more like dying embers. His eyes itched all day, and sometimes a burning sensation flared up so intensely he wanted to claw them out. Yet he could feel a power dwelling within them, and if he exerted himself fully, he might even be able to see through reinforced concrete walls. The dramatic changes in his body had come too quickly for him to process. He was now practically a precision-engineered machine. Every breath and movement carrying astonishing power. This kept his mind highly stressed, forcing him to tread carefully the moment he opened his eyes each day, terrified that a single slip of control would harm those around him. Was it worth it? He watched his claws retract into his fingertips, weighing it in his mind. He really wanted to say yes. For in this cruel world, having another lethal weapon meant he could do a bit more good. But the cost was real, and he still hadn't fully adjusted to it mentally. Peter and Amina would notice something sooner or later. Those two were incredibly sharp, and there was no way he could keep them in the dark. If they found out the truth, what would they think? Would they be afraid? Would they still sling their arms over his shoulders like they used to? He would worry about that later. Right now, the most urgent task was to control his vision, strength, claws, and teeth, and keep himself in check. Once he could control them effortlessly, he would think about the next step. Maybe even put together a cool outfit and design a proper logo. Packaging this mutation so he wouldn't scare people to death when he went out. The immediate priority was to master his power. He adjusted his sunglasses, took a deep breath, and dissolved into the silence of the underground room. His phone buzzed nearby, buried in a pile with his hat and coat. He didn't even need to look to know it was Amina. If he dared to ignore this young lady's messages, the consequences would be severe, as she had a sharp tongue and a ruthless streak. Where are you? Class has already started, and I didn't see you on the morning bus. It seemed that without him, Peter couldn't handle things on his own. Ray Lawson sighed, rubbed his temples, and carefully reached for his phone, terrified of using too much force. If his hand shook even slightly, he would probably poke a hole right through the screen. I've got a bit of a cold and feel rather weak. I'm taking this week off, but I'll definitely be there next Monday. Amina replied instantly. Do you need anything? I'll drop by your place after school. Is that why you slipped away early yesterday? He curled his lips, a warm feeling spreading through his chest. His thumb hovered over the screen for a moment. I'm fine, don't worry. I was just a bit tired after coming back yesterday. If that kid Flash Thompson starts causing trouble, let me know anytime. I'll handle it, you just rest. Amina replied, maybe you should be worried about him instead. Fair point. They chatted back and forth a bit more, the light banter easing Ray Lawson's mind considerably, before Amina had to get back to her lecture. Ray Lawson let out a long breath and tossed his phone aside. Lying to his friends felt pretty low, but under the circumstances, he had no other choice. His stomach growled again, reminding him that no matter how much he changed, he was still flesh and blood. He stood up from the dusty floor and stretched his limbs. These hands looked no different, yet every punch and palm strike carried a force that could move mountains. He looked up at a cluster of cobwebs in the corner of the ceiling. In the past, seeing them would have given him goosebumps, but now he just stared, finding them quite pleasing to the eye rather than disgusting. He reached for his hat and coat in the corner, and the moment his arm extended, something bizarre happened. His wrist suddenly tightened, accompanied by a strange tugging sensation. And then, thwip! With a sharp sound, a white, gooey, viscous liquid shot out from his wrist, flying rapidly toward the opposite side. His coat and hat were instantly snagged, slapping firmly against the opposite wall, wrapped into a large bundle by the spider web. Ray Lawson was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide as saucers as he slowly turned his head to look at his wrist. A thin strand of white spider web was still stuck to his palm, swaying slightly. He almost forgot to breathe. What the hell is this? His mind was in utter chaos. He looked at the wall, then at his wrist, and carefully wiggled his fingers. Nothing happened this time, no tugging sensation, and nothing else shot out. As if his body had briefly short-circuited, unleashing an ultimate move before immediately retracting it. He crept over and picked at the spider web on the wall with his fingers, trying to pry his coat and hat loose. The spider web was incredibly tough, sticky, and dense, adhering firmly to his hand. With a hard tug, he finally managed to rip the coat and hat free. But the residual strands clung tightly to his palm, refusing to be shaken off. With a look of sheer disgust, he rubbed and scrubbed for a long while before finally rolling the spider web into a messy glob and tossing it onto the floor. He stared at the spider web on the floor, his brain completely scrambled. He could actually spin silk from his wrists like a real spider. This was no longer just a matter of gaining strength or growing claws. He had completely transformed into another species. The utility of this ability was immense. It was a fast, sticky, and unique skill. Using this in a fight would definitely leave his opponents completely helpless, but losing control of it was also highly dangerous. He looked at the tiny pores left on his wrist from shooting the silk, a cold sweat breaking out on his back as the truth finally dawned on him. It was that spider. The one from the exhibition. The mystery was completely solved now. The spider that bit him was definitely venomous, and the mutating toxin had traveled through his bloodstream to rewrite every cell in his body. Some time later. Long Island City. A curse echoed in the alleyway as a fat man leaned against a dirty brick wall, panting heavily. His large leather boots stepped into a puddle, splashing water everywhere. With his massive potbelly, this fat man was not built for long-distance running, let alone running for his life in the middle of the night. He collapsed behind a trash can, clutching his side, gasping for air like a fish out of water. Sweat poured down his forehead and stung his bloodshot eyes. Had he run far enough? Summoning his courage, he glanced back. Behind him was pitch black and dead silent. The fat man wiped his face, his hands trembling violently. He had heard from friends on the streets that being a thug was quick money, but now this kind of character had appeared, making every job feel like risking his life. A muffled thud suddenly sounded in the distance, followed immediately by a scream that cut off abruptly. The surrounding silence was suffocating. Then, several gunshots erupted from the depths of the alley, the sharp cracks carrying far into the night. Muzzle flashes flickered and then went dark again. A few more muffled groans followed, accompanied by the sound of snapping bones. No, stay back. He clutched his chest, babbling incoherently in terror. Unhurried footsteps echoed from the darkness, heavy and powerful. A tall, dark shadow stepped forward. The streetlights illuminated his broad shoulders, and his fingertips seemed to glint with a cold light. His face was completely hidden in the shadows, leaving only his tight, tense lips visible, filled with anger and disgust. The man in black approached, his leather boots squelching softly in the muddy water. The fat man was instantly paralyzed with fear. "You're the one who robbed those retired folks of their pension money, right?" His voice was steady but ice cold. "When you kicked and broke that old man's ribs, why didn't you stop?" The fat man was about to beg for mercy, but a massive fist slammed directly into him with immense force, shattering his jaw and choking back his pleas. The fat man collapsed like a sack of wet mud, splashing heavily into the muddy water. "Scum!" The man in black spat. Silence fell over the alley once more, save for the faint hum of distant traffic and the dripping of a water pipe. The air was thick with a foul stench, but he didn't care at all. A crowd of unconscious thugs lay at his feet, piled up like garbage. There had been 20 of them at first, all armed and wearing bulletproof vests. They thought they could take down this troublesome guy with sheer numbers, but they had all been wiped out. Their bullets and tricks had all been efficiently countered by their opponent. Suddenly, the last three guys charged out of the darkness, brandishing rifles and shouting wildly. "Let's see where you run this time, monster!" The leader roared. But the man in black had already turned around, his sharp senses calculating their movements perfectly. He could hear the vibration of their guns as they pulled the triggers, their hearts pounding like war drums in terror, and even the friction of their boots on the concrete. With a flick of his wrist, thwip, a strand of white spider web shot through the air, sticking directly to one of the rifles, and he yanked it hard. The thug fell flat on his face, and the rifle flew straight into the hands of the man in black. The man in black caught the rifle steadily, the barrel still sticky with the spider web. Applying force with his fingertips, the steel rifle snapped with a sharp crack, broken clean in two. Shards of metal clattered to the ground. The remaining two thugs stared in dumbfounded horror at the ruined rifle, completely frozen. "Still want to fight?" The man in black questioned coldly, a red light gleaming beneath the hood of his coat. Capitalizing on their daze, he dashed in front of them, grabbing the barrels of both rifles before they could react. With two loud snaps, he twisted the barrels clean off. The ruined guns fell into the mud, metal scraps scattering all over the ground. With a swing of his arms, the two large men were sent flying backward, slamming heavily into a rusted rolling shutter door with a dull thud. Before they could climb back up, a massive sheet of spider web shot toward them, wrapping them into large white cocoons. They struggled desperately, their eyes filled with confusion and terror, but they couldn't move an inch, pinned as firmly as if they were encased in concrete. With practiced efficiency, he bound all the other unconscious thugs with spider web, hanging them one by one on the walls and next to the trash cans like a collection of bizarre puppets. He had to take precautions. By the time the police arrived, the suspects would be served to them on a silver platter. However, there was still one left. The last thug, short and stocky, was covered in sweat and rainwater, cowering in the deepest part of the alley. His eyes darted around frantically as he searched for an escape route, his rapid breathing bordering on hyperventilation as he neared total collapse from fear. Run or fight. There was no choice to make. He turned and bolted. Thwip. A strand of spider web shot out, wrapping tightly around his ankle. The burly man lost his balance, falling face first into a muddy puddle and coughing up mouthfuls of dirty water. Dazed and disoriented, he fumbled around his waist, trying to draw his pistol. Unfortunately, it was too late. The man in black closed in like a specter, kicking the gun away. The gun slid across the wet ground, rolling far into the darkness. Silence returned, save for the patter of rain on the pavement. The man in black stared down at him, his towering frame blocking the light from the distant street lamp. The face beneath the brim of his hood was filled with impatience. He slowly squatted down, looking directly at the terrified thug. Rainwater dripped from his hood onto the man's face. "Take me to the Magia family's stronghold." His voice was low and raspy, carrying an unquestionable ruthlessness. "If you try any tricks, scream, or disobey my orders." He raised his hand, and a set of razor-sharp claws slid out from his fingertips. The tips of the claws glinted coldly in the dim light. "Understood." The guy nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at grain, his face pale and drenched in sweat. "You understood. I'll do whatever you say." His voice cracked completely as he raised his hands in surrender. The man in black stared at him with glowing red eyes for a moment, as if contemplating whether to just cripple him anyway. Finally, the claws slowly retracted back beneath his fingernails. "Good." He stood up. "I have a lot of work to do tonight, and I don't like wasting time on trash." The man in black turned and walked toward the deepest darkness of the alley. The thug scrambled to his feet. Though his legs were shaking, he had no choice but to force himself to follow, terrified of getting beaten if he lagged behind. It was going to be a long night, and the show had only just begun. Some time passed. The narrow corridor stretched out in both directions, surrounded by pitch-black darkness, with only a light bulb overhead flickering on and off, its blinking frequency as erratic as the guard's heartbeat. Every creak of the walls and every drop of water in the distance sent a chill down his spine. Every time he blinked, he felt the surrounding shadow moving. He hurriedly turned to look, forcing himself to keep moving forward. His leather boots echoed hollowly against the cold concrete floor, and his breathing was short. The door at the end of the corridor looked intimidating in the dim light, carved with ornate patterns that felt out of place in this dilapidated dump. Sweat trickled down the guard's neck, and his shirt stuck to his back, feeling clammy. This was the last place he wanted to be tonight, but orders from above and the fear in his heart left him no choice. He raised his hand and knocked a few times on the thick wooden door. The dull sound was exceptionally clear in the quiet corridor. Come in. The voice inside was unhurried and sounded quite casual, yet it carried an unquestionable majesty, as if even the air in the room obeyed him. The guard pushed open the door, his hands trembling violently. He walked into the room and locked the door behind him, as if doing so would make him safer. This office was a completely different world from the outside. It was decorated very luxuriously. Behind the large mahogany desk sat a leather armchair, the surface of the desk reflecting the golden light of the chandelier. The walls were lined with bookshelves filled with various ledgers and thick books, likely recording the deeds this group had committed over the decades. Sitting behind the large desk was Bob. Everyone in the underworld called him Bob. This guy had a very imposing presence just sitting there. He was burly, his custom-made deep red suit stretched tight, and he wore a matching felt hat with the brim pulled low. An orange scarf was wrapped around his neck, resting on his broad shoulders. He held a cigar between his fingers to display his status, the blue smoke from the embers gathering into rings in the air, drifting slowly toward the ceiling. Bob exuded a mixture of luxury and ferocity. If one ignored the sense of oppression, it would be easy for others to mistake him for a flamboyant eccentric. The guard stood rooted to the spot, not daring to move, his eyes darting between the luxurious furniture and the big boss in front of him. It had better be good news. Bob spoke, his tone steady but devoid of any warmth. The brim of his hat cast a shadow over his eyes, making his thoughts unreadable. He was every bit the old fox hiding in the dark night. The guard opened his mouth but couldn't get any words out. He fidgeted uneasily with his hands at his sides, becoming increasingly flustered under the other man's deathly, silent gaze. Bob raised an eyebrow, a slight movement that sent a chill straight through the guard. Speak. Bob raised his voice. Don't dilly-dally here. The guard shuddered, beads of sweat dripping off his forehead. He wanted to catch his breath, but the words he had to say next felt so heavy he felt as if a noose were tightening around his neck. Boss, he stammered, his voice trembling. Tonight, 2 of our strongholds along the East River were taken out. Bob leaned forward slightly, his eyes still hidden in the shadow. There was no expression on his face, but the guard felt the temperature in the room drop to freezing. And then, the guard's mouth was dry, and his throat felt tight. He swallowed hard, feeling like he was about to choke. He knew in his heart that the name he was about to say not only carried weight, but would also bring great disaster. He choked, the words stuck in his throat and unable to be squeezed out. He closed his eyes and forced himself to speak. It was the man in black. Queens, Hunter's Point. Where the hell did this guy go? I can't see anything. The shout echoed through the spacious stronghold, sounding exceptionally panicked. This dilapidated building standing by the East River was bustling tonight. Moonlight shone in through the broken windows, casting chaotic patches of light on the ground, and shadows flickered over the stacked old crates and rusted equipment. This stronghold was ostensibly an abandoned building, but in reality, it was a cover for the Maggia family to conduct their dirty work. Tonight, however, it had become a hunting ground, and the hunters had confusedly become someone else's prey. Several Maggia family thugs sprinted along the second-floor corridor, their heavy boots stomping on the rattling iron grating, making it creak loudly. They were panting, their expressions panicked, and their ears were filled with the sound of water lapping against the docks outside. The weapons in their hands were more than enough to deal with the New York police, and their advanced equipment was enough to prove the family's financial power, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough to deal with tonight's enemy. In the unseen darkness, the man in black was watching them. Stick together. Don't get separated. The leader roared. He was lean and had scars on his face. Although he was giving orders, his tone was full of despair. The group huddled together, back to back, waving their flashlights around wildly. Don't let him take us out one by one. But it was too late to say anything now. A thin white line flew down from the darkness overhead, wrapping around the ankle of the last thug like a venomous snake. The man was yanked into the air by brute force, his head slamming heavily against the brick wall with a dull thud. His scream was cut short, his body went limp as he fell to the ground, and his rifle clattered away. He's here. The remaining thug screamed, firing wildly in the direction where his accomplice had disappeared. The muzzle fire illuminated the surroundings, flickering on and off, but there was nothing there. This guy is toying with us, another person muttered, his voice trembling. A teasing male voice came from the darkness, sounding steady but cold as iron. Stick together. Since you insist on huddling up, I'll grant your wish. Before they could react, a shadow crashed into their midst, shaking the iron racks. The figure stood up nimbly, his movements agile, just like a beast that had locked onto its prey. This guy was the man in black. He was elusive, snatching a rifle from one man and using the butt of the gun to break the other's jaw. The thug fainted on the spot. The person next to him was terrified and fired wildly, but Ray Lawson grabbed the barrel and lifted it up, sending all the bullets into the ceiling. He followed up with an elbow strike to the other man's nose, the sound of breaking bone rang out, and blood flowed all over the floor. Two thugs who had fallen at the end of the corridor struggled to get up. Stay down, Ray Lawson warned in a low voice, his tone full of ferocity. The two men didn't listen at all. He flicked his wrist, shooting out two streams of white sticky fluid, firmly pinning the two men's hands to the iron grating beneath them. They struggled and cursed desperately, but the spider web was very secure. Hearing heavy footsteps approaching, one of them started crying in fear. Ray Lawson's leather boots thudded against the ground, each step measured and unhurried. He looked down at the two captives, his tall frame blocking the faint light from above. Without saying a word, he lashed out with a kick to one of their temples, knocking the man unconscious. The last thug was still struggling desperately, using his remaining hand to claw at the sturdy spider web. You should have listened earlier. Ray Lawson pressed down on the guy's head. He slammed it against the wall, the man's head colliding with the brickwork before his body went limp and collapsed to the floor, motionless. Ray Lawson straightened up and surveyed the aftermath. 6 men lay in the corridor, all incapacitated. He had taken out 20 in this location alone. How many had he downed tonight? 40. 50. He had long since stopped counting. He looked at his gloved hands and flexed his fingers. The leather gloves were covered in blood, but his knuckles were completely fine. He clenched his fist, feeling only the resistance of the leather, with not a hint of pain. It was absolutely effortless. Ray Lawson turned and vanished into the darkness. This was the third stronghold he had cleared tonight, but the situation was much the same. In labeled crates, piles of contraband, and large shipments of illegal firearms. These things were nothing new. The relentless, repetitive work was becoming tedious, but he quickly reined in his thoughts. He had to stay alert. The rooftop was eerily quiet, with every slight movement echoing. He stopped, closed his eyes, and listened carefully, separating his own movements from the silence around him. This was a skill he had been practicing lately, though he hadn't fully mastered it yet. He strained his ears, hoping to catch the sound of accelerating heartbeats, the intake of breath from a hiding enemy, or the metallic click of a gun bolt being pulled. There was nothing. The silence confirmed his suspicion. There was no one else in the room. The place had been cleared, and there were no ambushes in the shadows, except for the fat man he had taken hostage earlier. Ray Lawson spoke without turning his head. You better not have run off. He muttered, though he was confident. The fat man's heavy, labored breathing was incredibly distinct in the hall, like a broken metronome. Honestly, it was pathetic. Tracking a guy like this took no effort at all. Fortunately, the guy hadn't been stupid enough to try and run. Be big brother, the hostage called out fearfully, trembling as he shuffled up the stairs. The voice echoed against the empty walls, but Ray Lawson didn't turn around. Did you use the payphone to call the police like I told you? I called, officer. The hostage replied, stuttering. It wasn't surprising that the guy was being obedient. When a knife is at your throat, anyone would become exceptionally cooperative. Good. Ray Lawson replied coldly, we won't be staying long. In the corner of the room stood a stack of tables, next to a large whiteboard. He walked over and made out the scattered documents on the table and a simple hand-drawn map. His vision was still not great. He wasn't wearing sunglasses tonight. While the moonlight was enough for him to navigate, it was still a struggle to do fine work like this, though his other senses helped. The map on the table was drawn quite messily, but it was marked in great detail. It was covered in various symbols, circling locations all along the East River from Long Island to Manhattan. He scanned it a few times and understood the gist. Little Italy was heavily circled, as were the blocks next to it. Further up, Harlem was outlined with a dashed line, with notes written alongside it. Next to the marked areas were several names: Bob, Kingpin, and Tombstone. When he saw the familiar names Bard and Costa, he gritted his teeth. Bard, he muttered, various underworld rumors surfacing in his mind. He had heard this name countless times, and it was always associated with extortion, organized crime, and violence. Costa was much the same, another titan of the New York underworld. If this map was real, these places were definitely not just random hideouts. They formed a massive network spanning the entire city. Every location was a part of this crime machine, and that machine had long since extended its tentacles into every corner of the city. He clenched his fists. To completely eradicate the Maggia family and their associates, a few nights of beatings would simply not be enough. The strongholds along the East River were circled with different symbols, setting them apart from the others. These places were unusual. Why? Recalling the ones he had taken out earlier, they contained a hodgepodge of items: illegal guns, contraband, stolen goods, everything. There was no discernible pattern. This arrangement defied logic. Was someone coordinating it all from behind the scenes? Or was it divided according to the territories of various gangs? This doubt left him somewhat confused. He reached out and tapped a circle on the map. The black writing was very conspicuous. Who is Bob? He asked indifferently, clearly expecting an answer. The fat thug behind him jumped, then shuffled over tremblingly. Bob manages all the territory in this area, he said, stuttering as he wiped away sweat. The family's massive shipments are all stockpiled here. He is one of Silvermane's most capable lieutenants. Silvermane, huh? Ray Lawson muttered, the clues finally connecting. He lowered his head to stare at the map, his fingers sliding toward the other names written on it. So he's the one in charge of this area. What about the others? The fat man hesitated, his hands not knowing where to go. It took him a long time to get a sentence out clearly. Most of Manhattan's territory belongs to the Maggia family, he said, trembling. Right now, it's basically Bard who calls the shots. The rest include the Kingpin, the leader, the Costa family, and the Carnelli family. They used to be in the same group, but what? Ray Lawson pressed, his tone dropping. Hell's Kitchen is a total mess. The fat man spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. A bunch of small gangs are firing at each other every day to grab territory. They say whoever can swallow the whole place will get a seat in the family. But right now, they're fighting tooth and nail. Harlem is about the same. Diamondback, Black Maria, Tombstone, and Cottonmouth each occupy a side. They occasionally do business with the family, but none of them respect each other, and they're at each other's throats over territory all day long. Hearing this intelligence, Ray Lawson became interested. This seemingly orderly underworld was actually riddled with cracks beneath the surface. Infighting, betrayal, and ambition were breeding in the shadows. The Carnelli family used to be under the Maggia family's control. He narrowed his eyes and interrogated. The fat man nodded hastily. Why yes, their heir Bruno was taken out a while ago. The word on the street is that it was an inside job, but no one is sure. Since then, their momentum has been declining day by day. Infighting, Ray Lawson thought. The wolves were starting to kill each other. This wasn't uncommon in the underworld. Uneven distribution of loot led to power imbalances, and the final outcome was never anything new. He tore the map off the wall. The sound of ripping paper was exceptionally loud in the empty hideout. He rolled up the map and tucked it under his arm. This thing was practically a gold mine. It could guide him in completely straightening out the chaos outside. He turned around and strode toward the open balcony. The fat thug behind him was restless, like an ant on a hot pan. Then when can I leave? The fat man asked tentatively, his tone very anxious. Be big brother, I helped you do work all night long. In such a rush to leave. Ray Lawson said with his back to him, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. He paused deliberately, letting a glimmer of hope ignite in the guy's heart. As it happens, I think that's enough. The fat man's face just lit up with joy, thinking he could get away, but then Ray Lawson changed his tone. Anyway, the map is already in hand, and you're useless to me now. Before the fat man could react, Ray Lawson fired a shot of spider web behind him. A large patch of white webbing spread out in midair, precisely wrapping the fat man into a large cocoon and sticking him firmly to the ground. His two arms were pinned tightly against his chest, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move. Thanks, you were a big help. Ray Lawson said perfunctorily, waving his hand without looking back. The fat man struggled desperately, the veins on his neck bulging and his face turning beet red. You cheated. I clearly helped you do the work. You liar. You said you would let me go. Ray Lawson shrugged. You're a thug, and you have the nerve to accuse me of lying. He curled his lip. That's truly a wonder of the world. He sneered and casually shot another small glob of spider web, directly sealing the guy's mouth. The sticky spider web plugged his mouth, and the cursing turned into muffled groans. Watching the fat man rolling around on the ground, Ray Lawson walked away. His leather boots clicked on the concrete, the footsteps gradually fading. Figure out how to get yourself free, he muttered, stepping onto the balcony. The air outside was cool and refreshing. The full moon cast a vast expanse of silver light. The moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the outlines of the distant buildings in a deathly pale white. He stopped to look for a moment. For some reason, the nightscape tonight made him feel somewhat oppressed. Seeing things at night was indeed clearer than during the day, but that wasn't necessarily a pleasant thing. He exhaled a long breath, steadying his breathing. He crouched on the metal railing, glanced down, and then leapt straight out. The newly grown claws scratched against the wall, making a harsh, grating sound. He grimaced. Wall crawling was a special skill that was harder to handle than he had imagined. Every movement felt awkward. His body hadn't fully adapted to this superhuman instinct. He used one hand to grip the wall to steady himself, but the bricks couldn't withstand his strength at all and were crushed, leaving a few deep claw marks on the wall. What a pain. He shook his head, feeling that this efficiency was too slow and too time-consuming. However, he wasn't the type to give up halfway. Learning new skills always took time, and fortunately, patience was the one thing he didn't lack. When he reached the first floor, he exerted force with his feet and landed steadily. The landing posture wasn't pretty, but it was at least effective. He patted the dust off his body and glanced at the map tucked under his arm. He had memorized all the content on it. His next target wasn't far from here. It was another rat hole set up by the Maggia family along the East River. Thinking about being able to ruin this bunch's business felt satisfying. The streets of Queens didn't need this scum to wreak havoc. Since he now had the ability to change the situation, there was absolutely no reason to stop. While on his way, he began to ponder how to get a mode of transportation. He couldn't just rely on running on his own two legs forever. He glanced at the building he had just left, and a thought popped into his head. Why not swipe a motorcycle to ride? This method was indeed tempting, but he quickly shook his head. No, even if it could save time, he couldn't collude with those thieves and thugs. He hurried along the riverbank, head down, listening to everything around him. In the distance, the faint sounds of police sirens, car engines, and a few barks of dogs could be heard. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from the air. He rubbed his ears, the sharp noise made his sensitive hearing feel uncomfortable. Looking up, a large nest of bats was hanging under the overpass, flapping their wings and screeching. They were probably awakened by the sound of his walking. He sighed with some annoyance, glanced at the pack of beasts, and then withdrew his gaze. Can't be bothered with you, he muttered, diving back into the darkness. The work wasn't finished yet, he had a busy night ahead. Midtown East. Bob laughed, his laughter low and gravelly, like distant thunder. He used his thick fingers to flick cigar ash into a high-end ashtray on the large mahogany desk. Every move he made was slow, forming a sharp contrast with the increasingly tense atmosphere in the room. The light from the chandelier overhead was dim, and the shadow of his fedora covered most of his face. Anyone else would surely think he was quite leisurely, but the young man standing opposite him was sweating profusely. Finally, unable to hold it in, he blurted out, "Boss, this is a serious matter. That man in black has been rooting out our base for the past few weeks. This guy is definitely a tough nut to crack. He has immense strength, like a monster out of a movie." Bob didn't say a word. He leaned back into the leather chair, which let out a short, muffled sound. He crossed his hands, his large gold rings clinking together, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. After a long while, he finally spoke in his gravelly voice. "You kid are just worrying for nothing. You greenhorns, you lose your nerve at the slightest sign of trouble." He curled the corner of his mouth and pulled open the top drawer of the desk with a snap. He rummaged through it and pulled out an old flip phone. "Want to make it in this line of work?" He expertly flipped it open. "How can you do it without spilling some blood? Cowardly people don't go far." Bob dialed a string of numbers, and a faint prompt sound echoed in the room. The young subordinate shifted his feet uneasily. Bob grinned, a cigar still dangling from his mouth. "He's heading our way. That's good. It's perfect that we get to choose the battlefield. This is called having the home field advantage." The call on the other end connected. Bob lowered his voice. "Right, he's going over there. Be ruthless, bleed him out." Without waiting for a reply, he hung up and slapped the phone onto the table. He slowly hoisted his bulky frame up and stood up. He took large strides to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the glistening East River outside. In the distance, Manhattan was brightly lit. Standing in this position looking down, Queens looked like another world, just a messy shield to be used. Bob felt somewhat smug. New York, Queens, Forest Hills, Midtown High School. The final bell rang, and the students of Midtown High School, having been cooped up all day, surged out of the gates like a tide. The hallways were filled with laughter, curses, and the sound of footsteps. Everyone was eager to escape this lousy school as soon as possible. Groups of people gathered on the lawn, chatting idly, complaining about homework, and talking about new games, while the whistles and shouts from the playground blended into a chaotic din. Outside, it was crowded, with yellow school buses parked along the curb, their engines roaring impatiently. Students who lived nearby gathered and strolled toward the old streets of Forest Hills. The atmosphere today felt a bit eerie. The big commotion the Fantastic Four caused in Manhattan a while ago was still lingering in everyone's minds. Teachers had nagged all day for students to hurry home after school, and parents had issued strict orders as well. No one wanted to experience a scene like giant beasts bursting from the ground a second time. For Peter, Amian, and Ray Lawson, it was just a weekend to catch their breath. Amian's pink hair was as eye-catching as a searchlight in the crowd. Thanks for the chemistry homework today, Peter Tilda, Amian said as they walked. Peter rubbed the back of his head, his face flushing. It was nothing. Once you break it down, it's really not that hard, Tilda. Amian laughed heartily. Right, right. It's not hard for a super brain like yours, but us mere mortals haven't had our brains mutated, Tilda. Peter scratched his hair in embarrassment and didn't respond. He had never been able to handle being praised to his face. At the intersection, Ray Lawson stopped abruptly, blocking the two. Amian raised an eyebrow. What are you waiting for? It's the weekend. Let's get out of here, Tilda. Ray Lawson waved his hand, casually shifting the tattered backpack on his shoulder. I'm not going with you two today, Tilda. Where to? Amian asked, puzzled. Going to give the old man a hand, Tilda. Ray Lawson explained. He's at Hunter's Point. I doubt he'll make it back tonight, assuming that lousy bus is on time, Tilda. He really had no patience for New York's godforsaken traffic. Peter nodded. All right, see you Monday, Tilda. Amian added one more thing. Watch yourself. It hasn't been peaceful out there lately, Tilda. Ray Lawson grinned, brushing off her words. Don't worry about it. If even giant beasts can pop out, those street thugs are nothing, Tilda. Amian shot him a glare and said irritably. Don't be stupid and try to act like a hero, you hear me? Me. Act like a hero. Ray Lawson played dumb. No way, Tilda. The three waved goodbye. Peter and Amian walked down the street, their voices swallowed by the crowd, while Ray Lawson turned and headed in the opposite direction. The cold wind scraped across the ground, stinging their faces. Winter was setting in. The sun had already set, and the sky was so overcast it felt like it could wring out water. Streetlights cast long shadows over the streetscape. Ray Lawson wrapped his coat tighter to block out the cold. Every breath he took formed a white mist in the air. He shoved his hands into his pockets and rubbed them together. This bit of cold was nothing. If anything, it made his mind clearer. As the crowds dispersed, his footsteps rang out loudly on the empty street. It was a long way to Hunter's Point, which was just fine for getting some peace and quiet. The homework, gossip, and weekend parties that the Forest Hills kids worried about were a million miles away from him. He was different from Peter and Amian. No one was waiting for him at home with the lights on, and no one cared what time he came back at night. It wasn't really loneliness, that's just how life was. On the other side, Peter stopped in his tracks, slapping his forehead in annoyance. Amian turned her head. Forgot something again. Peter sighed. Forgot to remind Ray Lawson about the field trip to the General Tech exhibition next week, Tilda. Amian was unconcerned. Big deal. He definitely has it in his notes. If not, I'll call him and yell at him later, Tilda. Peter felt relieved. Thanks, Amian, you saved my life, Tilda. The two continued home. Even in the freezing cold, Peter felt at ease deep down. In this shitty life, having friends like Amian and Ray Lawson to back him up meant he could handle any trouble. Parker residence. Peter pushed the door open and shouted, I'm home. The house wasn't big, but it felt warm. The old furniture was arranged neatly, the shelves were full of books and knick-knacks from years ago, old vacation photos hung on the walls, and the smell of fried meat drifted from the kitchen. Peter peeked in and saw Aunt May busy at the stove, moving efficiently. Uncle Ben's voice came from the living room, accompanied by the crisp click of a latch. God said, let there be light. Look. It's on. Peter leaned against the doorframe. Uncle Ben was standing on a stepladder fixing the ceiling light, wearing denim clothes. His face was full of wrinkles, but his eyes shone with optimism, and he was admiring the fixed light bulb. Aunt May replied from the kitchen, her words sharp. God is thrilled. Just don't fall on your ass, Tilda. Uncle Ben stepped off the ladder steadily. I've already hit rock bottom, May Tilda. He walked to the dining table, pulled out a chair, sat down, and picked up a copy of the Daily Bugle. These big companies are laying people off left and right, yet their profits are doubling. What kind of world is this, Tilda? Aunt May turned from the stove, her expression soft but her words firm. Don't worry, Ben. You'll always find another job. Hasn't it always been like that, Tilda? Uncle Ben shook his head while flipping through the newspaper. Let me see, computer salesman. Computer analyst. Computer engineer. They even want an analyst just to fix computers, Tilda. He rubbed his temples, feeling agitated. I'm 68, May. I can't handle this high-tech stuff anymore, Tilda. Aunt May was the anchor of this family. She stepped forward and placed her hand on Uncle Ben's shoulder. We've overcome tougher obstacles, and this time will be the same, Tilda. The old couple looked at each other, decades of mutual understanding held within that gaze. Peter walked into the kitchen, grinning. Aunt May, Uncle Ben, Tilda. Aunt May turned around, her eyes full of affection. Peter's home. Dinner will be ready soon. Her gaze swept over and fixed on the bruise on Peter's face and his crooked glasses frames. Peter. Aunt May exclaimed, rushing over. How did this happen? Did you run into some thugs? Uncle Ben gave a look that suggested he saw right through it, but remained silent. Peter quickly raised his hands in surrender. Aunt May, I'm really fine. I just tripped on the way home, really. Aunt May clicked her tongue, not believing the story for a second. You clumsy boy, if you keep falling like this, the cost of replacing your glasses will drain our savings, Tilda. Got it, I got it. Peter gave a dry laugh. Won't happen again, I promise, Tilda. Aunt May glared at him but didn't press further. She turned and took a steaming hot pie out of the oven, its crust baked to a golden crisp. Sit down and eat, Tilda. Peter sat down next to Uncle Ben, the warmth in the room completely dispelling the chill from outside. How's your photography practice going, Peter? Uncle Ben asked casually as he watched Aunt May place the pie in the center. It's okay, Tilda. Peter reached for the pie. We have a field trip next week, and I want to take the opportunity to take some good shots, Tilda. That's good, Tilda. Aunt May pulled out a chair and sat down. You have a sharp eye, Peter. Maybe one day, your photos will be on the front page of the Daily Bugle, Tilda. Peter smiled, feeling warm inside. The family ate dinner, chatting about school troubles, Uncle Ben's job hunt, and the news from Manhattan. For Peter, this meal was priceless. His parents had been gone for nearly 10 years, and their faces were blurring in his mind, but Aunt May and Uncle Ben had held this family together, pouring all their love into him. With this old couple around, he had a place to hide even if the sky fell. I have no intention of dying here. He squeezed the words out through his teeth and gritted them. He struggled to stand up, his whole body aching, every muscle sore, his ribs hurting terribly, but he still straightened his back. He refused to admit defeat. No matter how many gunmen the other side brought, they wouldn't be able to take him down. Immediately after, he heard movement again. A heavy, muffled wheezing sound came from downstairs, very strange. The movement was right beneath his feet, like the low growl of a beast before pouncing on its prey. He froze in place, listening intently, his hands slowly clenching into fists. The next second, the floor beneath him cracked open directly. The noise was as loud as a cannon blast. Two thick, muscular arms reached out directly from the cracked concrete floor. Broken bricks flew everywhere, and a large cloud of dust dispersed throughout the room, choking him and making it impossible to open his eyes. Before he could dodge, those two muscular hands, like iron clamps, firmly gripped his legs. He struggled instinctively, but the opponent's strength was shockingly great. He cursed. His whole body was dragged down by brute force. He was pulled to the floor below, his chest scraping against the edge of the cracking floor. When he fell to the ground, the impact nearly knocked the wind out of him. His back slammed against the hard floor, making a sharp sound. He groaned in pain, rolled over on the floor to clear his head, his ribs burning like fire, and after getting up, his shoulder throbbed with severe pain. Standing opposite him was a big guy. No, calling him a big guy was an understatement. This fellow was like a little giant. Standing there, he was like a great mountain, his broad frame blocking out all the weak ambient light. His features were plain, his gaze fierce, and he was staring straight at Ray Lawson. This brute was wearing a plain yellow hoodie, stretched tight by his solid muscles, with a thin black jacket over it. But the ferocity on him was definitely not to be underestimated. His whole body exuded an oppressive feeling that made it hard to breathe. Just this greenhorn. The giant spoke in a muffled, low voice. This doesn't match what the higher-ups told me. Didn't that the man in black have a gun? He shook his head, looking disgusted. What a waste of time. Seeing the other party's arrogant posture, Ray Lawson felt a burst of anger. Enough talk. He spat, setting up a fighting stance. The severe pain in his waist surged up, but he couldn't worry about that. Saving his life was more important. The hooks on his 10 fingers slid out with a swish, glinting with a sharp, cold light. The current situation was very passive, he couldn't run away. This big guy was definitely not an ordinary thug. Being able to tear through concrete like paper showed he was a tough nut to crack. This fight was unavoidable. If he wanted to get out alive, he couldn't afford a moment of hesitation. His heart tightened. This time was different from before. The thugs he had dealt with in alleys and gang strongholds were not on the same level as the guy in front of him. This was definitely not a normal street brawl. This was a life or death struggle. If he went soft for even a second, his life would end right here. The words Lei Kei had taught him echoed in his mind. You only have one life, you must fight them to the bitter end. If he could, he didn't want to take a life, he couldn't bring himself to do it. But the guy opposite him definitely didn't have such concerns. Looking at that fierce gaze, he knew he was a cold-blooded villain. If Ray Lawson didn't fight him to the death, let alone lasting an hour, he wouldn't even last a minute. The giant sneered and walked over with large strides, making the floor shake. At least let me stretch my muscles. Kid, don't be such a wimp. He raised a fist the size of a sandpot and smashed it down, instantly punching a large hole in the floor. Ray Lawson hurriedly dodged to the side, his heart beating wildly. If that punch had landed, it wouldn't just be a fracture, his whole body would have been flattened. Ray Lawson crouched low, raised his hand, and shot a spider web at the big guy's face. A large patch of white, gooey stuff plastered directly over the opponent's eyes, blocking his vision. What the hell is this? The big guy roared, frantically clawing with his hands in frustration. Ray Lawson seized the opportunity and rushed up, clenching his right hand into a fist. He used all his strength and slammed a punch into the opponent's stomach. The force of this punch was immense, causing the big guy to sway and spit out a mouthful of saliva. He staggered back repeatedly, his leather boots plowing 2 deep grooves into the floor. But the guy didn't fall. The giant roared and ripped the spider web off his face, grinning hideously. Nice hit, kid. Now let me show you what a real punch is. Ray Lawson set his stance, front leg bent and back leg straight, using the movements Lei Kei taught him to protect his body. Before the opponent could rush over, a crisp clinking sound suddenly came from the room. His ears twitched. He hurriedly turned his head and happened to see a revolver pointed right at him, the barrel gleaming under the light. Yo, look at this little guy, actually trying to play hero. An oily, slick voice came from somewhere. Don't you know this is my lord's world? The one who fired was a guy dressed meticulously, wearing sunglasses, his hair slicked back perfectly. His custom suit looked more suited for an office than for fighting here. He held the gun with his finger on the trigger, his hand very steady. Wasted so much of my effort, turns out it's just a brat. The man sighed. A gunshot rang out. Ray Lawson hurriedly ducked, and the bullet flew past his ear. The second shot followed immediately, hitting the floor where he had just been standing, sparking fire. He noticed a heavy iron grate lying nearby. This thing could come in handy. He shot out a spider web to pull the iron grate into his hand, just in time to block the third shot. He raised the iron plate to block, deflecting the bullet away, which shattered a window in the distance. Let me show you who the brat is. He muttered through gritted teeth. The big guy behind him was yelling in anger, but Ray Lawson had already moved. He rushed straight toward the guy firing the gun, dodging left and right to avoid the successive bullets. The bullets pelted the iron plate with a clatter, making his ears ring. Nice skills, kid. The guy firing the gun said, retreating while continuing to fire. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward, his right hand striking out like a viper flicking its tongue. You have too many openings, kid. You'll regret this. The man said, his tone icy. His fingers were like knives, accurately stabbing into Ray Lawson's chest. The force of this blow was immense, numbing Ray Lawson's whole body and causing the iron grate in his hand to clatter to the ground. A piercing pain shot through his chest. He staggered, gasping for air. I was too reckless, the thought flashed through his mind, but there was no time for regret now. The opponent's hand was already reaching back toward the revolver. There was only 1 second left. He only had one chance. The next bullet would take his life. This is the end, kid. The guy in the suit sneered and raised his pistol again. Ray Lawson could hear his own heartbeat thumping like a hammer against iron. He scanned his surroundings rapidly, taking in the situation at this critical moment. The pitch-black muzzle was pointed directly at him. He watched as the opponent pulled the trigger, a spark flashed, and the bullet left the chamber. His body reacted instantly. He twisted his body, and the bullet grazed his shoulder, tearing a hole in his jacket and causing a searing, stinging pain. He gritted his teeth in pain, but his feet didn't stop. He couldn't worry about the pain now, saving his life was more important. He seized the opportunity and lunged forward, his right hand shooting out like lightning. Sharp claws slid out, and with a crack, he crushed the opponent's pistol to pieces, scattering parts all over the floor. The guy in the suit was stunned for a moment, actually admiring his guts, but he didn't stop his movements. His other hand shot out, aiming straight for Ray Lawson's neck. For a split second, some ruthless thoughts flashed through Ray Lawson's mind, wishing he could just kill this guy, but he forced them down. He ducked to avoid the grab and threw a backhand punch, smashing hard into the opponent's ribs. The man retreated a few steps, and the smile on his face could no longer hold. Before Ray Lawson could press his advantage, a large hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder from behind. The big guy had surrounded him again, his grip terrifyingly strong. Is that all you've got, kid? He roared in a muffled voice. Ray Lawson didn't say a word. He struck ruthlessly, using a backhand claw to rip open the opponent's arm, tearing skin and flesh. Blood splattered onto both of them. The big guy wailed in pain, but Ray Lawson didn't stop at all. He lowered his body, grabbed the injured arm with both hands, and using all his strength, threw the big guy over his shoulder. With a loud thud, the giant crashed into the ground, smashing a large hole in the floor. With a crisp crack, Ray Lawson snapped his arm. The big guy let out a beast-like scream, his entire shoulder dislocated. Ray Lawson raised his leg and stomped hard on the opponent's head, shutting him up. How embarrassing. The guy in the suit mocked. He charged over, raising his hand to strike. Ray Lawson, panting heavily, raised his hand and shot a spider web at that arm, pulling hard. The raw force caused the opponent to lose his balance, and Ray Lawson took the opportunity to swing his other arm, landing a heavy, powerful blow right on his neck. The man clutched his neck and backed away repeatedly, gasping for air in pain. Ray Lawson didn't let up, closing in immediately. He pressed both hands onto the opponent's head, flew up, and kneed him hard in the face. The sound of shattering bone rang out, and blood splattered everywhere. The man clutched his smashed nose and collapsed to the ground. Looking at the two fallen opponents, Ray Lawson didn't feel satisfied, only tired. Stinging pain radiated throughout his body, his limbs were weak, and the gunshot wound on his shoulder was burning. Blood flowed down his cheek, mixing with sweat as it dripped onto the floor. He gasped for air, his chest heaving violently, barely managing to stand steady. He could feel the wound slowly healing, his mutated constitution was working, but the pain wouldn't fade away anytime soon. He fired 2 more spider webs, firmly sticking the 2 men to the floor. He figured these two wouldn't be getting up anytime soon, but it was better to be safe than sorry. He scanned his surroundings. The entire stronghold was filled with debris and bloodstains. The overhead lights flickered as he moved. Noisy footsteps came from the shadows. The guards outside were gathering, preparing to launch the next wave of attacks. He steadied his breathing and clenched his fists. His whole body was sore, and his weak muscles urged him to rest, but he knew this wasn't the time. For every second he stalled, the enemies outside gained more preparation time. Midtown East District, Brother Bob's office. The night view of the Midtown East District was quite bright, with lights reflecting off the floor-to-ceiling windows. The room was dark, and Bob stood with his back to the door. He was quite large, like a black shadow. He held a thick cigar, smoke rising straight up. Behind him were leather sofas and a mahogany desk, making the place look quite imposing. The beat-up flip phone in his hand rang, and a weak voice came from the other end. Brother Bob, one came. We've surrounded him, but it's not quite what we expected. Bob kept his eyes on the outside, speaking slowly and deliberately, yet with a hint of ruthlessness. Not what you expected. He took a drag of his cigar, the tip glowing red, and then puffed 2 streams of thick smoke from his nostrils. What do you mean, not what you expected? There was some static on the phone, and the person on the other end stammered. It's that the man in black, but not the guy who uses guns. It's the one who fights with his hands. Bob felt a bit annoyed. Right, 2 imposters using the same name, but their styles were completely different. One played with tactics and precision, while the other was rude and unreasonable. This was a complete mess, and a mess would get in the way of making money. He turned around, his leather shoes clicking on the marble floor. All right, he muttered, rubbing the bridge of his nose, and waved the hand holding the cigar. It doesn't matter. Whether it's the gun user or the brawler, one dead is better than both alive. His voice lowered, suppressing his anger. Pry his mouth open for me. This kid is definitely not as hard to deal with as the other one, understand? Understood, boss. The person on the other end hurriedly agreed, and then the call hung up. Bob closed the phone and threw it onto the table with a snap. He bit the cigar between his yellow teeth and took another puff. The light flared, illuminating his hawk-like eyes. These pests were always looking for loopholes in the empire he had built, digging at his foundations. The business in the underworld should have been steady, sending money in the dark, signing contracts in blood. But since these masked troublemakers arrived, they had ruined all the rules, making everyone feel insecure. He glanced at the neatly arranged folders on the desk, stamped with various codes and international seals. Overseas deals, alliances with major foreign powers, that old guy Silvermane was the true mastermind. His grand plan was about to succeed. With just a little more time, a few more test subjects, and the elimination of the last few troubles, this empire would be as stable as Mount Tai. But Bob felt that what he lacked most right now was time. He exhaled a large cloud of smoke, his face covered in it. Those fake the man in black were just there to cause trouble. Just stumbling blocks, just kick them away. He crushed the half-smoked cigar into the crystal ashtray, the tip making a hissing sound. He reached out and pressed the button on the intercom, stabbing it hard. Get the cleaners ready, he ordered viciously, finish it before dawn. Keep it clean. A crackle of static came from the intercom. Understood, boss. Bob straightened his suit, tugged at his cufflinks, and looked out the window again. In those steel and concrete alleys, that brawling the man in black was dealing with his men one by one. But Bob wasn't panicked at all. The night was still long, and he had plenty of time to pinch this rat to death. Hunter's Point, Queens, Magia Stronghold. Ray Lawson crouched low, his muscles tense as he surveyed the dim room. He was on a high platform, with a chaotic pile of shipping containers below. Charging out the front door was suicide, as the roof was swarming with lookouts and snipers. The only way out was through the tunnels. These gang strongholds all had secret passages left over from smuggling days, riddled with exits like a sieve. He could feel their movements through the walls and crates, his eyes picking up a wash of red and orange heat signatures. Their positioning was meticulous, like chess pieces, snipers on the roof, riflemen at the door, and a group of thugs holding the line, just waiting for him to show his head. The Magia had learned their lesson from past mistakes, today they were clearly gunning for him. They certainly thought highly of him to pull out all the stops. Although he refused to admit defeat, Ray Lawson's current situation was dire. His hands and feet ached terribly, and his ears were still ringing from the flashbang. He gasped for air, his tattered gloves slick with blood, his heart pounding like a drum, making his temples and ribs throb with pain. Overconfidence really did lead to trouble. He had definitely hit a snag today. Suddenly, gunfire erupted outside, round after round, suppressive fire. The muzzle flashes made the windows flicker, and glass shattered all over the floor. Ray Lawson dove to the side, sprawling onto the floor as bullets whizzed over his head, the air thick with the choking smell of gunpowder. These guys were playing mind games, trying to trap him, disrupt his rhythm, and wait for him to tire out or lose his nerve. But they were dreaming. He wasn't some amateur relying on luck and blind passion. He was different now, stronger, faster, and much more ruthless than before. He spotted movement in the distance, a spiral staircase leading down, half hidden by stacked debris. The light filtering through cracks in the wall revealed several shifting figures in the shadow. The sound of leather shoes hitting the iron stairs echoed. A squad was sneaking up, trying to cut off his retreat. Clever. There was no time to waste. Ray Lawson pushed off, darting across the platform, his soles screeching against the concrete. Several flashbangs were tossed in through the broken windows, rolling across the floor before detonating with a blinding white light and a deafening roar. He quickly raised his arms to shield his mask, but it was useless. His vision was blurry, and he couldn't even walk straight, but he couldn't stop, he had to keep going. A sharp pain shot through his leg as a bullet grazed his calf, followed immediately by another bite in his thigh. He gritted his teeth against the agony, refusing to cry out. He stumbled, nearly falling, but forced himself forward, grabbing the stair railing. Panting, he looked down, clutching the rusted iron railing. Through the smoke, he finally got a clear look. 10 men. 2 in front, 4 in the middle, and 4 bringing up the rear. They were well equipped, highly disciplined, their flashlights sweeping wildly through the dark room. Don't get careless. This kid is a troublemaker. He's tough to deal with. The lead thug shouted. This squad moved like regular soldiers, weapons raised, scanning their surroundings as they inched forward, but none of them looked up. Ray Lawson was perched on the steel beam above them, crawling forward in the black shadow. His claws brushed against the rusted iron without making a sound as he stared down at their leader. One of the subordinates ran off toward 2 cohorts who were stuck to a crate by spider web. Boss. Oaks and Danny are tied up, but I don't see the man in black. The boss spat, then ripped the walkie-talkie from his waist. The perimeter is too tight, he can't fly away. Spread out and search, you must drag him out. Ray Lawson smirked beneath his tattered mask. Looking for him. Fine, he'd grant their wish. I haven't gone anywhere, he rasped. He dropped from above, slamming squarely onto the leader's back. The man hit the concrete floor with such force that the ground cracked. Ray Lawson stood up, looking imposing in the flickering light. The 3 thugs nearby were stunned, their hands trembling on their weapons. One guy panicked and charged forward, gun raised, shouting. Ray Lawson shot a strand of spider web, snagging the gun barrel and yanking it back, pulling the man right to him. He delivered a knee strike that shattered the man's nose, spraying blood all over his clothes. Ray Lawson grabbed the unconscious thug from the floor, using him as a human shield. The remaining 2 gunmen didn't dare fire for fear of hitting their own man. In that split second of hesitation, Ray Lawson roared and, using all his brute strength, hurled the human shield, slamming both of them into a pile of rusted metal crates. Before they could get up, Ray Lawson fired 2 thick strands of spider web, plastering their faces and bodies, pinning them firmly to the ground so they couldn't even cry out. The two struggled in vain for a moment before losing their strength, shivering in terror. He's there! Someone screamed in the distance. Gunfire erupted again, bullets flying wildly through the dark room. Ray Lawson moved with the agility of a cat, darting up to the roof and vanishing into the shadow. The hole he had made earlier was right there. He could make a run for it if things went south. Bullets whizzed upward, but they were aimless, just firing blindly. On the upper level, Ray Lawson crawled along the steel beams. His claws made a faint sound against the iron, and his injured leg throbbed with every movement, but he couldn't care less. Through the cracks in the floor, he could see the situation below, the red heat signature figures scurrying around like panicked rats. He remembered how one of them had ambushed him through the floor earlier and thought to himself, it's my turn to return the favor. The activity below quieted down. The gangsters huddled together, whispering and glancing around, the tension palpable. Suddenly, a section of the ceiling collapsed. Ray Lawson reached down with his claws, and with a scream, a thug was dragged up into the black hole above, vanishing. The men below opened fire frantically, but hit nothing but smoke. Then it happened twice more. Chaos and shouting filled the air, and the men below were picked off one by one like helpless chicks. Stay close. Don't spread out. Someone yelled. The remaining men bunched together, rifles pointed in every direction. Why did they always pull the same stunt? Ray Lawson hung from the rafters, grumbling to himself. They really didn't learn. He flicked his wrist, and a strand of spider web smacked against a crate in the distance. As soon as it made a sound, all the gun barrels swung toward it. Ray Lawson seized the opportunity, released the web, and roared as he slammed into the crowd. He pressed a guy's neck down, slamming his face into the marble floor, creating a crater. As another one turned, Ray Lawson kicked him in the chin, shattering his front teeth and sending him flying into a reinforced concrete pillar. The last guy tried desperately to reach for his gun, but Ray Lawson was already there. He grabbed the man's wrist and twisted, snapping the bone with a crack. The man screamed louder than a slaughtered pig. How many more are there? Ray Lawson asked gruffly. His fangs glinted in the dark room. With his fangs and heavy breathing, his voice sounded distorted. Go to hell. The guy tried to sound tough, but his voice was trembling. Ray Lawson didn't waste any time. He grabbed one of the man's fingers and bent it back. Another snap echoed through the empty room along with a scream. How many people? 100. There are about 100 people outside. You're surrounded, you freak. The man was terrified and spilled everything. Ray Lawson casually slammed his head onto the floor, and the world became quiet. He let out a long breath, feeling a bit tired. 100. Who is he trying to kid? He muttered, wiping the blood from his chin. Just then, he heard the faint flapping of wings. He turned his head and saw something small flying in the air, a bat. It was those fool things again. He raised his hand and shot a spider web, sticking the flying creature and dragging it to the ground. The beast flapped its wings, unable to break free. He looked at the little thing, feeling uneasy. Why were there so many bats tonight? Something felt off, like a bad omen. He didn't dwell on it and moved down the stairs, step by step, his ears alert to the surroundings. The floor below was noisy, the sound of leather shoes thumping, shouting, and the metallic sound of gun bolts being pulled back. Searchlights shone through the broken windows, sweeping across the area. Ray Lawson hid in the shadow, motionless. As he got closer to the last flight of stairs, the noise ahead grew louder. The number of people had doubled. There must have been 20 or even 30 of them. These guys weren't afraid at all. They were even more arrogant than the previous group. Their movements were clean and efficient, and their weapons glinted under the fluorescent lights. These were definitely not ordinary street thugs. They were trained, ruthless characters coming specifically for him. It wouldn't be long before they searched this area, so he had to use his brain. The sound of shoes on rotting floorboards, the clicking of magazines being changed, the whispered orders, he could hear it all clearly. His hearing was incredible. Just by listening, he could map out their positions in his mind. He knew they were wearing bulletproof vests, could hear their heavy breathing, and understood their physical condition perfectly. Arrogant as they were, these people were tired. Most importantly, their tactics were too easy to guess. His vision hadn't recovered yet, so he relied entirely on his extraordinary hearing. His ears were still ringing, but he forced himself to endure it. His whole body was a weapon now, and he had to go all out tonight. He lay on the ceiling, watching the group crawl in like ants walking into a trap. Their equipment was excessively good, not something small-time thugs should have. Military-grade gear, night vision goggles, bulletproof plates, where did they get it? If his old man were alive, he would have recognized which military factory it came from at a glance. For now, Ray Lawson could only make a mental note. The Maggia were flaunting power they shouldn't have, and they were using it quite recklessly. The squad moved forward in unison. He could have bypassed them, but leaving them intact in the rear would eventually be a problem. No, he couldn't let them go. These guys had committed too many evils, every single one of them had to pay the price. He spotted a section of the ceiling above him that was heavily water damaged and rotting. It was a weak point. If he brought it down, it would definitely stun them, allowing him to isolate and pick them off one by one. He landed silently and raised his hands, shooting two thick strands of spider web to stick to the ceiling above. He leaned back, pulling the webs taut, every muscle in his body straining, his bones groaning. Every step backward was agonizing. His shoulders burned, his calves were cramping, but he gritted his teeth and held on. Hearing the rotten wood creak and groan, he knew he had a chance. But he was discovered anyway. He's behind us. Kill him. The squad turned in unison and charged toward him. Strangely, they didn't fire their guns. The guys running in front were holding melee weapons, baseball bats, machetes, crowbars. Were they out of bullets, or did they want to take him alive? The gunmen behind them found cover and aimed their weapons. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Ray Lawson gritted his teeth and increased his strength. His arms trembled, his legs planted like stakes in the ground. Finally, the ceiling collapsed. Large chunks of rotten wood and concrete slabs crashed down, hitting the charging group head-on. Dust billowed up, filling the room with smoke, making everyone cough. Screams erupted, and several unlucky ones were crushed instantly, silenced forever. The smoke was thick, nothing could be seen. The guys ran around like headless flies, coughing incessantly. The gunmen in the back shouted, waving their weapons around in the smoke, their fingers trembling. "Do you see him?" Someone yelled at the top of his lungs. Too late. Ray Lawson had already slipped into the smoke. A dark shadow darted out of the smoke, grabbing a thug and hauling him into the air. The guy's scream was cut short as his head slammed against the marble floor, killing him instantly. Gunfire erupted in chaos. The group, terrified, fired wildly into the empty air. Another guy was dragged backward, his legs flailing before his face slammed into the floor. As the third one turned around, he saw two bright lights in the smoke. Before he could make them out, his neck was gripped tightly by a claw, and he gasped his last breath. This wasn't a fight, it was a one-sided slaughter. It was purely the Grim Reaper collecting souls. Ray Lawson darted through the shadow like a ghost, his speed and strength pushed to the limit. He snatched a rifle and crushed it underfoot. When a guy with a knife lunged at him, he slapped the man's arm, breaking it into 3 pieces, and tossed him into the pile of debris. The number of enemies dwindled, 30 became 20, 20 became 10. The remaining few huddled back to back, their weapons trembling in their hands. The arrogance they had before was long gone, replaced by pure terror. Thud. A sound landed behind them. The remaining 5 turned slowly, their guns shaking in their hands. The smoke cleared, and Ray Lawson stood before them. His mask was torn, his hands were covered in spider web, and his fangs were bared. He looked like a monster. A gunman in the back frantically reached for the walkie-talkie on his belt. Just as he brought it to his mouth, a strand of spider web flew over, sticking to the device and yanking it into the shadow. The guy's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he gasped for air. Ray Lawson lunged forward with a flying kick, hitting him square in the chest and sending him flying to smash heavily against the rotting floorboards. The other two gunmen held their weapons, still hesitating whether to fire or not. In the blink of an eye, Ray Lawson flicked his hands, and two globs of sticky spider web plastered directly onto their faces. The two of them fumbled around, trying to tear the spider web off, but Ray Lawson charged forward and delivered two heavy punches. One smashed into a chin, the other slammed into a temple, and the two of them dropped dead on the spot. The skin on his knuckles was broken and covered in blood. He glanced at his hands, panting heavily, then looked up. There were only two left. The two of them cowered in the corner, shivering as they held their guns. Ray Lawson strode toward them, his footsteps echoing loudly in the empty room. Who's there? One of them yelled in terror. By the moonlight streaming through the hole in the roof, Ray Lawson's dark silhouette swayed into view. Don't come over. The other guy's legs had turned to jelly. This bunch was usually tough when bullying honest folk, but they crumbled immediately when they ran into someone truly hard-hitting. Ray Lawson didn't stop at all. He reached out, grabbed both rifles, and crushed the barrels instantly, his claws leaving deep gouges in the metal. He tossed them aside, and the two men were so terrified they couldn't even scream. Ray Lawson lunged forward and unleashed a brutal beating. One punch broke a rib, another shattered a nose, and a few more blows sent the opponent's front teeth flying. By the end, he had no technique left, he was purely venting his rage on them until his arms ached and he couldn't catch his breath, only then did he stop. By the time he stopped, the men were kneeling on the ground, heads hanging low, gasping for air. Blood dripped from his hands onto the floor. A buzzing sound rang in his ears, and the sounds around him became indistinguishable. Click. A crisp mechanical sound. He looked up, but it was too late. A gunshot rang out, a flash of fire lit up the dark room, and a bullet tore directly into his ribs. The pain made him shudder. Ray Lawson let out a muffled groan, slumped to the side, and clutched his wound. Well, look who it is. The sound was jarringly sharp in the empty room. Following that came the heavy sound of cowboy boots, accompanied by the clinking of metal spurs with every step. A man stepped out of the shadow. He was dressed like a cowboy from a western film, with broad shoulders, wearing a long trench coat and a wide-brimmed hat. He sported a mustache and had eyes as venomous as a hawk's, staring right at Ray Lawson. Kid, you've been making quite a racket. The guy spoke with a southern accent. The revolver in his hand was still smoking. He spun it around his finger and expertly slid it back into its holster. Was all this trouble worth it? Ray Lawson let out a growl from his throat, trying to crawl up, but another gunshot rang out. This bullet nailed him directly in the shoulder, and he screamed in pain, collapsing back onto the floor. Don't move. Stay still. The cowboy shook his finger. If you don't behave, the next shot will blow out your kneecaps. Ray Lawson's whole body trembled with pain, and he panted heavily. He struggled to lift his head, wanting to get a good look at the man. People on the street call me Montana. The cowboy smiled. Interested in using those skills of yours to make some big money. You can get rich being a mercenary. Ray Lawson spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor and cursed through gritted teeth, go to hell. Montana laughed to himself. Fine. If we can't do business, we can still be civil. Besides, the Magia paid a high price for your life. It's lucky it was us who cornered you. If it had been anyone else, you wouldn't even have a whole body left to bury. Ray Lawson had no interest in listening to his nonsense, because he heard more movement. Several groups of footsteps were approaching. He looked up and saw the big guy and the martial artist from before walking down from above. How were these two guys not unconscious yet? Hadn't he tied them up? Furthermore, another group of people was closing in behind him, at least a dozen or more. The situation plummeted, and he was completely trapped in a hopeless predicament. Danny, Laole, why the hell did you take so long? Dilly-dallying around. If you ruin our reputation, who's going to take the blame? Montana adjusted his hat and shouted at the two wounded men walking down the stairs. Cut the crap, Montana. This kid is some kind of mutant. He was throwing Oaks around like a sandbag earlier. The martial arts thug spat. The big guy, Oaks, waved his hand, looking frustrated. Do you think I need you to tell me that? He took 2 shots and acted like it was nothing. This kid's skin is too thick. You guys really are slow. A voice came from the shadow again. A man walked out from the other side, clapping slowly and deliberately. 40 henchmen to deal with one person. Impressive. And here I thought I'd hired some top-tier experts. Montana was a bit annoyed. You said at the time it was just some street punk. You didn't mention this guy was a mutant. Plans change. Ray Lawson was in so much pain he was losing feeling in his body. His bullet wounds burned fiercely. His internal healing factor was working desperately, but there were too many people on the other side. 20 or so people were all staring at him, weapons at the ready. Oaks, hold him down, the man who had approached said casually. The big guy acknowledged the order, rushed over, and pinned Ray Lawson to the broken concrete floor. Although Ray Lawson was strong, he couldn't break free this time. His previously tense muscles were now all aching, and it felt like a giant mountain was pressing down on his back. Hey, kid, having a rough night, aren't you? The man walked closer step by step. You don't know me, but I know you all too well. However, we were originally hoping the other guy would show up. What a pity. The man revealed his face. He was younger than expected, looking less than 30, with his hair combed immaculately. He had blue eyes, wore a high-end coat, and had a wicked smile on his face. Friends on the street are too kind, they call me Black Wing. Pleased to meet you. He pulled a cigarette from his coat pocket and lit it with a silver lighter. Ray Lawson glared at him through gritted teeth, panting heavily. Blackwing crouched down, hands in his pockets, and tilted his head to look at him. So, you're the kid they call the successor to the man in black. You've been making quite a ruckus in Queens. Why are you so short? You've only been on the streets for a week, and you've already caused so much trouble. Quite a splash you've made. He blew a puff of smoke into Ray Lawson's face and chuckled. I thought you'd be a big guy, but looking at your getup, it's not far off. Your style is just a bit wild. Is that so? Then come a little closer, and I'll show you something, Ray Lawson said in a hoarse voice. Before Blackwing could respond, Oaks's pot-sized fist slammed into Ray Lawson's temple, knocking his head against the floor with a dull thud. Stars exploded in his vision, and his head felt like it was splitting open. Blackwing stood up, blew another smoke ring, and crushed the cigarette butt with his leather shoe. All right, Oaks, let the kid go for now. He's going to suffer soon enough, and I still need to question him. Oaks grunted and stepped back. Blackwing raised his leg and kicked Ray Lawson in the stomach. The kick knocked the wind out of him, and blood seeped from his mouth again, dripping onto the rotten floor. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Marvel starts with Spider-Man, but with a dark side system. Part 2. Impressive, right? Blackwing shook his gloved hand, looking smug. My old man, Silvermane, is very shrewd. He long anticipated that people like you would pop up. Mutants, monsters, fake the man in black, pests. Ever heard of that serum Captain America was injected with back in the day? Truth be told, we're conducting our own research. He pointed at Oaks and the others. Give a dose here, inject a shot there, and voila, an army of enhanced enforcers is born. My old man even wants to form alliances with you people with superpower. As for me, I prefer feeding them to the dogs. Just like you. Ray Lawson retorted viciously, his face full of disdain. Blackwing chuckled. Right, just like me. But my luck was a bit worse. Others are either infinitely strong, incredibly fast, or have thick skin. Do you want to know what superpower I got? Ray Lawson ignored him. It's bats. Bats. I can talk to bats, but I can't even control them, I can only chat with those stupid birds. He spread his hands, shaking his head. Isn't that ridiculous? I put in so much effort, and in the end, I can only chat with idiot bats. He seemed to lose control of his emotions, leaning over to get in Ray Lawson's face. Oh, right, how could you understand my pain? You're so precious, aren't you? He poked Ray Lawson's forehead with his finger. Why do you get such an amazing superpower? It's not fair. I've been grinding away every night to get where I am, and you, a nobody, get to be Steve Rogers. If I could cry, I'd really want to have a good cry. Ray Lawson tensed up secretly, sneaking out the claws on both his hands, while blowing smoke in his speech. If you've got guts, shoot me, stop making me listen to your BS. He wanted to make the opponent lower their guard. Scum. Blackwing feigned sadness. What kind of good bird are you, kid? How many of my brothers did you take out tonight? Looking at it from any angle, you're just a cold-blooded animal who kills without blinking. Ray Lawson stared at him, not wavering in the slightest. As long as I can clear you lunatics away from the civilians and stop you from hurting people, I'll do whatever it takes. Even if it means killing, even if it means becoming as bad as you, I accept it. He was fed up. These guys didn't deserve a second chance. They were hopeless. Besides robbing, hurting people, and causing destruction, what else could they do? They ate the blood and sweat money of the civilians to build their own vaults. He used to think about giving them a chance to reform, but now it seemed he was just being stupid. People like this deserved to die. They chose their own path, and they had to suffer the consequences. What need was there for judges and juries? Anyone with a discerning eye could see these guys were thugs, pure villains. Legal proceedings were too slow, a waste of effort. What this crappy place really needed was an executioner. These guys needed to taste suffering themselves. Then I have nothing to regret. Even if I have to chop you all into pieces, I won't hesitate. Blackwing chuckled, not at all panicked. Looks like this kid is getting desperate. Maybe we should just end him. He mused to himself, then snapped his fingers. Montana, changed my mind. Do it. Bob isn't going to cough up any useful information anyway. Montana paused for a second, but since the boss had spoken, he had to comply. All right then, he replied, striding past Blackwing and walking over with his revolver drawn. That's it, kid. Nice meeting you. Hope you get a better life in the next one. He pulled the trigger slowly. Ray Lawson stared at him, preparing to risk it all. Suddenly, gunfire erupted outside. Bullets swept in like rain, taking down anyone in their path. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the broken window. The walkie-talkie in Blackwing's coat pocket also rang, filled with piercing static. Boss. He's here. That guy really came. Blackwing snatched the walkie-talkie out. Everyone in the room panicked. Who's here? Speak. He roared. The other end of the line cut out, but the exchange of fire outside grew louder and louder, the screams drowned out by the dense gunfire. It's that the man in black. The real one. Before he could finish, a dull thud came from the other side, and then there was silence. How could Ray Lawson pass up such a good opportunity? He raised his hand and clawed Oakes across the face, leaving a bloody gash. The big guy covered his face and retreated repeatedly, howling in pain. Just as Montana turned around, Ray Lawson pounced on him. The revolver flew away immediately, and Ray Lawson landed a vicious uppercut on his neck, nearly knocking the cowboy's head off. Don't let him run. Blackwing shouted. His subordinates raised their guns, but Ray Lawson's hands were faster. He fired a large spider web, blocking everyone's line of sight. He took off running, rushing toward that row of windows. This was his last chance at survival, there were no other options. Blackwing pulled the bolt back, the metallic sound echoing in the empty room. Fine. He muttered, aiming his gun at Ray Lawson. Although they were quite far apart, Blackwing was a trained fighter with decent aim. Guess I'll have to finish this myself. Ray Lawson launched himself into the air, raising his arms to protect his face, and smashed directly through the remaining window glass. Shards of glass flew everywhere, cutting several gashes into his body. He flew out of the window. Outside was a chance to escape, but he was far from safe. A sudden sharp pain in his back caught his breath in his throat. This was the fifth shot, biting directly into his flesh. He felt like he couldn't hold on much longer, falling straight down. He desperately used his claws to gouge into the outer wall of the gang hideout, trying to slow his fall. The trick worked a little. The impact on the ground wasn't fatal, but it still felt like his whole skeleton was about to fall apart. He used all his might to crawl up, his movements quite slow. Behind him, the broken window was still firing frantically, flashes of light flickering nonstop. Blackwing and his men were shooting blindly, bullets ricocheting off the brick walls and corrugated iron. Ray Lawson kept his head down and shuffled forward, not daring to look back at all. But it was hard for him to ignore the tragic scene around him. The yard was filled with corpses, strewn about in disarray. Large patches of blood shimmered red under the streetlights. Every step he took crunched. It was all shell casings. This definitely wasn't his doing. The noise outside had quieted down, with only sporadic gunfire left. Whoever had shouted on the walkie-talkie earlier was right, a real expert had passed through. Ray Lawson turned a corner. Excessive blood loss made his head heavy, and then he suddenly stopped. The man blocking his path wasn't particularly large, but he radiated killing intent. He looked to be in his early 30s, with stubble on his face and cold eyes. He was also wearing a black trench coat and black gloves, dressed much like Ray Lawson, but a white skull was printed on his chest. This symbol was too famous in the underworld. It represented the arrival of the god of death. The most critical thing was that the guy was holding a gun, pointing it right at Ray Lawson's face. The two of them just stared at each other like that, neither moving. Ray Lawson's internal alarm bells were ringing. He wanted to fight back or make a run for it, but his body had already fallen apart, and he couldn't even stand steady. The guy fired. 2 gunshots rang out, deafening in the small alley. Ray Lawson shrank his neck, thinking he was a goner, but there was no sound. Instead, 2 muffled groans came from behind him. Someone had been taken out, and he didn't need to turn around to know what had happened. The guy lowered the muzzle, looked at him, and spoke in a flat voice, devoid of any emotion. "Are you the man in black?" Ray Lawson wanted to answer, but only gasps could escape his throat. His whole body was shaking, and his strength was fading fast. The guy sized up Ray Lawson's battered frame. A hint of disappointment showed in his eyes. "Just a brat." He said it plainly. The two were silent for a while longer, then the guy spoke again. "Go home, brat. This isn't a place for you." He gestured to the side with the muzzle of his gun, signaling for Ray Lawson to hurry over. Ray Lawson hesitated for a moment, but he knew he had no choice. He nodded, slowly shuffled away while clutching his bleeding ribs, swaying with every step, his vision blurring. Before he could duck into the alley, the old hand behind him shouted again. "I don't know how you're still standing, and I don't care if you're a mutant or whatever else." His tone turned stern. "Don't let me run into you again. I'm serious, I'm not joking. This isn't your duty." These words kept spinning in Ray Lawson's head as he stumbled into the shadows. The gunfire behind him continued, but he couldn't worry about that, he just wanted to survive. He coughed violently every few steps, spitting blood onto the ground. His hands were trembling uncontrollably, covered in blood. If not for his superpower holding him up, he would have checked out long ago. Despite his burning anger and head full of moral principles, the cruel reality had taught him a lesson. He wasn't ready yet. No plan, no sense of proportion, not even knowing his own capabilities, yet he dared to barge into a wolf's den and nearly got skinned alive. The physical pain was secondary, it was his resolve that had been shaken. That guy was right, this wasn't a job for him. He was just a punk who insisted on getting involved with those hardened killers who had crawled out of piles of corpses. Maybe it was a mistake from the start. School, family, daily life, that was enough to give him a headache already. Trying to be some kind of hero now was just asking for death. The dark, wet streets of Hunter's Point were slick with rain. Every step felt impossibly heavy. In the distance, sirens wailed incessantly as they rushed toward the stronghold he had just escaped from. His ears were ringing with the sound of gunfire and screams. It was a one-sided slaughter over there. He had only survived by pure dumb luck, but his luck had run out. His ribs burned with pain, and the bleeding wouldn't stop. If he kept going like this, he was going to die in this stinking alley, only to be found by the cops or a sanitation worker as an unidentified corpse. He shook his head, trying to stay conscious. Going to the hospital was definitely out. Too many questions, too much paperwork. Going home. Even more absurd, he'd pass out halfway there. His breath was growing shorter, but then he suddenly thought of someone, Old Lay. Old Lay's repair shop was close by, just a block away. He shouldn't have dragged the old man into this mess, but at this critical moment, with his life hanging in the balance, he couldn't worry about secrecy anymore. He forced himself to keep moving, drenched in sweat. Finally, he saw the familiar, battered sign, Old Lay's repair shop. The lettering looked tattered under the streetlights. His vision was doubled. He fished the spare key from his clothes, his hands trembling so violently he couldn't line it up with the keyhole. When he finally heard the click of the lock opening, he let out his last breath. He pitched forward, crashing through the door and collapsing onto the dusty floor. The room was very quiet, save for the ticking of the broken clock on the wall and the faint sound of traffic outside. After a while, the light in the back room turned on. Old Lay walked out holding a light bulb. His face was wrinkled, glasses perched on his nose, and his few remaining hairs were white. "Who is it?" the old man muttered, his voice raspy. He walked over with quick strides, holding a wrench in one hand. He was startled to see someone lying at the doorway. When he got closer and saw the person's chest was still moving, clothes torn and soaked in blood, he looked at the face more carefully and felt it looked very familiar. Oh no, this is bad. The wrench clattered to the floor with a sharp ring. The old man moved surprisingly fast. He knelt down, flipped the unconscious boy over, and when he saw the bruised face and weak breathing, his heart sank. Kid, what have you been getting yourself into? The old man's mind went blank. Looking at his grandson, clothes shredded, covered in blood, sharp claws still on his fingertips, he realized he had no time for questions or fear. Gritting his teeth, he dragged Ray Lawson into the room. It took a massive effort. He poked his head out to scan the street, and seeing no one, he quickly closed the door and locked it tight. The room was filled with half-repaired parts, toolboxes, and greasy rags. The old man swept all the clutter off the large iron table and carefully placed his grandson on it. Ray Lawson groaned but remained unconscious. The old man pulled an old first aid kit from under the counter, unwrapped the gauze, cleaned the tweezers with alcohol, and threaded a needle. His hands were shaking. Although he wasn't a doctor, he had seen plenty of knife and gunshot wounds over the years, but he had never seen anyone injured this badly. 1 hour later. Hunter's Point, Queens, Magia Stronghold. How many places got hit tonight? 3. 2 cops parked their car in front of a large warehouse by the East River. One was a young black man named Dana, and the other was an old white veteran named Detective Herman. They were both plainclothes officers from the New York Police Department. 4. Detective Herman slammed the car door shut, and Dana stepped out from the passenger side. Tisk, this crappy city never has a peaceful day. Get used to it. Detective Herman drew his weapon and grabbed his flashlight. Dana followed suit, and the two crept toward the door. New York Police Department. Open up. We're coming in for an inspection. Dana shouted at the top of his lungs, preparing to kick the door, but it wasn't locked at all. It swung open with a gentle push. The two were quite thorough, sweeping the area. They assumed the place was empty, but after taking only a few steps, They saw dozens of people lying on the floor, beaten black and blue and covered in blood. Detective Herman hurriedly went over to check one guy's pulse. He was shocked to find that these guys were still breathing. Did Castle eat gunpowder tonight? How did he take out so many places by himself? This doesn't make sense. Dana shone his flashlight onto the walls and ceiling. Everywhere was covered in a shimmering, thread-like substance that glinted blindingly under the beam. Where did all these spider webs come from? Did they not clean this place? He cracked a dry joke, but neither of them laughed. In this line of work, it was hard to find anything funny. I don't think Castle did this. Detective Herman stood up, surveying the room and catching sight of the vast patches of spider webs. Places Castle touches never have survivors, it's all dead bodies. This time, it's definitely someone else. Dana looked at him, completely confused. If it's not Castle, then who could it be? Detective Herman. The veteran cop didn't have a definitive answer, but he had a rough idea. Have you heard about the man in black causing trouble lately? Word is he's a young pup, doesn't use guns, but fights dirty. He's been all the rage these past few days, and even Director Stacy is keeping an eye on him. Detective Herman walked toward the stairs as he spoke. I saw the photos, but I thought they were just made up online. You think such a person really exists? Dana hurried to keep up. Then how do you explain the current situation? It's not like Castle has a twin brother. Detective Herman retorted. Dana chuckled. Don't jinx it. I can't handle another serial killer. One Castle is already enough of a headache. The two continued inside, searching all the way to the top floor. There were even more people lying there, all bound by spider webs and beaten to a pulp. The two kept their guard up. These spider webs were definitely not spun by ordinary spiders, it was likely some new kind of thing. Just then, a groaning sound came from the corner. A fat thug was tied up there, unable to move. Detective Herman had originally suspected Castle, but seeing a survivor immediately overturned that thought. Dana rushed over to pull the spider web off the fat man's mouth, struggling for several minutes before finally managing to tear it off. Oh, thank heavens, the guy complained. I've been tied up here for hours. Have some mercy and let me down. Detective Herman walked over to look at the blackboard nearby. It had various territories and codes drawn on it, but the center of the board was blank. Clearly, something important had just been taken away. Don't be in such a rush. There's plenty of time to let you go. Now, answer me one question honestly. Who did this? The fat man struggled a bit. It's some fool brat who appeared out of nowhere, that the man in black. This guy is a monster. He hits hard and made me like this. He's the real villain, I swear. The fat man whined, but the two cops completely ignored him. All right, Dana replied dismissively. He noticed Detective Herman staring blankly at the whiteboard. Found a clue, Detective Herman? He asked. Detective Herman didn't respond. I'm thinking. Detective Herman stared at the empty space in the middle of the whiteboard and shook his head. Dana, I'm thinking that this place is probably going to have to deal with all sorts of heroes from now on. As for whether this fool city can take it, it's hard to say. The two cops looked at each other, their expressions grim. They surveyed the mess filling the room, the spider webs, the wounded, and the tangled mysteries. Outside, the faint sound of sirens echoed, and the main street was cold and deserted. In the shadows of Queens, a new tough guy had emerged. As for whether this guy was a savior or a grim reaper, only time would tell. Yesterday afternoon, Forest Hills, Queens. Peter trudged home that afternoon, his steps feeling incredibly heavy. His head felt like it was being squeezed by an iron band, his skull ached as if it were about to split open. His limbs felt heavy and refused to obey him. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Was he running a fever? This illness had come on inexplicably, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. The scenery around him began to distort, making him want to vomit. The sidewalk seemed to drift, and his breathing grew heavier and heavier. Peter just wanted to go home now. To lie on his bed and fall into a dead sleep. As long as he was asleep, this suffering wouldn't be able to find him. Finally, he saw his ordinary white house. The floorboards creaked as he stepped onto them. Walking into this place, he felt at ease. This was his sanctuary. As long as he closed the door, the troubles outside had nothing to do with him. The doorknob was stiff, but he pushed hard, and the door opened. Inside, he heard Aunt May and Uncle Ben's hushed voices, likely discussing their usual topic of budgeting and saving money. They often calculated these things, and Peter hated listening to it. It made him feel stifled, knowing how hard his elders struggled to provide for him. He had thought about working to help with household expenses, but Uncle Ben always stopped him. Save your money, little Peter, use it where it should be used. Providing for the family is my responsibility. Uncle Ben was stubborn and had an overflowing sense of responsibility, which was what Peter admired most about him. Oh, Peter. You're home early today. Aunt May poked her head out from the living room. Seeing Peter's complexion, the smile on her face vanished, replaced by deep concern. Child, are you okay? How was the field trip? She asked as she walked over. Peter waved his hand weakly. I'm not feeling well. His throat was terribly hoarse. He threw his school bag onto the floor with a dull thud and steadied himself against the staircase railing. I want to go upstairs and lie down for a while. Peter, don't you want to eat something before you sleep? Aunt May asked, her voice full of concern. No, Peter replied. I've already eaten. I'm really just going to sleep, it's fine. He forced himself to climb the stairs, the wood creaking loudly under his feet. When he reached the corner, he could feel Aunt May still watching him, clearly worried. Uncle Ben came out from the living room. What's wrong with the kid? He asked in a low voice. Aunt May shook her head. I don't know. She was also full of worry. Peter shut his bedroom door behind him and clicked the lock. He stood with his back against the door panel for a moment. The room was finally quiet, but the dizziness in his head hadn't lessened at all. If anything, it was worse. He struggled to peel off his jacket and tossed it onto the floor, followed by his shirt. His glasses slid off and clattered onto the nightstand. Without his glasses, his vision was a blur, with red and green shadows swaying everywhere. A sharp, knife-like pain twisted in his stomach, causing him to hunch over. He staggered toward the bed, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid, as if he were struggling to catch his breath. Finally, his legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the mattress. The cool quilt made him feel a bit better, but it didn't last long. The severe pain in his head and the freezing sensation in his veins wouldn't stop. He didn't even have the strength to lie steady on the bed and slid off the edge onto the floor, landing hard. He shivered uncontrollably, eyes closed, fumbling to pull the small blanket from the foot of the bed. The thin fabric couldn't stop the cold that was seeping into his bones. He curled himself into a ball, knees pulled up to his chest, gasping for air. The room spun endlessly, cold sweat soaked his clothes, and the corners of his eyes stung from the stimulation. Next, we will demonstrate how to control radioactive rays in the laboratory. Ouch! A spider. It bit me. Why is it so hot? Why is it glowing? Yesterday's experience played through Peter's mind like a movie, the sounds and sensations crystal clear. The spot where the spider bit him burned with a stinging pain that drilled straight into his brain. The sharp pain in his palm flared up again, throbbing with every heartbeat. When he closed his eyes, he could see that dead, curled up spider. At the time, he had just flicked it away in annoyance. Back then, he only thought he had bad luck, a minor flaw in a perfect day. Now it seemed that little thing was truly a deadly reaper. It was that spider, the one at the science exhibition, the one with the weird glowing belly. The bite it left behind was more than just a flesh wound, it was all its fault. Spider. 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 Peter woke up with a start, gasping for air, feeling as if he had just escaped the gates of hell. His chest heaved as he surveyed his surroundings. The morning sun shone through the blinds, casting shadows on the carpet. He blinked, his mind a bit muddled, only then realizing he had been lying on the floor all night. How embarrassing. The alarm clock ticked away, annoying him, and the birds outside wouldn't stop chirping. Peter sat up slowly, his body stiff, but as he moved, he realized he felt very strong. He rubbed his eyes and climbed up, reaching for his glasses on the nightstand, a force of habit. But as soon as he put on his glasses, he froze. Everything was a complete mess. Behind the lenses, everything was blurry, everything he looked at was swaying, making him nauseous. He took off the glasses and blinked. The world in front of him was incredibly clear. Peter held his breath and brought the glasses up to his eyes, blurry. He took them away again, perfectly clear. What the hell? He muttered, casually tossing the glasses onto the floor. He looked at the large mirror leaning against the wall and was completely stunned. He raised his hand to touch his face, unable to believe his own eyes. The scrawny weakling in the mirror was gone. His shoulders were much broader, his arms were covered in firm muscle, and veins were faintly visible. He tried tensing his arm, and his thick biceps immediately bulged, with sharp, defined lines. It looked like he had become a completely different person. It wasn't just his vision that had improved, his entire being had been reborn. Peter. Aunt May's voice came along with a knock on the door. I'm here, he replied, turning back, his voice trembling slightly. His heartbeat began to accelerate, his blood boiling with excitement. Are you okay? She asked with concern. Peter looked at the mirror again, his mouth still agape. Could he be considered okay? He wasn't sure. This was definitely not normal, but he couldn't help but laugh. He found his voice, I'm doing great. Do you feel better today? Any changes? He examined himself in the mirror, the smile on his face becoming even more smug. He touched his new muscles, feeling that explosive power within his body. Changes. He muttered to himself, his tone full of confidence, yes, a huge change. Aunt May paused outside the door and then shouted, all right, hurry up. You're going to be late for school. The footsteps gradually faded away, leaving Peter alone in the room again. He looked at the old clothes on the floor. Now, looking at them, they didn't feel like his at all. They looked like they were meant for some little runt. What on earth was going on? The spider? Or the radiation? Whatever it was, he was in peak condition now. For the first time in his life, he felt like he was no longer that introverted coward from Queens, but someone capable of anything. Peter flew down the stairs, his toes barely touching the steps as he descended. He had endless energy, every cell in his body cheering, his mind terrifyingly clear. By the last few steps, he simply jumped to the bottom, landing with a thud that shook the floor and startled his elders. Goodness. Aunt May patted her chest, her spatula clattering against the frying pan. She was making pancakes, and Peter's sudden entrance completely stunned her. Uncle Ben almost choked on his coffee. Peter, what are you doing? He coughed a few times and set down his cup. I thought you wanted to take a sick day, you brat. He grinned, relieved to see his nephew in such high spirits. Uncle Ben reached out to ruffle Peter's hair, but Peter dodged, instantly grabbing Uncle Ben's shoulder, as fast as a ghost. I'm all better now. Peter shrugged, though he felt a bit uneasy inside, as he couldn't explain this himself. See, I told you it was nothing. Aunt May continued making pancakes, though she felt a bit suspicious. She glanced at Peter out of the corner of her eye, feeling that the boy was overly energetic today and something wasn't quite right. By this time, Peter had already dashed to the door, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and grabbed his jacket. I'm off, he shouted in a rapid-fire burst. Wait. Aunt May turned around, hands on her hips. You haven't eaten a bite. Did you bring lunch money? Got it, got it. Peter hurriedly put on his jacket and pushed open the front door. Uncle Ben leaned back in his chair and joked, hey, big artist. Don't forget to scrub the kitchen when you get back from school, you hear me? Peter stopped, turned back, and smiled. No problem, Uncle Ben, I'll get to work when I get back. He pointed at Uncle Ben and stepped out. Uncle Ben laughed and scolded him, giving him a thumbs up. You brat, don't talk back to me. The door closed, and the house quieted down. The two elders exchanged a glance, both wondering why the boy was so hyperactive today. Young people, you know. Uncle Ben shrugged and picked up his fork. Hormones raging, it's always like that. Aunt May didn't respond. She stared at the closed door. It wasn't that Peter didn't seem well, he was actually fine, it was just that there was something strange about him. She decided she would have to keep a closer eye on him from now on. Once outside, Peter felt that the whole world was different. The colors were brighter, the sounds were crisper, and even the most ordinary things had become interesting. The breeze brushed against his face, the leaves crunched under his feet, every sensation made him feel exhilarated. He couldn't remember the last time he felt this good, he was filled with joy. The bad news was that he had been so caught up in the thrill that he was still going to be late for the school bus. By the time he ran to the station, the bus had already started moving. Hey! Wait! Peter shouted and started sprinting. His legs moved incredibly fast, and with a little effort, he caught up. In the blink of an eye, he was running alongside the bus and slapped the side of the carriage. Stop! He yelled at the top of his lungs, but the driver had no intention of paying him any mind. Sorry, Parker, the car is full. A punchable head poked out from the car window and mocked. Peter cursed under his breath, his temper flaring. He didn't want some fool driver to ruin his good mood. Open the door. He roared, his voice much louder than usual. Stop the car right now. Another girl's voice came out, filled with fire, directly drowning out those mocking sounds. Peter knew immediately it was Amina. The driver sighed and stepped on the brakes. The car door creaked open. Peter stepped inside, ignoring the jeering from that group of old slickers. What a total nerd. Someone shouted from the back. You're so pathetic, Parker. Another person chimed in to jeer. Peter had long since grown thick-skinned and treated these words as wind passing by his ears. He scanned the carriage looking for a familiar face and quickly spotted her. Amina was standing in the middle of the aisle, glaring fiercely at those guys. Shut up, all of you, or I'll shut you up myself. She snapped right then and there, her tone very tough. Peter smiled, thinking to himself that this little temper of hers was quite useful at critical moments. Thanks, Amina, she made space, and Peter sat down smoothly. These guys are so annoying. Amina complained, crossing her arms. Peter laughed out loud, who's to say they aren't? She tilted her head to look at him, always feeling that Peter was a bit different today. He was still the same person, but his spirit and energy were completely different, exuding an indescribable confidence, though she didn't have time to study this right now. Hey! Amina's voice lowered, do you know where Ray Lawson went yesterday? Afternoon. Queens, Forest Hills, Midtown High School. The bell rang for the end of class. For most students, this sound represented relief. They finally didn't have to listen to those boring lessons. Everyone gathered in groups of 3 or 5, chatting about where to hang out on the weekend. But for Peter, this was just another part of him just getting through the days alone. He sat alone as usual, the food on his tray completely untouched, just aimlessly poking at it with a fork. Ray Lawson had called in sick and didn't come, and Amina was held back by a class that ran overtime. But it was fine for him to be alone, it was the perfect time to sort out these strange changes in his body. Peter looked at the red, swollen mark on the back of his hand. Yesterday's scene was still fresh in his memory. Back at the science exhibition, the experts were spouting a bunch of technical jargon about radiation control, and then that spider gave him a bite. After the bite, the little thing kicked the bucket. As it turned out, that one bite had completely reorganized his entire being. Now, his reactions were faster, his strength was greater, and his speed had improved. His 5 senses were incredibly sharp, he could hear everything moving around him clearly. His body felt light, and he had an endless supply of explosive power. This feeling was amazing, even if it felt a bit unreal. Superpowers. When he was a child, he had dreamed of becoming Captain America, or wall crawling like the Human Torch. And now, the dream had come true. Thinking of this, a wave of excitement washed over him. Even if he didn't become some big hero, just not having to be a punching bag nerd anymore was enough. He was stronger than before, and the frustration that had been pent up in his heart was wiped away. Before he could finish pondering, he heard footsteps beside his ear. Yo, look who it is, Parker. Hearing this noise, he didn't need to turn around to know it was Flash Thompson. This guy always brought a few lackeys with him. Peter gritted his teeth. Great, this clingy pest was stuck to him again. It's truly a rarity. Ray Lawson isn't here today, so he can't back you up, and even that Tigress Amina isn't here. Flash smirked and leaned in. Stop looking for trouble, Flash. Peter retorted irritably. I don't have time to play with you today. Flash grabbed Peter by the neck, squeezing quite hard. Don't be like that, Parker. Aren't we buddies? Seeing you all alone is quite pitiful, so I've come to keep you company. Peter didn't say a word, holding back his anger under the table. Flash glanced at Peter's food tray, his mischief rising again. It just so happens I'm a bit hungry. You don't mind if I have a taste, do you? Peter's eyes were sharp. Eat as much as you want. Before his brain could react, his body had already moved. Peter grabbed the tray and flipped it upwards. The leftovers, sauce, and mush in the tray covered Flash's entire face, and his clothes were covered in it too. The cafeteria went quiet instantly. Everyone looked over in unison. Flash was petrified on the spot, his whole person on the verge of being dumbfounded and enraged. A few snickers came from the crowd of onlookers, and then the laughter grew louder and louder. Peter was startled himself. How did he have so much strength? Flash's face turned bright red, and he was about to explode with rage. You're dead, Parker. He growled, his voice full of murderous intent. Peter instinctively felt that things were going to go bad. He took off running, bumping past Flash's lackeys and rushing toward the door. The jeering behind him rang out in a chorus, but he couldn't care about that. He just wanted to get as far away from this guy as possible. Stop right there. Flash roared from behind, but Peter ignored him completely. His heart rate accelerated as he jogged down the hallway. He had to grab his things and slip away quickly. He ran to his locker, yanked the locker door open, and muttered to himself. Just at this moment, the back of Peter's head felt cold. There was a strange tingling sensation. It didn't hurt, but it was incredibly clear, just like a radar. This current spread through his whole body, and goosebumps rose on his arms. He sensed it, realizing some kind of invisible danger. Before he could figure it out, a dark shadow loomed over him from behind, and the sound of wind whistled past his ear. Flash threw a punch at the back of his head, but Peter had discovered it a step early. He tilted his head, dodging it just in time. The wind of the punch grazed his ear. Peter turned around, and Flash, eyes red, lunged at him again. You think you're being funny, right, freak? Flash pressed in, and Peter stepped back. I'll knock every tooth in your mouth out in a minute and see if you can still laugh. Relying on his size, Flash forced Peter into a dead end. Peter steadied himself. I don't want to fight you, Flash. His tone was firm. He had wanted to reason with him, but the jeering of the watching students drowned out his words completely. If it were me, I wouldn't want to fight me either. Flash was cocky, putting up a boxing stance and bobbing his feet. Come on, Parker, let me see what you've got. Flash threw a punch, his speed extremely fast, but the power inside Peter had already seen through the opponent's moves. He slid his feet, easily dodging the punch. A gasp of surprise went around, and Flash was a bit stunned. Flash added more force and threw another straight punch. Peter bent down to dodge, his movements flowing like water. He wasn't dodging blindly, he was anticipating. Under his gaze, Flash's movements were as slow as a crawling turtle. The moment the opponent's shoulder moved, he knew where the next punch would land. What the hell? Flash was getting anxious. He started swinging wildly, trying to land a lucky hit, but Peter dodged left and right. Flash couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Amina happened to turn the corner of the hallway just then, looking around for Peter. She sighed, thinking that Flash Thompson was definitely looking for trouble with Peter again, and hoping Peter hadn't been beaten up too badly. It was usually fine when Ray Lawson was around, but since Ray Lawson wasn't there today, she would have to step up. The scene before her eyes, however, stopped her dead in her tracks. Peter launched himself into the air, jumping incredibly high. He twisted in midair, dodging a sneak attack from one of Flash Thompson's lackeys, and steadied himself after a slight wobble upon landing. The onlookers were all stunned. How did he do that? Someone whispered. Amina's eyes were practically popping out of her head. This was not the Peter she knew at all. Flash Thompson's lackey chickened out and stepped back. It's all you, boss. Flash Thompson shoved the lackey aside, having lost all face. I'm going to kill you. He roared in a fit of rage, charging straight at him. His fists rained down like a bombardment, each punch harder than the last. But Peter saw it all clearly. He instinctively blocked and parried, countering every move. He deflected a right hook and swatted away a left jab, finding his rhythm with every strike. Finally, Flash Thompson lunged like a starving tiger, trying to pin Peter down. Peter struck first, grabbing Flash Thompson's wrist and twisting it against the joint, forcing the school bully to his knees. Let go, Parker. Flash Thompson yelled in pain. The surroundings fell silent. Peter hesitated, loosening his grip slightly while wondering what to do next, but the adrenaline surged to his head, and he punched Flash Thompson in the chest. The force was immense. Flash Thompson went flying backward, crashing through the crowd and sliding a long way across the tiled floor. He groaned twice and couldn't get back up. The crowd of onlookers erupted in cheers and laughter. The arrogant school bully had been taken down by Parker, and everyone enjoyed the show. Peter stood where he was, his fist still extended, breathing heavily. For the first time ever, no one mocked him, they were all cheering him on. He felt a bit carried away, but as the adrenaline faded, Peter sobered up. He looked around, and those gazes were no longer filled with admiration, but had turned to wariness and fear. Flash Thompson's lackey was terrified and spat in disgust. God, Parker, you're a freak. The people around them began to whisper, their eyes changing as they looked at him. Peter swallowed hard, feeling uneasy. Just then, a teacher arrived, and the onlookers scattered quickly, as no one wanted to get into trouble. People passing by him were still whispering. Did you see that punch just now? That is definitely not normal. There's definitely something wrong with him, it's too creepy. Yeah, I heard he's always gloomy. Peter felt terrible hearing this. The pride he felt just a moment ago was gone, replaced by lingering fear. He had fought back, but what now? Would the school consider it self-defense, or would they count it as a brawl? No need to guess, it certainly wouldn't end well for him. Peter. Amina's voice came over, laced with anxiety. She pushed through the crowd and ran over, her eyes wide. Peter, are you okay? Her voice trembled slightly. Although it was out of concern, Peter felt even more stifled. He could see the doubt and shock in Amina's eyes. Peter opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He didn't even understand what had happened himself, his body had moved on its own just now. Even he was afraid of this power. Before he could finish, Peter turned and ran. Peter! Peter! Amina shouted from behind. Peter didn't look back, he dashed desperately toward the school gate, wanting only to escape this place of trouble and get away from those strange looks. Amina stopped, scratching her hair in frustration. Everything was going wrong today. First Ray Lawson had caught a cold and asked for leave, leaving her alone, and now Peter was acting like he was possessed. This definitely had something to do with the science exhibition yesterday. She remembered clearly that yesterday, Peter had run out in a panic, clutching his hand. There was definitely something fishy about it. Although she couldn't figure out the situation, she knew she couldn't let Peter face this alone. If Ray Lawson were here, he definitely wouldn't just stand by. Amina, a stern voice rang out from behind. When she turned around, she saw the teacher who had just arrived at the scene. The teacher looked at her with a cold face. You saw what happened just now, didn't you? Tell me what happened. Amina's face fell instantly. She forced a smile, cursing her bad luck in her heart. She wasn't going to be able to stay in this school today. Queens, Forest Hills. Peter was sprinting down the road, his legs feeling like they were filled with lead and burning with pain. He was barely able to catch his breath, but he didn't dare stop, nor could he stop. The streetscape around him flew backward, and the buildings and pedestrians turned into a blur. His mind was filled with only one thought: to escape. It wasn't just about escaping the school and the crowd, he wanted to escape the trouble he had just caused. Yes, it was his doing. He definitely couldn't go home. Aunt May and Uncle Ben had probably already received notice from the school. He could imagine the old couple waiting for him in the living room with his eyes closed, their faces surely filled with worry and disappointment. He couldn't face them right now. His mind was a chaotic mess, his blood was boiling, and there was an indescribable, brand new power surging through his body. The changes in this body were happening faster than he could comprehend. Every instinct and reaction was incredibly sharp, completely beyond his control. As a result, when he acted on impulse just now, he had completely lost control. In the past, whenever Peter encountered trouble, he would walk around it and honestly play the part of a background character. But now, he had become the center of the storm, and it was hard to escape. He crossed the road, and a car honked its horn, brushing past the edge of his clothes. The pedestrians on the road were startled and cast side glances, whispering about the young kid running like a fugitive. Peter couldn't care less about any of that. Traffic rules, strange looks, he didn't care about any of it. He just wanted to find a quiet place to catch his breath and calm down to think things through. He turned and dove into a quiet alleyway. The shadows between the tall buildings were just enough to hide him. He leaned his back against the cold, rough brick wall, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for air. The chill from the wall seeped through his clothes, helping him sober up a little. His mind raced. That fool spider, why did it have to bite him? There were so many people in the world, why did it have to pick him? Peter Parker never wanted to be a protagonist, he just wanted to be an invisible nobody, reading books every day and keeping his head down. But now everything had changed, his body wasn't right, and he couldn't live his life anymore. At first, he thought it was a blessing from heaven. This strength, these reflexes, were all skills he had dreamed of. He could finally get rid of that introverted, weak image that everyone looked down on. But what was this about today? The way everyone looked at him, that expression of fear, what was that? This wasn't a blessing, it was a curse. Peter Parker clenched his fists, his anger surging. He slammed his hand against the brick wall behind him. The sharp pain in his palm brought him back to his senses a bit. He had spent his whole life hoping to make something of himself, but now that the day had finally arrived, it wasn't what he expected at all. He leaned the back of his head against the wall and exhaled deeply with his eyes closed. Getting angry wouldn't solve anything right now, he needed to be logical. Should he just pretend it never happened? But as soon as the thought popped up, he shook his head self-deprecatingly. It was impossible. There were so many eyes watching in the cafeteria. He had thrown Flash Thompson out like a little chicken, who could forget something so novel. Peter opened his eyes and shook his head to himself. The next second, he froze completely. Something was wrong. The hand he had just used to slap the wall wouldn't come off. He looked down and saw his palm pressed flat against the bricks, as if glued there. What the hell? He cursed, pulling hard, but it wouldn't budge. He started to panic and quickly used his other hand to pry it off. After a great deal of effort, it finally came away with a pop. He stepped back 2 paces, staring foolishly at his palm. He wiggled his fingers and examined his hand back and forth, his mind full of questions. It didn't feel sticky to the touch, and there was no glue left on the wall. His brain started racing again, but this time, along with fear, there was also a bit of curiosity. He slowly brought his hand back over and pressed it against the wall. It stuck again. Peter's eyes went wide. He pulled outward, but the wall held firm. This time, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. A moment later, his palm released easily, as if nothing had happened. To test his theory, he pressed his other hand against the wall. Without any effort, it stuck just as firmly. He looked up instinctively. On the iron railing of the roof, a spider was unhurriedly spinning its web. The thin spider web glinted in the sunset. Peter watched, mesmerized, then looked down at his own hand again. Something inside him had been awakened, and the urge was impossible to suppress. He placed both hands on the wall and tested his weight. The wall held up well. Using both hands and feet, he climbed upward, relying entirely on instinct. Peter scrambled up the brick wall of the alley, moving with great agility. The experience was magical, both thrilling and hair-raising. By the time he climbed onto the roof, his heart was pounding, but certainly not from fear. He stood on the rooftop and looked out. All of Queens was bathed in the golden sunset glow. The distant horizon was unobstructed. It was a place he saw every day, yet looking at it from this height felt completely new. The evening breeze whipped his hair around, and for a moment, all the troubles of the day were cast to the winds. Peter looked down at his hands, wiggled his fingers, then glanced back at the wall he had just climbed, chuckling to himself. He could climb walls. Just like a spider. That night, Queens, Forest Hills, Parker residence. When Peter Parker pushed open his front door, it was completely quiet outside. The door hinges made a familiar sound, and the cold air from outside rushed in. He stood at the entrance for a while, feeling a wave of guilt. The door hadn't been locked at all, clearly left that way just for him. The old couple trusted him so much, yet he had come home late. Peter had always been a good boy, he never stayed out overnight. This rule, for him, was just like the promise he had made to Uncle Ben during the day, it had to count. Looking at the pitch-black hallway and seeing the open paint buckets and rollers on the floor, he felt even worse. There was half-finished white paint on the walls, looking messy. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and walked inside. The lingering smell of paint in the house reminded him that he had stood his elders up today. Peter walked inside with light footsteps. The house was quiet, it seemed Aunt May and Uncle Ben were indeed asleep. He crept into the kitchen, where only the light inside the oven was still on. On the counter by the sink, there was a small note with Uncle Ben's familiar, wild handwriting. Great artist. The meatloaf and vegetables are warming in the oven. Peter stared at the note for a long time. Uncle Ben usually liked to call him, great artist, but right now, the nickname made his heart feel heavy. He turned on the faucet and splashed some cold water on his face. Although the worries in his heart weren't washed away, his mind was at least a bit clearer. He grabbed a cloth nearby to wipe his face and glanced aimlessly around the kitchen. On the dining table sat a stack of unopened letters. The envelope on top was stamped with large red letters reading, "Payment Reminder." His heart sank. He picked it up and scanned it. Sure enough, it was another demand for money. The family worried about this every day. Peter knew things were tight, but he hadn't realized it had reached this point. The old couple always kept it from him, but now that the payment reminder was in his hand, it wouldn't be right to pretend to be blind to it anymore. He crumpled the envelope in his hand and muttered bitterly, "What's the use of having this superpower if I can't even support my own family?" No matter how strong he was or how fast his reflexes were, in the end, he still couldn't pay the electric bill or the mortgage. Peter put down the envelope and prepared to go upstairs. Just as he reached the stairs, he saw a folded copy of the Daily Bugle on the steps. He picked it up and flipped to the classifieds section, scanning through them one by one. They were all the same old things. Delivering newspapers, delivering takeout, working as a cashier. The meager money from these jobs wouldn't be enough, The family desperately needed a large sum of money now. He was just getting frustrated when he looked down and saw a small ad tucked at the bottom of the page. Need money. Amateur wrestling competition looking for people. Stay on the stage for 3 minutes and guarantee $3,000. Drama queens preferred. These simple, blunt words immediately caught his eye. $3,000 for 3 minutes. Peter's mind started racing. This wasn't just finding a job. It was like being handed a pillow when you're sleepy. It was exactly what he needed. In the middle of the night, Peter got straight to work at his desk, feeling both anxious and excited. The small desk lamp illuminated his notebook brightly, and he scribbled away with his pen, the tip making a rustling sound on the paper. He wrote in large letters at the top of the page, "Costume design concepts," and underneath were nothing but rough sketches and urgent notes. All sorts of ideas poured onto the paper, some with wings, some with utility belts, and some with large masks. He even designed different logos for the chest of the suits, each one more garish than the last. A pile of ruined paper accumulated at his feet, all crumpled into balls and tossed aside. Eventually, Peter finally grasped the main point: he needed a prominent logo. Just having a suit wasn't enough, it had to be iconic. He pondered for several hours, and after going in circles, he returned to the culprit behind his near-death experience, the spider. Page after page was filled with all kinds of spider logos. Some were drawn fat and short, others thin and long, with 8 legs like needle tips. He even considered whether to add a pair of fangs, or to put a black widow hourglass pattern on the back. The pile of wasted paper on the floor grew higher and higher. Every sheet he threw away represented an idea that had been shot down. After much tinkering, he finally drew something pleasing to the eye. The lines were smooth, uncluttered, eye-catching yet not tacky. The Spider-Man emblem was drawn neatly. It looked as if it had come alive on the paper, simple, elegant, and just right. But that alone wasn't enough. Just having a black spider wouldn't grab attention. When going on stage, you need visibility. If you want to be an overnight success, the colors need to pop. You have to stand out among a crowd of contestants at a glance. Pure black was too low-key and lacked presence. He tried several color schemes, drawing and switching back and forth, until he finally settled on the most striking combination: red and blue. After setting the main color scheme, he began to refine the details of the suit. He covered the sketch with spider web patterns, and the entire suit instantly gained texture, looking just like a real spider's web. He also added 2 large white eye frames to the mask. They were very prominent, looking just like an insect's eyes. When everything was finished, Peter leaned back in his chair, looking at the final product with satisfaction. He couldn't find a single flaw. Fortunately, there was Aunt May's sewing machine at home, which would come in very handy. Peter rummaged through the closet and found some old, unwanted clothes to use as raw materials. Although he didn't know how to sew, he was quite dexterous and worked with great enthusiasm. In the blink of an eye, he was busy until late at night, cutting, sewing, and altering the size. Although the finished product was slightly different from the blueprint, it was definitely good enough for the stage. He examined the fruits of his labor, and suddenly, a thought struck him. Since he had inherited the abilities of a spider, shouldn't he build up this persona? Wall crawling, agility, and super strength were impressive, but they didn't really have much to do with a spider. To solidify this name, he needed to add some flair. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he had an idea. Peter hunched over the desk, rummaging through drawers and a pile of old scrap paper. All the half-finished sketches he had drawn as a child were dug out, all things he had idly pondered back then. Inside, there was a drawing of a crude little mechanism and a uniform, drawn back when he envied superheroes. One of the blueprints was quite interesting, although it wasn't finished, it had potential. The web shooter. He started working immediately, scavenging a few old parts from around the room and digging out his dusty old chemistry kit. This thing was difficult to make, but fortunately, Peter was sharp. He quickly assembled the first generation prototype, which mainly consisted of three parts: a micro pump, a nozzle, and a switch. The principle wasn't difficult, but it was time-consuming to make. He filled a small compressed canister with a special chemical solution and attached it to the mechanism. When the switch was pressed, the liquid would spray out through the nozzle. Upon contact with the air, the solution would solidify into a spider web. It was very strong and quite elastic, and it wouldn't break easily no matter how much he tugged at it. The best part was that it had natural adhesiveness, sticking to wherever he wanted, and would automatically evaporate completely after an hour, saving him the trouble of cleaning up. Peter tested the mechanism. With a flick of his wrist, he shot out a strand of white spider web, which made a crisp whizzing sound. He felt that his superpower was finally complete. He was no longer just a freak who had gotten lucky, he was now Spider-Man. Although the prototype was quite rudimentary and would need gradual upgrades in the future, it was definitely enough to make an impression for now. Wearing the suit he had sewn himself and holding his homemade device, Peter Parker felt that no matter what trouble he encountered, he could handle it. He had finally been reborn. He was becoming the icon he had envisioned, Spider-Man. By the time he finished all the final odds and ends, it was almost dawn. Although he had been busy all night, he didn't feel sleepy at all. He was full of boundless energy. This wasn't just because his body had improved, but also because the excitement of bringing his ideas to life hadn't worn off yet. When he collapsed onto his bed, ready to close his eyes, he felt incredibly happy and drifted off into a deep sleep the moment he rolled over. Peter woke up early in the morning, his mind crystal clear. He jumped up, intending to practice with the web shooter. There were many tricks he could do with this mechanism, but Peter knew he had to master it first. He had to figure out its limits and, while he was at it, test his own capabilities. As long as he followed his plan later, there would be plenty of opportunities for real-world practice, and who knew, he might just make a stunning debut. He lined up a row of empty soda cans on the chest of drawers as targets. The first shot missed, his hand shook, and it shot off target, sticking to the wall nearby. Peter muttered to himself and adjusted the mechanism in his hand. The second shot was much better, hitting the edge of the can and knocking it straight to the floor. Before long, he became more and more proficient, hitting whatever he aimed at. The soda cans fell to the floor one after another, clattering noisily. Every time he hit one, he counted it as a success. When he fired the last shot, he gave his wrist a flick, and the spider web pulled the last can precisely back into his palm. Looking at the soda can in his hand, he could hardly believe it himself. It wasn't just the mechanism that was impressive, his reflexes and aim had also become supernatural. It seemed that his superpower had done more than just transform his physique. Had his courage also been upgraded along with it? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that was the case. In his excitement, he turned around and casually fired another shot at the desk lamp. As a result, he used too much force, and the lamp smashed against the wall, shattering into pieces. Peter. Aunt May's voice rang out from outside, sounding quite worried, followed by a knock on the door. Peter was startled and quickly went over to crack the door open, poking his head out. "What are you doing in there?" Aunt May asked, peering through the crack in the door. "Nothing much, just working out." Peter laughed it off, pretending to be calm. And, I'm not dressed yet." Hearing him say this, Aunt May had no choice but to let it go. She took a step back. Although she didn't really believe him, she felt it wasn't right to press further. "All right then, you've been acting strange lately." She looked at Peter, wanting an explanation, but Peter didn't dare say a word. Strange. Peter savored the word in his mouth. He didn't think it was a bad thing. If becoming stronger meant being a freak, then being a freak was just fine. However, the room was a complete mess now. There was white spider web everywhere between the ceiling and the floor, looking like a spider's lair. Peter sighed and scratched his head. Cleaning this up was going to be a nightmare, but he absolutely couldn't let his elders come in and see this disaster. In the living room downstairs, Uncle Ben was fiddling with a pile of wires, deep in thought. That kid is definitely hiding something, he muttered to himself. He's probably embarrassed to talk to me about it. Aunt May watched from the side without saying a word. After so many years as a married couple, she knew when to speak up and when to let him figure things out on his own. Or maybe. Uncle Ben sighed, pulling apart the wires in his hands, feeling worried. Maybe I'm just too proud to ask him. Aunt May smiled from the side and didn't make a sound. Just as they were speaking, the sound of Peter rushing down the stairs could be heard. He swept past the old couple like a gust of wind with his backpack on. I'm going to the library downtown, see you later. Uncle Ben straightened his back and called out to him, wait, little Peter. He stood up, grabbed his coat and car keys, and said, I'll drive you there. No, really, no need. I'll just take the subway, Peter said, inching toward the door and trying to appear as natural as possible. Don't talk nonsense. Uncle Ben was already at the door. My old arms and legs could use some exercise anyway. Peter sighed inwardly but couldn't be bothered to argue. Uncle Ben was stubborn. Once he made up his mind, not even 9 oxen could pull him back. Honestly, he didn't mind spending time with Uncle Ben, but the current situation was just too chaotic. Once outside, Peter made up his mind. No matter how dangerous things got in the future, he would never let this secret slip, not even if it killed him. A while later. Lower Manhattan, New York. Uncle Ben's car bumped onto the curb, the tires crunching loudly on the rough pavement, finally squeezing out of the dog-clogged streets of New York. The car swayed, but neither person inside paid it any mind. It was freezing early in the morning, even wearing extra layers couldn't keep out the chill. The sky was overcast, looking the same color as the concrete road below. The radio in the car played endless static, making the atmosphere feel even more stifling. Peter was restless, tugging back and forth on his bag strap. The bag was stuffed with various homemade trinkets and his costume. Under the old man's gaze, the bag felt as heavy as if it were filled with iron sand. As soon as the car stopped, Peter reached for the door handle. Thanks for the ride, Uncle Ben. He blurted out, half his body already leaning out. Wait a second. Uncle Ben's voice was serious. Peter froze, one foot on the road, and looked back. His irritation was barely contained. What is it? Uncle Ben turned in his seat and stared straight at Peter. He was usually easygoing, but his expression was exceptionally stern right now. Peter had never seen him like this before. We need to talk, Uncle Ben said in a tone that brooked no argument. Can't it wait until later? Peter feigned nonchalance and glanced at his watch, even though he wasn't in a rush at all. I really have to go. No. Uncle Ben reached over and turned off the radio. With the silence in the car, the atmosphere became even more oppressive. Peter sighed deeply and retreated back into his seat. Fine, let's talk. What earth-shattering event has happened? He crossed his arms, his face full of resistance. Uncle Ben leaned on the steering wheel. Peter, your Aunt May and I are very worried about you. You've become a completely different person lately. You don't do your chores, you lock yourself in your room all day working on those bizarre experiments, and now you're even getting into fights at school. That wasn't my fault. Peter grew agitated, straightening his back, his voice rising an octave. He was the one who started it. Uncle Ben's expression didn't change. Right, and then you beat him until he couldn't even crawl, is that it? What was I supposed to do, Uncle Ben? Just stand there and let him beat me. You know how that guy treats me all the time, cursing at me, pushing me, using me as a punching bag. I've been holding it in, and the one time I finally fight back, it's my fault. Uncle Ben sighed, his expression softening a little. Peter, no one is saying you're a bad person, but that's not the point. He paused, as if searching for words. Listen, I understand. Life is hard. You're growing up and feel like the whole world is against you, but just because you have the ability to fight back doesn't mean you have to. Peter sneered and turned his face away. He knew the old man was about to start his lecture mode again, and he hated that the most. It's just these few years, little Peter. Uncle Ben's tone softened. This is a critical time that determines what kind of person you will become. The choices you make now will stay with you for the rest of your life and determine your future. Peter gritted his teeth. So what? Do you think just because I defended myself once, I'm going to go rob a bank and become a criminal? Not necessarily. Uncle Ben's tone was firm. But I believe that power, no matter what kind, can cloud a person's judgment. You have much more ability than you realize. He paused and said, word for word, with great power comes great responsibility, Peter. You must remember this. These words hit Peter hard. They carried a lot of weight. But he wouldn't back down verbally, his temper flaring up. Why is it always my fault? He retorted. You ignore the thugs who cause trouble every day. You don't say a word to the guys who treat me like a doormat, but when I try to live my life, I'm the one who ends up getting lectured. Peter. Forget it, stop talking. Peter shook his head, his voice rising again. I can handle my own business, and you can stop putting on that fatherly act. The words came out a bit too harsh, and he regretted them the moment he said them. Uncle Ben's face stiffened, his eyes showing hurt, which made Peter's heart ache. For a moment, neither of them said another word. The car was eerily quiet. Fine. Uncle Ben finally dropped the subject, his voice not loud but very firm. I'll pick you up at 10 tonight. Without waiting for a reply, he turned his head to watch the road. Peter muttered, whatever. Then he slammed the car door shut with a clang. He didn't bother looking back as the car drove away, but even when he couldn't see the taillights anymore, the stifled feeling in Uncle Ben's disappointed face wouldn't go away. Peter tugged at his bag strap again and let out a long sigh. He didn't have time to dwell on this now, he had to get to his match. Right now, making money was everything. But as he walked along, Uncle Ben's words kept spinning in his head. With great power comes great responsibility. Annoyed as he was, Peter couldn't help but wonder, what kind of person would he eventually become? Lower East Side, New York. Bone saw. Bone saw. Bone saw. The audience below shouted in unison, waving their fists in the air and howling. Above the crowd, people were waving various colorful, hand-painted signs, all there spontaneously to support the old champion. The whole venue was chaotic, with neon lights flickering everywhere. Although it was run down, the atmosphere was spot on. In the center of the ring, two hulking men were wrestling vigorously. Their massive muscles glistened under the lights, veins bulging. The more exaggerated their fake wrestling moves, the more enthusiastic the jeers from below. The whole place was pumped. The bumpkins in the audience loved this kind of show. One of the wrestlers had greasy long hair draped over his broad shoulders. With his thick beard and messy hair, he looked like a savage. When he climbed the post using his hands and feet, the howling from below grew even louder, the whole crowd chanting his name. Bone Saw. Bone Saw. Bone Saw. Bone Saw raised his hands in a flashy pose, clearly enjoying the cheers from below. Then, with a roar, he leapt into the air and slammed down. His hundreds of pounds of mass crashed into his opponent lying on the ground like a sledgehammer hitting the earth, shaking the entire ring. The crowd below went wild, and the referee quickly scrambled to the floor to count. 1, 2, 3. Time's up. The referee slapped the floor, signaling the end of the match. The opening bell rang out. The announcer on stage was a skinny guy dressed in flashy gold, walking onto the stage with a microphone in a flamboyant manner. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for the invincible, the lonely, the one and only, Bone Saw. The crowd below erupted into cheers. This dump was so loud it made your ears ache, and the cheering seemed to drill right into your bones. Bone Saw leaned back in the corner, his smugness practically overflowing. 4 girls dressed in skimpy outfits swirled around him, pampering him until he felt like he was floating on air. 3,000 big ones. The announcer shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice drowning out the noise below. Is there any man enough to come up here and last 3 minutes against this muscle maniac? Bonesaw struck muscle poses for the crowd, looking endlessly arrogant. He loved being the center of attention. The audience was enjoying the show, but with the challenge thrown down, the whole arena was waiting for some poor sucker to step up. Could anyone really take down this old fox? Hold on. A sturdy-looking woman at the back of the hall raised her head and glanced sideways. She was flipping through a notebook filled with the names of the poor suckers who had signed up, most of them probably carried out on stretchers. But what was up with this kid in front of her? He didn't even look like he belonged in the audience, let alone fighting in the steel cage. Little sprout, we don't have a kindergarten division here. She curled her lip, her tone sounding almost pitying. Peter Parker felt uncomfortable under her gaze. He was wearing a ridiculous red and blue uniform. He didn't look like he was there to fight, but rather like a joker who'd gotten lost on Halloween. Still, he didn't budge, staring straight at her. Quit the chatter and just register me, Peter urged, feeling anxious. The woman hesitated, raising an eyebrow as she looked at him. Kid, are you serious? If you get hurt up there, the organizers won't cover your medical bills. No, wait, it's not a maybe, you're definitely going to get crippled. Stop talking nonsense and write my name down, Peter retorted impatiently. Since he'd come this far, there was no turning back. The woman sighed, shook her head, and added his name to the list. Fine. You can't save a fool from his own fate. Head down the corridor and pray for yourself. On stage, Bonesaw roared, grabbing another poor soul who had signed up and throwing him right over the railing into the crowd. The guy flew out like a ragdoll and slammed hard into the floor. The crowd below screamed, loving the sight of such bloody scenes. Next victim. The announcer darted back onto the stage, shouting into the microphone, "Did you have fun? Do you want more?" Bonesaw snatched the microphone. As soon as he opened his raspy mouth, the noise below instantly quieted down. Bonesaw can't wait. He roared, flexing his thick arms for all he was worth. The crowd began to jeer again, filling the arena with his name, just like the spectators in a Roman Colosseum. The announcer turned toward the entrance, his tone mysterious. Let us welcome the next victim to the stage. Kid, what's your name? The announcer asked casually, leaning against the wall at the entrance. The Amazing Spider-Man, Peter replied listlessly. The announcer rolled his eyes, pushed his sunglasses down, and looked him over carefully. Spider-Man. That's the crappy name you came up with. Yeah, hurry up, Peter said, quite impatiently. The announcer shook his head, muttering under his breath, that sounds like total crap. Then, channeling his inner showman, he boomed at the top of his lungs. Tonight, as long as you can last 3 minutes, 3,000 big ones will be handed over on the spot. Let us welcome the terrifying, the deadly, the amazing Spider-Man. Boos erupted from the crowd, accompanied by jeers and thumbs down gestures. The flashy announcer waved a hand toward the entrance. As the curtain was pulled back, a guy who made everyone's jaws drop walked out. Once they saw it was just a scrawny, weak-looking kid, the jeers below grew even louder. The red and green rag he wore was loose and baggy, and the crudely drawn spider symbol on his chest looked like a child's doodle. It was hilarious, he was clearly just there to ruin the show. Peter Parker faltered at the entrance. The roar of the crowd nearly knocked him over. Rotten tomatoes and stinking eggs thrown by the spectators rained down on him, and the jeering made his scalp tingle. He swallowed hard. The surrounding red and green lights and the jeering made him dizzy. My name is Spider-Man, he shouted at the backstage staff nearby. His voice sounded firm, but he was actually terrified inside. Before he could react, these guys shoved him onto the walkway, not caring at all whether he lived or died. Beside the walkway, a few veterans who had just left the arena were limping past, clutching their arms and legs and groaning in pain. Hearing them made Peter even more nervous. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to swallow the bile rising in his throat. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! The audience below screamed. As soon as Peter crawled into the big steel cage, the hair on his body stood on end. Bonesaw, standing on the opposite side, looked like an iron tower, his face full of menace, radiating a violent aura. His size was incredibly imposing, taking up more than half the stage. With a loud clang, the big steel cage slammed shut, locking both of them inside. The chains rattled, and it was locked on the spot. Hey! Is there some mistake? Did you get the wrong person? Peter's voice cracked as he shouted anxiously. I didn't sign up for a cage match. He yelled at the staff below, but nobody paid him any mind. Hey, Joker! Bonesaw's raspy voice rang out behind him. Peter was startled. He turned around and saw the muscular giant sneering at him, cracking his thick knuckles. You're not getting out of here today. Bonesaw said, circling him like a wolf eyeing a lamb. He held up 3 thick fingers, his smirk growing wider. I've got a full 3 minutes to play with you. As soon as the opening bell rang, the whole arena erupted. Bonesaw charged over with a rumble, like a bull with bloodshot eyes, his roar shaking the steel cage. Peter's instincts kicked in, and with unnatural agility, he zipped up to the ceiling, grabbing the iron bars at the top with both hands. Bonesaw slammed headfirst into the iron pillar, shaking the entire steel cage. He saw stars, stumbling backward. The audience, seeing their champion make a fool of himself right from the start, began to boo. What the hell are you doing up there? Bonesaw pointed up and cursed. Peter was clinging to the top like a giant spider. If I can't win, can't I at least hide? Peter retorted, using the excitement to switch into snarky mode. By the way, that outfit is quite stylish. Did your husband pick it out for you? The crowd below was amused, and Bonesaw was furious on the spot. He jumped and hopped around, but couldn't reach Peter no matter what. Peter exerted strength in his waist, did a front flip, and landed lightly back on the stage. The people below whispered to each other, thinking this kid was just putting on a show. Bonesaw let out a roar, grabbed a folding chair his accomplice shoved through the gap in the wire mesh, and swung it down with a heavy thud. The iron chair slammed solidly onto Peter's head, making a teeth-grinding, crisp sound. Peter's head buzzed, his vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground. This muscular man didn't let up, swinging the chair to smash Peter's back repeatedly. The spectators below, who loved a good spectacle, cheered wildly. Peter was beaten until he felt like he was falling apart. Before he could catch his breath, Bonesaw grabbed him like a little chick, lifted him up, and threw him back against the wire mesh. Peter slammed heavily into the wire mesh, making the steel bars ring. He fell back onto the stage like a dead dog, gasping for air. The audience below shouted in unison, "Finish him! Finish him!" This time, Bonesaw grabbed a crowbar, his fleshy face trembling. He swung the crowbar high. Peter gritted his teeth, summoned all his strength, lifted his leg, and kicked squarely into the center of his chest, striking his large pectoral muscles. Bonesaw was kicked backward repeatedly. Peter didn't let up, unleashing a series of alternating kicks, fighting for his life. Finally, he took advantage of the momentum and leapt. His web shooter activated, and he launched himself like a cannonball, slamming both feet heavily into Bonesaw's stomach, pinning him against the wire mesh along with the chair. The entire large iron cage shook, and the heavy iron bars were bent. The people below went silent instantly. After a few seconds of silence, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted, and the situation was turned around on the spot. 1, 2, 3. That's it. The referee shouted, grabbing Peter's hand and raising it high. Bonesaw lay straight and motionless on the ground, having ruined his reputation for the first time in his life. Ladies and gentlemen, the announcer yelled at the top of his lungs, his voice drowning out all the noise. Let us congratulate the new champion, the amazing Spider-Man. Peter stood in the center of the ring, his chest heaving violently. His ears were filled with the wolf-like howls of the crowd. For the first time ever, no one was mocking him below, everyone was cheering for him. The scene was too exciting, making his head feel hot, yet also a bit unnerving. Once the wrestling match was completely over, only one thing remained on Peter's mind: his payment. $3,000. Although it wasn't an astronomical sum, for a poor student from Queens, it was a huge amount of money. Just thinking about holding that much cash in his hands made the suffering he had just endured seem worth it. He stood with his arms crossed, waiting in the dark, smoke-filled backstage office. This place was a completely different world from the glittering ring in front. The whole room was filled with secondhand smoke and the stench of sweat, and the wall paint was blackened by smoke. A few days ago, Peter wouldn't have come even if invited, but tonight, for the sake of money, he had to hold his nose and accept it. In a small, dilapidated office, Peter stood before the manager in charge. This guy, nicknamed Max, was a greasy, scrawny monkey. His large, bald head reflected the fluorescent light, his shirt was unbuttoned, and a thick gold chain hung over his white belly. Max was sitting there with his legs crossed, counting money, his thick fingers tapping as he sorted the bills into stacks. Peter watched eagerly as Max casually picked out a single bill and slid it across the table. He picked it up and saw the portrait of a $100 bill. Exactly $100. Peter blinked, waiting for him to bring out the rest, but Max had already turned his head to continue counting his own money. That's it. Peter's voice cracked, his face full of disbelief. $100. The ad clearly said 3,000. Max didn't even lift his eyelids. Open your dog eyes and read the fine print clearly: spider head. You only get 3,000 if you last 3 minutes. You kid knocked him down in 2 minutes, so by the rules, you only get 100. You should be lucky I'm giving you 100 at all. Peter felt as if he had been slapped in the face. He clenched his hands tightly at his sides. I desperately need this money. His voice carried a choked sob, and he couldn't suppress his anger any longer. Max leaned forward, his sleazy grin making Peter even angrier. That's none of my business. He waved his hand as if shooing a fly. Get lost, kid. If you don't leave, I'll deduct even this $100. Peter stood frozen in place, his mind blank. He wanted to flip the table and snatch back the remaining cash. With his current strength, dealing with this scrawny monkey would be child's play, but as soon as the thought emerged, he suppressed it. No, he couldn't do that. He wasn't that kind of bandit. He felt incredibly stifled, possessing such power yet having no way to use it. What was the use of having strength if you still had to just stare helplessly when encountering such a scoundrel? Peter gritted his teeth, turned around, and walked out. He felt both furious and deflated. He didn't look back, he didn't want to stay and let Max make a fool of him. Just as he pushed open the door, a man in tattered clothes collided with him, walking in such a hurry, as if he were rushing to a funeral. Peter glanced at the man's worn-out hem, noticing a bulge at his waist, where a piece of metal glinted in the dim light. None of my business, he told himself. Let whoever wants to deal with it, deal with it. The door behind him slammed shut with a click, and the noise inside subsided, but it was quickly shattered. A scream came from the room. Holy shit. What are you doing? It was Max's voice, distorted by fear, followed by the crisp sound of a gun being cocked. Peter stopped and peered inside through the grease-stained glass window. The stranger in the room was pointing a firearm at Max's forehead, looking ferocious. Put all the money in the bag. The armed robber cursed, throwing a tattered sack onto the table. Peter watched as Max's previous arrogance vanished instantly, and he scrambled around like a dead dog. The elevator beside him dinged, snapping Peter back to reality. He walked over. He didn't want to stay in this wretched place for another second tonight. But as soon as the elevator doors opened, the hallway turned into chaos. Catch the thief. Someone's robbing the money. Max's howling echoed through the hallway. He crawled out, clutching his bleeding forehead, followed by a security guard. The guard spotted the robber sprinting ahead and took long strides to chase him. You in front. Stop right there. Peter stepped aside, nonchalantly letting the robber dash past him. He had absolutely no intention of intervening, he just stood there watching the show, observing the guy with a large sack of money frantically pressing the elevator's down button. The iron door slowly closed, just in time to block the pursuers outside. Thanks, kid. The robber grinned, revealing a wicked smile, and the elevator zipped down. Peter didn't even blink. The security guard at the door rushed over, furious, pointing at his nose and cursing, "Are you fooling brain damaged? How could you let him go?" Without waiting for a response, he rushed off to chase down the stairs. Max limped over, looking like he wanted to eat someone alive. You could have clearly stopped him. He roared, spitting everywhere, "Now all my money is gone." The way he acted, it was as if Peter owed him $800. Peter watched this snob with cold eyes. The phrase, "my money," kept echoing in his mind. It wasn't money Peter had earned through hard work, nor was it the amount previously agreed upon. Max only cared about his own interests, completely forgetting his own ugly expression from just a moment ago. The frustration he'd been holding in all night could no longer be contained. "That's none of my business." He threw the words back coldly. Having returned the words exactly as they were given, Peter ignored Max, who was rolling his eyes in anger behind him, and turned to leave. When the other elevator arrived, he stepped inside. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he didn't feel relieved at all. Instead, he felt empty inside. A few hours earlier. Hunters Point, Queens. "So you're the kid who calls himself the second generation the man in black. Making such a big scene in Queens, why are you so short? Scum. And what kind of good bird are you, kid? How many of my brothers did you take out tonight? Looking at you from every angle, you're just a cold-blooded animal who kills without blinking. Go home, little brat. This isn't a place you should be. That is not your duty. Your duty. Duty." Ray Lawson woke up with a start. He panted heavily, his chest heaving violently, feeling as if he had just struggled to the surface from the depths of the ocean. His mind was in chaos. Fragments of last night flashed repeatedly in his mind, and those accusations and harsh words circled in his ears. His whole body ached as if he'd been run over by a heavy truck. Tortured by exhaustion and intense pain, he felt completely numb. The dim light overhead swayed back and forth, casting long shadows in the room. The bulb emitted a faint buzzing sound, and the old grandfather clock in the corner kept ticking away. He smelled it first, a mixture of dust, rust, machine oil, and mold. This signature scent couldn't be found anywhere else in the world, it could only be his grandpa's repair shop. He groaned and shifted his body on the hard, old sofa. The broken springs creaked under him. Every movement caused his whole body to twitch in pain. He reached for his ribs and felt through his clothes. The fabric was soaked with blood, but the flesh underneath had already closed up. The wound was stitched up with many crooked sutures, pulling the flesh tightly together. Scars had already begun to form. Although red and swollen, it was indeed healing. Grandpa knew. Thinking of this, he felt even more uneasy. Grandpa had seen him in such a bloody, half-dead state. It was hard to say how much the old man had guessed, but seeing the mask left on the workbench opposite him made things clear. The object sat there alone, directly exposing his secret. He looked at his hands. His knuckles were covered in broken skin and scabs. Although the skin was growing back, the marks from last night's fight were too severe, and dried blood was still stuck under his fingernails. What kind of lie could he make up? Say he got into a fight with thugs in an alley. Making it up was useless, this couldn't be hidden. He looked at the large iron table in front of him, which had been used as a makeshift operating table. It was still stained with his blood. Looking at this, he felt sick to his stomach. He could imagine Grandpa hunched over in the middle of the night, holding tools, digging out bullets and stitching his wounds one by one. How many times had he been shot? He calculated in his mind. 2 shots in the leg, 2 in the ribs, 1 in the back. 5 shots in total. He had been hit by 5 bullets and was still alive, and his flesh was growing back at an unbelievable speed. He felt this was a great irony. Last night, he'd saved his life thanks to his superpower, but this ability was destined to force him into a life that couldn't see the light of day. A strong healing ability was certainly a good thing, but it was also a constant reminder of what kind of monster he had become, a reminder that he could never be an ordinary person again. The old clock on the wall was still ticking. He checked the time, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. He had slept through the entire morning, but it had definitely not been a restful sleep. His dreams were filled with dark alleys, flickering firelight, the choking smell of gunpowder, and, of course, blood everywhere. He struggled to sit up, hissing and grimacing in pain. One hand clutched his ribs, while the other steadied himself on the sofa armrest. He looked around the room, it was filled with familiar clutter. The repair shop was like a pile of antiques, all products of Grandpa's stubborn temper and nostalgia. Rusted tools and half-tinkered parts were thrown everywhere, all ancient, worn-out items. He had grown up here, listening to the hum of machines every day, his nose filled with the scent of machine oil. This place used to be the safest, his sanctuary. But now, it felt completely different. He had bled here, and because of his own choices, he had tainted this clean place. What would Grandpa think of him? The old man had always looked down on those so-called superheroes and mutants. He cursed anyone who didn't follow the law. He often muttered, "A bunch of wet behind the ears brats who think they're invincible just because they have a little ability. No sense of responsibility. Did they really think they're bulletproof? They'll kill themselves sooner or later." Ray Lawson didn't completely disagree with Grandpa. It was true that some people misused their superpower, engaging in selfish, destructive acts under the banner of justice. But just because someone had power didn't mean they were bound to turn bad. This one-size-fits-all thinking didn't solve anything. It was the same logic he had seen in those criminals, judging without asking questions and assuming the other party was a hopeless piece of scum. While those who committed evil deeds certainly deserved to be dealt with, was he really any better for relying on his superpower to act as judge and executioner? At this moment, a strange thought emerged, one that made him shudder. Perhaps this was actually a good thing. What? A good thing? What kind of good thing was this? This thought spun endlessly in his mind. While he could still get out, maybe he should just give up this business of crusading for justice. Maybe it would actually be for the best. Surviving this time was purely a stroke of dumb luck, and while his injuries always healed, what about next time? Or the time after that? Good luck always runs out eventually, and what would he use to save his life then? In the past, he had never doubted his dream of being a superhero, not even once. Since he was a child, he had been single-mindedly obsessed with it. This dream was his sanctuary, allowing him to escape that shitty reality. His mother had died young, and his father had been completely broken by the blow. As long as he could become strong, become like Captain America, and be a beacon of justice, then no one could hurt him. So he trained like his life depended on it, pushing his body to the limit, all to chase this dream. As it turned out, he hadn't even been at this for a week before showing his weakness. The burden was far heavier than he had imagined. At the beginning, before he had his superpower, he felt this was his destiny, but what about now? Staying up all night, risking his life every single day, with the blade of the King of Hell pressed against his neck at every moment. The magia was even more troublesome than he had anticipated. These guys weren't just some criminal gang. Behind them lay an entire web woven from sin, power, and bloodshed. And there was that brute, Oakes, who was definitely not a normal human. He must have taken some kind of enhancement serum. Then there was the other, the man in black, that bearded gunman who had single-handedly taken down an entire squad of gangsters. Was that guy dead or alive? Was he nursing his wounds somewhere, or was he figuring out where to smash up the place next? That gunman had spared him. Had he seen something back then? Did he think they were the same kind of people, comrades seeking justice in the night? Or did he think he was just some naive, terrified, meddling kid who hadn't seen anything of the world? Probably the latter. And that was indeed the truth. If it had been the him from a week ago who broke into that stronghold, the grass on his grave would be several meters high by now. He would be dead for sure. Thanks to his superpower, his life was spared, but could he keep playing with fire like this, counting on this ability to save him every single time? This wasn't bravery, this was a death wish. He looked at the scars on his knuckles and the stitches on his body. Each mark represented a time he had poked his head through the gates of hell. It wasn't just physically exhausting, it was equally suffocating mentally. Every decision and every mess he caused was dragging him deeper into this dark dimension he hadn't even gotten used to yet. But even though his heart was pounding, if he were truly asked to let go, he couldn't do it. What else could he do if not this? Go to school, work part-time jobs, make friends. Compared to the great cause he was currently undertaking, these things were simply too insignificant. He wanted to make something of himself, he wanted what he did to matter. Even if it meant dancing on the tip of a blade every day, he didn't want to go back to being a coward. After all, he had already suffered so much. Last night's events were a wake-up call. This wasn't some business he could just sleep off. That heart-wrenching sense of lingering fear remained, forcing him to face the mess before him. Fighting in a mask was no child's play, this wasn't some romantic battle between good and evil. This place was raw reality, cruel, chaotic, and unforgiving. Now, he had to play for keeps. It was real, one mistake and he would lose his life. He had to be on high alert and give it his all, or the price he paid next time would be far heavier than a few scars. As for backing down, no way. Things had come to this point. He had nowhere left to retreat. Perhaps there never was a way out from the beginning. There was always a voice in his head urging him to stop, but he immediately crushed that thought. Ever since he tangled with the gang at the docks that rainy day, he had crossed the river of no return. These scars on his body were not just marks, but reminders. Every time they throbbed, they reminded him of what he had messed up, teaching him a lesson. Accepting his fate was the first step. Next, he had to find a way to become stronger and truly make a name for himself. Relying solely on his superpower to get by in this life would sooner or later cost him his life. After all, those who walked this path were all looking into enhancement serums, and various mutant monsters were lurking in the shadow. A creak of wood from deeper inside interrupted his thoughts. He rubbed his eyes, his vision still a bit blurry, and looked toward the direction of the sound. Following that came light footsteps, the floorboards creaking underfoot. A moment later, a pair of worn-out, decrepit old leather shoes appeared, and then his grandpa revealed himself. The old man wasn't tall, he was lean and wiry, with a slightly hunched back, but he still looked quite imposing. Grandpa stopped and gazed at Ray Lawson, who was battered and bruised on the sofa. For a moment, a flicker of hope flashed across the old man's face, as if he were wishing that last night's events were just a nightmare that everyone could simply forget, but the reality was right there, undeniable. Grandpa let out a heavy sigh, muttered something, and then stepped down the last few stairs. The old man didn't say anything else, shuffling into the small kitchen. The room was filled only with the sound of glasses clinking and the running of the tap for water. When he came out, he was holding a small glass of water, his lips pressed tightly together. "Drink this water, you brat." He handed the glass over. Ray Lawson snatched it, and the cool water going down his throat felt quite comfortable. He drank it all in one go. After he set the glass down on the counter, he realized he was parched, perhaps a side effect of his superpower, or maybe he was just exhausted to the point of collapse. Grandpa crossed his arms and leaned against the blood-stained iron table, his eyes scanning Ray Lawson like a hawk watching a chick. Neither of them made a sound. The atmosphere was stifling. Neither wanted to be the first to speak, both pondering the other's thoughts. The grandfather and grandson were the same in temperament. Whenever they encountered trouble, they liked to keep it bottled up inside, stubborn and saving face. Finally, Ray Lawson broke the silence, his tone quite serious. "Could you turn off the light, Grandpa?" The old man was taken aback. He raised his thick, bushy eyebrows but complied nonetheless. He raised his hand and flipped the switch, and the room instantly went dark. Ray Lawson let out a long sigh, and his overly sensitive eyes finally felt a bit more comfortable. What kind of trick are you trying to pull on me again, boy? Grandpa's words were full of suspicion. None, Ray Lawson replied, it's just that the light was bothering my eyes. I just woke up. Grandpa clearly didn't believe him. Is that so? He paused, pulled a chair from the corner, the legs scraping harshly against the floor, and sat down with a thump. Resting his hands on his knees, he scrutinized his grandson. Stop bullshitting me, Ray Lawson. In the middle of the night, you come to me covered in cuts and riddled with bullets, stumbling in here like a corpse. What the hell is going on? He didn't wait for his grandson to answer. Fine, forget I asked. That's not even the most critical part. The old man's voice hardened. How the hell did you survive? I've seen men with much tougher foundations than you who would have dropped dead on the spot with injuries like these. When I was digging out the last bullet from you last night, I thought I was tending to a corpse. But you, on the other hand, are still breathing. Don't you plan on explaining? Ray Lawson met Grandpa's gaze, his face showing no emotion. Which one do you want to hear? The old man leaned forward, his face full of anxiety and anger. Stop with the smart aleck remarks, you brat. I'm so tempted to kick you out right now and never care about your life again. He raised a calloused hand and gestured. You're not only courting death yourself, but you're dragging me into it too. Is your brain filled with mush? If those people follow the trail and find us, or if you just die out there, it won't just be you bleeding out on the ground, I'll have to go down with you. Do you want both of us to end up dead? Ray Lawson knew he was in the wrong and smacked his lips. Grandpa's words struck home, cutting off all the lies he had wanted to concoct. When he had crawled back last night, half dead, he truly hadn't had the brainpower to think this through. But now, being stared down by the old man, the situation was clear. He had to make a decision, confess his secrets to the old man or continue to tough it out alone. He had always thought that this matter must never be revealed, even if it killed him, keeping it from his elders was the safest policy. But the current situation left him no choice. I'm sorry, Grandpa. His voice was very soft, full of sincerity. He hung his head, unable to face the old man. I was confused at the time. It was my incompetence that forced me to show off. I never intended to drag the family into this, nor did I want to put you in danger. You could have chosen not to save me, yet you still acted. The room was terrifyingly quiet. He stole a glance, wanting to check Grandpa's expression, but the old man didn't say a word, just stared at him, his eyes filled with suspicion and an expectation for an explanation. Ray Lawson swallowed hard, and memories of his childhood welled up in his heart. Do you remember when I was a kid? I used to spend all day reading those comic books about heroes. Those true heroes, once ordinary people gained power, they went out to do great things. Grandpa's expression didn't change, but his eyes flickered, clearly remembering. After Mom passed away, I pondered every day how wonderful it would have been if someone could have stood up and stopped that murderer. For so many nights, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, just wanting to find those animals and tear them apart with my own hands to avenge my mother. His hands clenched into fists unconsciously, his throat tightening. I pestered my dad to teach me martial arts, not for self-defense, but for revenge. I didn't understand it myself at the time, but deep down, that's exactly what it was. Grandpa's face darkened, and his lean body stiffened. But Ray Lawson didn't intend to stop. Once the floodgates were opened, he couldn't hold back. Last week, I finally accomplished something big. I took down a human trafficker's den. Although I took a shot in the dark, my soul was pierced, and by dawn my fists were torn and bloody, but do you know what? He paused, his lips twitching as he offered a bitter smile. For the first time in my life, I felt like I was living like a human being. The air in the room felt frozen, but Ray Lawson bit the bullet and continued. Ever since then, my mind has been entirely consumed by this business. I can't get excited about anything else. If I don't go out at night to do something, I feel like a useless person, living without purpose. But out there, I am someone. I am no longer just a nobody. Ray Lawson, I am the man in black. He spoke these words with absolute certainty. He didn't utter this name to show off, he was simply accepting his fate. He caught his breath and braced himself to continue. With these two fists, I can change someone else's fate. Even if the power is small, even if I can only save one person, it's worth it. At the very least, it proves that others won't have to suffer the same pain my mother did. Isn't that reason enough? He hadn't spoken this much in several months. Some of these thoughts he hadn't even realized he would ever say aloud to someone else. He had laid everything bare and felt exposed. He glanced at Grandpa. The old man still had no expression on his face, but two of his fingers were tapping rhythmically along the back of the chair. The old man was weighing these words in his heart, a bit overwhelmed by his grandson's sudden confession. Ray Lawson, I. Old Lay swallowed his words, rubbed his temples, and let out a heavy sigh. I have a responsibility in this, too. Your parents are gone, and I should have taken care of you sooner. You didn't even have the chance to mourn. When disaster struck, you had to face it all on your own. If I had paid more attention to you back then, I might have spotted the signs earlier. I will never get over this hurdle in my life. Ray Lawson flared up on the spot, his tone hard and unyielding. If I forget about this, who will remember her? Who will ensure that such a tragedy doesn't befall someone else? No one cares. If someone had been willing to stand up back then, I wouldn't have turned into this ghost of a person today. But back then, no one cared, so now I will care. If I just let it go, then my mother died in vain. This outburst brought the atmosphere in the room to freezing point. Both were tense. Grandpa stared at him for a long while, his face unreadable, before finally speaking. Fine. The old man's tone was flat but forceful. I understand your motives, but you haven't explained how much trouble you caused last night, or how you managed to save your own skin. The conversation shifted too quickly, and Ray Lawson didn't react in time. Grandpa reached out, grabbed a folded newspaper from the side, and threw it right at his face. See for yourself. Ray Lawson caught it and slowly shook the newspaper open. The big headline on the front page flashed into his eyes. Hunters Point gang suffers shootout. Casualties exceed 50, the man in black still at large. Reporter. Ned Leeds. Photographer. Eddie Brock. Looking at the chaotic, hazy black and white photo in the paper, his heart skipped a beat. That gang's stronghold had been shot up like a mass grave. It was riddled with bullet holes. It was lucky the building hadn't collapsed. The article wrote quite sensationally about last night's chaos, the casualties, and the arrests, but it didn't mention a single word about the background of the mercenaries he had fought. However, a line of small print at the end of the article made his eyelids twitch. The identity of the masked man in black who used guns has been confirmed as Frank Castle. Frank Castle. Well, at least the face and name finally matched up. And he owed the guy a huge favor. Ray Lawson stared at the big headline and let out a self-deprecating laugh. With a forceful grip of his fingers, the newspaper wrinkled. Count yourself lucky that your name wasn't mentioned in this. Quote. Grandpa snorted coldly and leaned back into the rickety chair, the old wooden frame groaning with a teeth-grinding sound. You aren't completely stupid. He poked the newspaper with a withered finger. But this guy named Castle is by no means a saint. He's a cold-blooded lunatic who wouldn't blink while killing 100 people. You're out there using the exact same moniker as him, you're just asking for trouble. Do you have any idea what kind of ruthless characters you've gotten yourself involved with? The old man's words were no different from a slap in the face. The miserable sight of himself being beaten like a dog last night flashed before his eyes again, his fist swollen and black, his flesh torn to shreds, his ribs hurting like hell. The suffering he endured last night still left him with lingering fear. He had almost not made it back. Maybe you don't know me as well as you think. Ray Lawson muttered, his tone sharper than he had intended. Grandpa's expression darkened further. He gritted his teeth, as if he had guessed something. You didn't go on a killing spree last night, did you? The room fell silent instantly. The two of them just stared at each other, the tension hanging in the air like dark clouds before a storm, suffocating. I don't intend to take anyone's life, Ray Lawson finally replied slowly, but if it comes down to a life or death situation, I won't hesitate. The words landed heavily, and for a moment, even he couldn't tell if he was reassuring Grandpa or trying to bolster his own courage. As he spoke, his mind drifted, slipping back into a surreal dreamscape. These past 2 days, he often couldn't distinguish reality from nightmare. He vaguely saw himself standing in a filthy alleyway during a torrential downpour, the dim streetlights failing to illuminate much, the air thick with the stench of rotting trash and wet asphalt. Lying before him was the man he had dreamt of countless times, the killer of his mother, a living villain. The heavy weapon in his hands trembled, full of oppressive weight. The guy was gasping for breath, eyes wide open, face covered in blood, yet he felt no ripple of emotion inside. He was certain of one thing. This was called upholding justice. Justice. That's what he told himself back then, right? But deep down, he was also calculating that this wasn't really justice, it might just be a personal vendetta. Grandpa's voice pulled him back to reality. What about that superpower? There's talk outside about some mutant. You aren't one of them, are you? Ray Lawson stuttered, then let out a long breath. No, I'm not a mutant. He rehearsed the words in his mind before speaking. When the school organized a trip to the science exhibit, they were messing with some radioactive machine. A spider got stuck inside, and it bit me before it died. Ever since then, my body hasn't been right. He glanced at Grandpa. The old man looked skeptical but didn't interrupt. My hearing is sharp, I'm strong, I run fast, and my eyes are keen. I asked you to turn off the lights because I can't handle bright light right now. Plus, I heal really fast, that's the only reason I survived last night. He paused, watching the old man's expression. You want proof, right? Without waiting for Grandpa to respond, Ray Lawson opened his mouth, revealing a pair of elongated canines, no different from a vampire's fangs. Then, with a flick of his hand, sharp claws popped out. The steel claws glinted coldly in the dark room. I can also shoot spider web, he added, feeling a bit embarrassed. But I'm afraid of making a mess of your shop. His tone wavered, half defiant and half insecure. Are you satisfied now? Grandpa's eyes went wide, his expression a complex mix, first shock, then something unreadable. How the hell is this possible? The old man muttered. Ray Lawson shrugged, playing dumb. Who knows? The old man leaned forward, rubbing his temples desperately. You brat, you have no idea how valuable you are in the eyes of those crooked people. And here you are, strutting around showing off like a fool. Do you ever think before you act? His voice rose, scolding him severely, but deep down, there was a sense of fear. How was I supposed to know they'd bring an army? Ray Lawson admitted honestly, his voice low but firm. I thought it was just a few thugs, 20 at most. But I was ambushed. It was my lack of preparation. It won't happen again. It won't happen again. Grandpa laughed in anger. Listen to me, you brat. From now on, don't even think about stepping out that door. I won't allow it. Even if I have to report you to the authorities myself, I absolutely will not watch you go out there and die. He pushed himself up from the chair, grunting, and wobbled toward the telephone on the wall. Ray Lawson couldn't let him succeed. Grandpa, are you really going to report me? I'm your own grandson. It was a dirty trick, but he couldn't go to jail right now. Grandpa stopped, the words hitting home, but his stubborn temper didn't yield. If you want to avoid prison, it's simple. Promise me you'll never get involved in this mess again. I'll pretend last night never happened, and we'll just live our lives peacefully. Ray Lawson stood up and placed a hand on Grandpa's shoulder, stopping him. He didn't use too much force, just enough to keep him from moving without hurting him. I broke my heart worrying about your father back then, and now I have to go through this with you. Grandpa's voice was choked with tears, feeling deeply aggrieved. I've got one foot in the grave, I can't handle this. And neither can you. Just go to school and study properly, good days are ahead. I can't. His throat felt blocked, and he couldn't finish his sentence. If I let you run wild and one day I see you dead in the street, I'll never have a moment of peace for the rest of my life. How could I face your father then? I can't just watch you throw your life away. The grandfather and grandson stood frozen there. The room was deathly quiet. Finally, Ray Lawson spoke first, his tone steady, but his mind made up. Grandpa, I spoke wrongly just now. No one in the world understands me better than you. You're right. And you know in your heart that once I've made up my mind, nothing can drag me back. If I don't think a job is worth it, I would never gamble my life on it. I could easily promise you to just brush this off, but I don't want to lie to you. There's no need. I'm going to keep going out there to fight evil. I believe what I'm doing is right. I've already gone too far down this path, there's no turning back. Even if you report me now, I'll still go out next time. Nobody outside knows my secret. I handled it cleanly. You're the only one in the world who knows this secret, and I don't intend to tell anyone else because I'm certain you'll always protect me. You've loved me the most since I was little, and I don't want to fight you on this. So, let's just keep this between us, okay? Grandpa turned his head to look at him, his face a mix of fear and helplessness. He turned and walked back to the phone, picked up the receiver, listened for a moment, then let out a long sigh. He loosened his grip, and the receiver swung from the telephone cord. Looks like there's nothing I can say to make you turn back today, is there? Ray Lawson waved his hand. Don't bother. Grandpa cursed, brushing past him while grumbling. What a disaster. Then, he suddenly stopped. Follow me. The old man didn't look back. He strode toward the garage, as if he had made a major decision. Ray Lawson stood there stunned, his mind full of questions. Why did the old man suddenly change his mind? But he followed closely behind, his heart pounding with uncertainty. If you keep going out to risk your life every single night. Grandpa began, his voice low but firm, I absolutely won't stand for you going out there to face real guns and live ammunition wearing nothing but a rag for a mask and a tattered coat. The two of them entered the garage. This dump was crammed with various small inventions Grandpa had been tinkering with, and the room was filled with the smell of motor oil and rust. The workbench was piled high with blueprints, tools, and half-finished contraptions. One of the tables was covered with a dust cloth, hiding an unexpected object underneath. Grandpa yanked the dust cloth away, revealing a neatly folded night suit made of pitch-black material. The fabric didn't reflect light at all. The matte material looked durable, tough enough to take a beating without hindering movement. Key areas were reinforced with Kevlar bulletproof lining, and the intricate stitching clearly concealed quite a few secrets. It looked high-end yet understated, a world of difference compared to the crude, slapdash gear Ray Lawson had been using before. I was hoping I could talk you into walking the straight and narrow. Grandpa admitted, picking up a pair of specially made, thickened gloves from the table and handing them over. When I saw you collapsed at the front gate last night, I had my suspicions. Seeing the newspaper today confirmed it. I hoped I could make you change your mind, but I know you too well. I knew talking would be useless, so I worked through the night to whip this up. He pointed to the night suit. The craftsmanship is nothing special, but it's definitely better at protecting you than those rags you've been wearing. Ray Lawson's mouth hung wide open, his eyes nearly popping out of his head as he stared fixedly at the object in front of him. The suit was fitted perfectly onto a mannequin. It looked durable and cool, exactly the kind of gear he had dreamed of getting his hands on. It was the perfect solution to his urgent problem. Keep staring and your eyes will fall out, Grandpa teased with a laugh. Seeing his grandson's stunned, inexperienced expression, the earlier tense atmosphere dissipated for the most part. Quite an eye-opener, isn't it, you little brat? This is still just a semi-finished product. I need your input on the details. You made this yourself. Ray Lawson stammered, not daring to blink for fear that this precious treasure might vanish. This is absolutely incredible. Grandpa chuckled, his tone filled with pride even as he tried to maintain his composure. You know I love tinkering with parts, but for this suit, I really pulled out all the stops. I couldn't just sit by and watch my own grandson making a fool of himself by running around in rags every day, could I? Ray Lawson leaned forward, then pulled his hand back halfway, leaving it hovering in midair, not daring to touch it carelessly. You're truly amazing, but since when did you know how to sew? Not bad for an old man, Grandpa crossed his arms, feeling quite pleased to see his grandson so impressed. The lining is woven from graphene, it's as light as a feather, yet the base is rock solid. It's bulletproof and highly elastic, so you definitely won't feel like a mummy unable to move when you wear it. The old man pointed out various parts of the suit as he spoke, explaining everything with great expertise. Besides the lining, I've added Kevlar layers to several critical areas, the stomach, neck, and shoulders. These are vital for survival, so the protection there has to be top-notch. Ray Lawson quickly interrupted him, feeling eager. This stuff has incredible tensile strength. It's bulletproof, slash-proof, and even fireproof. I researched this material when I was trying to figure out my own uniform. He crossed his arms, smiling smugly. That's my grandson for you, you certainly know your stuff. The old man chuckled and continued. I've added hard plating to the arms and waist to prevent any sneak attacks. As for the gloves, throw away those rags you had before that tore at the slightest pull, this pair is absolutely solid. He tapped his knuckles against the bracer, making a clanging sound. I was actually considering making you a utility belt. He gave a mischievous grin. But I was afraid you'd look like a peddler wearing it, so I decided against it. Ray Lawson couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. This is way better than I imagined. Grandpa's smile faded, his expression turning serious once again. It's not completely finished yet, though. I still need to tinker with it for a few more days. Before that, the old man leaned in, staring intently at Ray Lawson. Take a look and see if there's anything you don't like or want changed. Ray Lawson tilted his head and examined it carefully. The eyes, he said after a moment. I can't stand bright light without sunglasses right now, so the mask needs tinted lenses to protect my eyes. And the gauntlets. He pointed to his wrists. There need to be openings under the wrists for my claws to come out, otherwise, I'll just shred the suit the moment I exert force. He paused and grinned. Also, put a spider pattern on the mask, something simple. I'll draw a sketch for you later. The old man scratched his chin and replied, all doable. But, he grabbed Ray Lawson's arm, his old bones still had quite a grip. If you want this suit, you have to agree to one condition. Ray Lawson raised an eyebrow, his heart sinking. Figures. There's no such thing as a free lunch. But the suit was too tempting, he'd be a fool not to take it. He lifted his chin, signaling for the old man to continue. 1 month. Grandpa stated the condition firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. You stay put and behave yourself for a full month. Get these strange changes in your body sorted out, practice your combat skills, and figure out the ins and outs of your superpower. The bizarre stuff growing on you is no joke. If you run into a real powerhouse, you're just going to get yourself killed. He leaned back, his gaze stern but without malice. This is sound advice, you brat. Listen to me, get your state sorted, figure out how to put these abilities to good use. Once you've made it through this month, we'll talk again. Ray Lawson stood rooted to the spot, staring at the suit, running the old man's words through his mind. 1 month. Keeping him from going out to fight crime for 30 straight days was going to be the death of him. The temptation to put on this suit and make a name for himself was immense, but upon closer reflection, the advice was sound. His body had been completely transformed, but his fighting style was still the same old stuff, too crude. He would suffer a major loss sooner or later. Finally, he sighed and agreed. Fine. 1 month it is. The frost on Grandpa's face finally melted, and he looked quite relieved and pleased. That's more like it. Now, back to work, plenty to do. Ray Lawson reached out and touched the fabric, resolving himself. 1 month is just 1 month. I can endure that. When he eventually went out to risk his life, he had to have the strongest foundation possible. This suit would be his signature, and fool it, it looked so cool. Ray Lawson turned his head to look at Grandpa, grinning with a tough, determined expression. Although the burden was not light, he didn't feel stifled at all right now. On the contrary, he was full of energy. He nodded firmly, his eyes full of determination. No problem, but you have to promise me first that when the time comes, this suit must belong to me. The wrinkles on the old man's face smoothed out, and a rare glimmer of satisfaction flashed in his aged eyes. Done. I'll trust you this once. From now on, I won't be able to help you with anything, so use your brain when you handle things. The grandfather and grandson exchanged a look, everything understood without words, it was the unspoken rapport between real men. Then the old man's expression changed, as if he had thought of something, and he turned to look at the uniform. His old eyes lit up with an idea. Right, there is one more thing. Ray Lawson tilted his head, quite curious. What thing? Grandpa pointed to the black uniform on the rack, the material shimmering with a dark luster in the dim light. The title of the man in black can't be used anymore. That butcher who uses guns has ruined this brand. You need to come up with a new alias to keep your identity clean. Have you thought of a name yet? Wolf Spider. This name stirred something in his heart. This creature was completely different from those common spiders that made a living by spinning webs. Usually, those little spiders spin a web and wait there, but the wolf spider is a thorough ground hunter. It relies entirely on astonishing explosive power, speed, and vicious pouncing and biting to hunt. Once it locks onto prey, it's a fight to the death. Isn't that exactly the same as his style of single-handedly raiding gang lairs and taking the initiative in the Nights of New York? Furthermore, the wolf spider's vision is considered top tier among spiders. Those large night vision eyes glowed eerily in the dark, which matched perfectly with his own delicate eyes that couldn't stand strong light and couldn't do without sunglasses. He stared at the uniform. This pitch-black material could even swallow light. It fit perfectly with the thing he had dreamt of in his mind. Tough, hard, like a god of death lurking in the shadow. The wolf spider usually keeps a low profile, but once it gets urgent, one bite is absolutely fatal. This name had taken root in his heart. However, just calling it wolf spider seemed to lack something, it was too monotonous. Then, a flash of inspiration hit him. The clothes were black anyway, and black wasn't just a color, it was his trademark, representing his new persona. What if he combined these two words? Black tarantula, he muttered, savoring the sound of the words. The more he read it, the more he felt it made sense, tough enough, intimidating enough. Once this brand was revealed, the scum on the streets would have to think twice before trying to cause trouble. He lowered his head and chuckled, attracting Grandpa's attention. The old man raised his thick, heavy eyebrows, quite interested, figured it out. Ray Lawson straightened his back and grinned widely, his mind filled with images of himself wearing the new clothes and taking down bad guys in the night. Yes, he replied, his tone steady. I've got it. The old man followed his gaze to the uniform, waiting for him to make the final decision. How about Black Tarantula? 1 week later. Midtown High School. Ray Lawson listened to Grandpa's words. His masked hero work was temporarily on hold. The two of them had agreed to a 1-month truce. Keeping this promise was quite difficult, but after the disastrous failure of his last raid on the gang stronghold, he knew it was necessary. He needed time to heal and reflect. Most importantly, he had to figure out his superpower. After all, he had only obtained his powers less than a day before he plunged headlong into the dangerous world of gang warfare. That he had survived until now without crippling himself or hurting innocents was pure dumb luck. He was no longer an ordinary person now. No matter how much he wished for it, a quiet life had nothing to do with him anymore. At a glance, he was still the same. His face hadn't changed, his voice was the same, but underneath this skin, he was a living weapon, far more dangerous than anyone had anticipated. Others viewed this world from an ordinary perspective, but Ray Lawson's eyes had gained a sharper insight. All movements were amplified, crystal clear, colors were brighter, sounds louder, and details were visible with perfect clarity. This made him feel both thrilled and unnerved. He had to rethink the most basic daily actions, such as how to shake hands with someone without crushing their bones, how to open a door without ripping the whole panel off, and how to go about his daily life without giving himself away. This reminded him of the rumors he had heard about mutants, misunderstood and feared, walking a tightrope between keeping a low profile and attracting attention every day. However, he was not a mutant. Or was it a genetic mutation? This month of downtime was no vacation. It was sheer torture. He worked from dawn till dusk, spending all his time on endless, grueling training. He pushed his physical fitness and senses to the limit, constantly testing the boundaries of his surging strength, speed, and agility. When he moved, his body felt light and his aim was true, but his flesh was incredibly tough, like tempered steel. He ran fast and hit hard. One punch from him was no different from being hit by a heavy truck, so he had to remind himself every moment to hold back his strength. He had to be careful with everything he did. When picking up something, he had to calculate how much force would be too much. Would he accidentally break it? When reaching out to grab things, he had to deliberately retract the barbed claws on his hands to avoid poking holes in objects or tearing them to shreds. Even a small task like opening a door was an exercise in self-control. As he trained, he was shocked himself. His strength hadn't just increased, it was immense. A slap could send a person's head flying, a casual strike could cause severe internal injuries, a kick could shatter a person's bones into dust. His hands could crush steel, and his claws could slice through it as easily as paper. This cruel reality sobered him up, leaving his heart heavy. What if someone else had been bitten by that spider? What if that person wasn't as disciplined or focused as he was? The mere thought of a crazed version of himself running amok in the city made his back run cold. New York had enough chaos, it couldn't afford a mad spider causing trouble everywhere. Fortunately, this burden had fallen on his shoulders and hadn't gone to an outsider. He trusted his own code and principles. If it were someone else, there would be no such guarantee. He secretly vowed to use these abilities to protect the honest people, to protect the men, women, and children living their lives on the streets, and to not let children be harmed by the dangers lurking in the dark. He would be their shield, their blade, and the invisible bodyguard in the night. Black Tarantula was no joker from a comic book, he was a hunter, dedicated to making those long arrogant outlaws taste the flavor of fear. If he had to break their arms and legs to make them learn their lesson, then he would oblige. There was a reason Wolf Spider was well known, and he intended to play exactly that kind of ruthless character. However, in private, his superpower had to be kept tightly under wraps. No one could know the extent of his abilities. He had originally planned to keep it from everyone, but Grandpa was too sharp to be fooled. Grandpa saw through everything clearly, knowing not only the danger of these abilities but also how poisonous human nature could be. Deep-rooted prejudice and wariness existed on the outside. For decades, people had always distrusted and ostracized those who were different. Yet, Grandpa had surprised him. Grandpa hadn't been suspicious or afraid. Instead, he had placed his bets on his own grandson. Ray Lawson wasn't sure if others would be the same, suspecting that the general public lacked such magnanimity. He spent his days pushing himself to the limit with physical training, but at Midtown High School, he faced a different kind of test. That place didn't care about his strength or agility, it demanded restraint, precision, and patience. By a twist of fate, Midtown High School had become a testing ground for honing the other half of his abilities. He wasn't even sure if he could handle this battlefield. It was packed with living people, constantly creating noise, strange smells, and chaos. The mundane world he used to find so ordinary now pressed down on him, making it hard to breathe. At first, he had been optimistic. He had always managed school fine, he didn't exactly like it, but he could endure it. But the moment he reached the gate, his heart began to pound, and he started to regret it. As soon as he stepped inside, he went completely numb. He finally realized this so-called enhanced sensory perception was pure torture. Hundreds upon hundreds of pieces of information were relentlessly bombarding his mind and body. Everyone around him sounded like they were shouting directly into his ears. The overlapping noises gave him a splitting headache, and there was nowhere to hide. The smell of cooking grease from the cafeteria mixed with the scent of sugary soda wafting through the hallways. That wasn't even the worst of it. The stench of sweat, the smell of old paper, and the scent of detergent all blended into a single mass that made him want to retch. If someone brushed against him or shifted their feet on the floor, he could feel it all on his skin. Most deadly of all were the fluorescent lights overhead. They were blinding, and their constant buzzing was no different from a drill boring into his skull. He felt like everyone was staring at him, which annoyed him to death. The only thing that could save him was a pair of old Toad-style sunglasses. The lenses perfectly shielded his sensitive eyes from the blinding glare in the hallways. This became his signature look, acting as a windshield between him and the chaos around him. When Grandpa had tossed them to him, he hadn't said much, just that they were practical, not exactly stylish, but Ray Lawson now felt they were a lifesaver. Wearing something like that was bound to be eye-catching. Walking around school, he couldn't avoid the gossip. The brats who had never even known he existed were now all eyeing him with suspicion or amusement. A few young girls huddled together whispering, their laughter grating and irritating. Even the jocks kept glancing at him sideways. Attracting attention was annoying, but he knew what was going on. He had changed. One look was enough to tell he was a different person. His physique, while previously toned from regular exercise, hadn't been particularly noticeable before. Now, beneath his coat, his muscles were bulging. Even though he wore oversized clothing to hide it, anyone with a sharp eye could tell. His movements were sharper and more steady. He kept his face tense all day, looking quite antisocial. It couldn't be helped, he didn't dare open his mouth too wide. If he spoke and someone caught a glimpse of the two fangs that had grown in, he would be completely exposed. He avoided speaking whenever possible, acting almost like a mute. If he couldn't avoid a conversation, he would only spit out a few words. Right. Wrong. Maybe. Saying even one extra word risked exposing the truth. He didn't want to explain to everyone how he had suddenly become a living science experiment. Apart from the changes to his body, things were happening elsewhere too. As soon as he entered a room, the atmosphere would shift. People couldn't quite say why, but they always felt an inscrutable aura about him. It wasn't arrogance or posturing, he never liked to show off. It was simply that he was confident, knowing just how terrifying he could be if he actually fought. This kind of spirit couldn't be hidden, no matter how hard he tried to be invisible. However, he didn't have the time to waste on these high schoolers. Ray Lawson had too many important things to deal with to care about gossip. His biggest headache wasn't failing to fit in, but how to survive the endless noise and strange smells. He had to tame this superpower before it drove him mad, so he practiced his focus every single day. How much force should he use to open a door without overdoing it? How much pressure could he apply to a pencil without snapping it on the spot? How could he walk down a crowded hallway without accidentally sending someone flying? These were the things running through his mind every single second. He figured that after a month, he would surely be able to master these strange changes. But that was for later. For now, life was awkward in every possible way. The bell rang, pulling his thoughts back, and Ray Lawson let out a long sigh. With his toad-style sunglasses shielding his eyes, he took a deep breath, preparing to face the next wave of terrible noise. No matter how tired or annoyed he was, he had to hold on, he couldn't back down. He had chosen this path, and there was no turning back. But as he turned the corner to head to the next classroom, he felt that something was off. The hardest challenge was definitely not dealing with these daily trifles. Something big was surely brewing, something much harder to handle than the strange smells of the cafeteria or the buzzing of the fluorescent lights. Ray Lawson, we thought you weren't coming today. Amina's loud voice cut through the corridor's clamor, stopping him in his tracks. She hurried over, raising her eyebrows as she looked him up and down, her eyes full of curiosity and suspicion. Peter followed behind her, his face buried in a thick textbook. Amina stopped in front of him and asked, "How are you feeling? Any better?" The question sounded ordinary enough, but her tone betrayed a hint of suspicion. She pointed at his toad-style sunglasses. Also, why are you wearing sunglasses in the middle of the day? Ray Lawson twitched his lips, not daring to reveal too much. I'm fine. These block blue light, he replied, his tone flat. This wasn't exactly a lie. Still, he was hiding quite a lot. After a week of intense training, seeing a familiar face was actually quite reassuring, even if it felt strange. His world had already been turned upside down, something these classmates couldn't possibly understand. At least here, he could play dumb, pretending his life wasn't in chaos, pretending he wasn't struggling against strange forces. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.